Chapter 1149. In the southeastern territory of the primordial demon region, the two armies faced each other. The first saint protector of the stone race appeared first. His powerful cultivation attracted everyone's attention. In front of the sky demon army, the fourth prince Xianqi's expression turned serious. The ancient sword in his hand hummed as he kept asking to fight. "Don't rush. It'll be your turn soon," Xianqi said calmly. He looked forward as his sword intent rose. The battle was about to begin. Just then, the clouds in the sky changed. Thunder and lightning rumbled in the southeastern territory. A terrifying might spread. The sky and earth rumbled, shocking everyone. A dragon-shaped figure appeared in the thundercloud. It had a pair of wings on its back. Its huge body was hundreds of feet long, shocking the world. Xianqi looked up at the powerful being in the sky. His eyes narrowed. Dragon from the group of 8. He had come too. It seemed that the two demon emperors wanted to defeat the Stone Race army quickly. In front of the Stone Race army, the first saint protector Yin Xiao looked at the clouds in the sky and frowned. Group of 8? Strange. Didn't the group of 8 all die in the ancient times? Why would Dragon from the group of 8 appear here? Dragon was a top fighter of the sky demon race. He was extremely powerful. Even in the group of 8, he was one of the top fighters. Dragon, have Garuda and the others woken up? Xianqi asked calmly in front of the sky demon army. They haven't woken up yet. Long Zhong answered from the clouds where thunder roared. Yes. Xianqi nodded and didn't ask anymore. It was a pity that Garuda and Azura hadn't woken up yet. Leave Yin Xiao to me. The rest will be yours. Today, we'll defeat the Stone Race army completely. Xianqi calmed himself down and looked forward coldly. Okay. Dragon answered in the sky. He flapped his wings and flew toward the Stone Race army. In front of the Stone Race army, Yin Xiao clenched his right hand. Suddenly, a strange light shone. A stone halberd appeared. It was mottled with blood, ancient and powerful. The Stone Race's divine weapon, the sky-breaking halberd, reappeared after hundreds of years. Yin Xiao spun the halberd. Instantly, the wind howled and the ground shook. The stone halberd broke the sky and slashed toward the group of 8. Your opponent is me. As he spoke, a purple demonic shadow appeared in front of Yin Xiao. An ancient sword appeared, burning the world. Seeing this, Yin Xiao turned the stone halberd around and faced the incoming person. The divine sword and the stone halberd collided. Wind and fire clashed. In an instant, a deafening sound of collision rang out. Between the two of them, the power of the king's realm expanded violently and spread out in all directions. The world's #1 sword and the Stone Clan's #1 saint protector were exchanging blows for the first time. Sword chi and halberd light swept out in all directions. In close combat, danger was everywhere. Both of them possessed the ability to stand on the top. Their moves were majestic and unrestrained, destroying mountains and splitting peaks in the blink of an eye. This was an incomparable battle that shook the heavens and the earth. Around the two of them, the earth was constantly collapsing. In front of the army of 10,000, no one dared to take half a step closer. The world's #1 sword is indeed worthy of its reputation, Yin Xiao said, looking at the fourth heavenly demon prince in front of him. The first saint protector of the Stone Clan is no ordinary person. Xuanqi steadied himself. His sword turned and the sky-burning flame rushed into the sky. Just as the two kings were fighting, thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens. The 8 dragons flew toward the Stone Clan's army. Their terrifying kings might spread out, and the atmosphere of the entire battlefield became oppressive. In front of the Stone Clan's army, the two Stone Clan's saint protectors saw this and their expressions darkened. They stepped forward and jumped into the clouds. In the next moment, the violent fluctuations of the battle resounded through the 9 heavens. The two kings' realm saint protectors worked together to fight the Dragon Clan. Their heavy punches and fierce palms could topple mountains and overturn seas. Roar! The dragon roared in the 9 heavens. The 8 dragons showed their unparalleled power. The dragon claw slammed down, and the space within 10,000 miles collapsed. The dragon might attack. The 2 Kings' Realm Saint Protectors worked together to block the attack. They shook violently, and cracks spread out around them. They couldn't bear the destructive power. Ugh! With a muffled groan, the 2 fell straight from the sky and crashed onto the ground with a thud. The sudden change shocked the 100,000 Stone Clan's army. No one expected the 2 Saint Protectors to be defeated so quickly. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, lightning tore through the sky and crashed onto the ground, swallowing the 2 Kings' Realm Saint Protectors. The King's Realm Saint Protectors were killed. This shocking scene was beyond everyone's imagination. It also completely destroyed the defense line in the hearts of the Stone Clan's army. Kill! In the middle of the 2 armies, Xian Qi's eyes narrowed. He forced the opponent in front of him back with a sword and ordered directly. Under his order, the Sky Demon army behind him immediately moved out. The demonic qi that covered the sky made people feel fear deep in their hearts. In the battle, Yin Xiao looked back, and his expression changed slightly. Not good. Not daring to continue fighting, Yin Xiao took a step forward and flashed backwards. Dragon! Xian Qi said in a low voice. Stop him. The Dragon Clan nodded. Dragon claws reached out from the clouds and grabbed at the Stone Clan's first Saint Protector. Go away! Yin Zhao's expression darkened. The sky-breaking divine halberd met the dragon might head-on with a boom. Boom! At this moment, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Countless bolts of lightning tore through the sky and struck the Stone Clan's first Saint Protector below. Yin Zhao's expression darkened. The divine halberd spun rapidly and protected his body. Rumbling thunder and lightning engulfed the battlefield. The ground in all directions collapsed and sank down 100 zhang. Today, no one will be able to leave. Xian Qi walked into the battle step by step and said indifferently, The best sword in the world actually needs to join hands with others. Yin Xiao said with a mocking expression. Dragon is only responsible for not letting you escape. Why would I need to join hands with others to deal with you? Xian Qi replied calmly. The sword intent around him rose again. This time, it was even stronger than before. The battle between the 2 began again. At this moment, the 2 armies officially clashed. The 2 armies collided like a flood of molten iron, and the world changed color. Xian Qi glanced at the 2 armies and immediately withdrew his mind. The war had begun. With the Dragon Clan overseeing it, there would be no more accident. Now, what he needed to do was to completely destroy the Stone Clan's first Saint Protector. Ha! With a long shout, sword intent kept rising around Xian Qi. The unparalleled ability caused the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens to resonate. The wind and clouds turned into swords and descended from the sky. Yin Xiao focused. He felt the change in the aura around the celestial demon prince in front of him. He did not dare to be careless. His left hand slashed the tip of the halberd. Blood splashed and dyed the stone halberd red. The man and the halberd breathed together as if they had become one. Yin Zhao's skin gradually petrified. It was like an indestructible armor attached to his body. Idiot! Xian Qi snorted coldly. His sword moved and his body moved. With a slash, the sword of wind and cloud broke through the air and slashed toward the Stone Clan's first Saint Protector. Yin Xiao waved his halberd to block the divine sword. The sword and halberd clashed again. After devouring the king's blood, the divine halberd's ferocity was even more shocking. It actually showed signs of suppressing the burning heart sword. The moment the divine weapons clashed, the sword of wind and cloud fell. Clanging sounds kept coming out. Yin Zhao's petrified skin forcibly blocked the sword qi. He was not injured at all. The best sword in the world, is this all you can do? Yin Xiao mocked coldly. When he got close, his heavy fist condensed into essence and blasted toward Yin Zhao's heart. You can't measure my ability. Qian-Chi formed a sword with his fingers and blocked the fist energy with a boom. He stepped forward again, and sword chi swept out like a storm, swallowing the person in front of him. Useless move! Yin Xiao shouted. Strange light rose around him. His petrified skin blocked the thousands of swords. The endless clashing sounds shook the world. In the battle, Qian-Chi narrowed his eyes and listened carefully to the sound of each sword hitting Yin Xiao's body. Found it. There were thousands of sword sounds, each different. Suddenly, Qian-Chi's eyes shone brightly. He stepped forward and his body advanced again. One sword was so graceful that it tore open the sky. In an instant, the divine sword pierced through the air and pierced toward Yin Xiao's chest. Clang! The ear-piercing clashing sounds came out. The unbreakable sword and the indestructible shield clashed. In a shocking scene, the demon sword Burning Heart broke through the stone skin and pierced into Yin Xiao's chest. Ugh! With a muffled groan, Yin Xiao retreated several steps. Blood kept flowing from his chest. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be? How did he find the flaw? In the battle, 2 saint protectors had died and Yin Xiao was severely injured. The Stone Clan was completely in danger. Behind them, the 2 armies were fighting. Blood dyed the sky red. Figures fell from the sky one after another and crashed onto the ground. The 8 troop dragons attacked. Their sharp claws pierced through the sky and blood dyed thousands of miles. It was an irreversible defeat. In the blink of an eye, half of the Stone Clan's army of 100,000 had been lost. It was extremely tragic. At the same time, in the north of the primitive demon area, in the heavenly demon camp, Ning Chun sat quietly in his tent. His eyes looked to the south. A beam of light flashed through. He wondered how the situation was over there. The suggestion he gave to the 2 demon emperors was not nonsense. Firstly, it was for the next plan. Secondly, it was to test the 2 demon emperors. The Stone Clan and the Scale Clan were ranked the lowest among the 5 royal families. They were also the easiest to deal with. If the heavenly demon royal family wanted to have the right to speak in the next negotiation, they had to establish their power. Therefore, defeating a royal family was something they had to do. He purposely did not mention the Scale Clan or the Stone Clan. Instead, he mentioned these 2 clans so that the 2 demon emperors could choose for themselves. Judging from the current situation, Qian-Chi, the best swordsman in the world, was guarding the southeast. The Stone Clan could not do anything. On the other hand, the 2 armies were in a stalemate in the south. The situation was more tense. Considering only these 2 battlefields, defeating the Scale Clan was undoubtedly the better choice. In this way, the heavenly demon royal family had the complete advantage in the south and southeast. In addition, the number 1 palm master in the world was guarding the east. 3 out of the 5 battlefields were in danger. However, he would not be surprised if the 2 demon emperors gave up on the Scale Clan. From the beginning to the end, he had never believed in this race. If the 2 demon emperors made this choice, it would further confirm his guess. Outside the tent, Gandharv of the 8 tribes, who looked like a young girl, was guarding there. She was ordered to protect the 13th prince, and had not left for a moment. There was no sound in the silent tent. It was as if no one was inside. However, Gandharv knew that the 13th prince was inside and had never left. When the sun was about to set, a figure in plain clothes stepped out of the tent. She looked into the distance and narrowed her eyes. Calculating the time, the result should be out. What would the 2 demon emperors of the heavenly demon ancestral land choose? Besides, how many of the 8 tribes were still alive? With Gandharv's strength, how would she rank among them? Chapter 1150. In the southeastern battlefield of the primordial demon region, the Stone Tribe was defeated. The 8 tribes' dragons attacked, and the 2 saint protectors of the Stone Tribe were defeated. The most important battle was between Qian-Chi and Yin Xiao. The 2 peerless kings clashed fiercely. After 100 moves, the victor was decided. The demon sword that pierced through his chest burned his body. The indestructible protection was broken, and the first saint protector of the stone tribe was heavily injured. Impossible! Yin Xiao retreated several steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. How did he find it? The sword's sound is different from the others. You've lost this battle. Xianqi pulled out his sword, condensed yuan in his left palm, and slammed it into Yin Xiao's chest. Ugh! Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. Yin Xiao flew hundreds of zhang away, crashing into the ground. Xianqi's figure slowly descended from the sky. The demon sword in his hand didn't stop because of the outcome. Against such an opponent, he would not show mercy. This was also a form of disrespect to the opponent in front of him. The best ending for a defeated general was to be buried on the battlefield. Xianqi raised the demon sword in his hand. Demonic qi surged, and the life-reaping sword slashed down mercilessly. Impudent! At this moment, a terrifying and shocking voice came from the sky. An incomparably shocking pressure spread from the distance. The entire battlefield changed color. This is? Xianqi and Dragon were both shocked. They looked into the distance, their faces filled with shock. Stone Emperor! The sudden change caused the air pressure on the battlefield to drop rapidly. Everyone's movements became incomparably difficult. It was as if the space of the entire world had frozen. Stone Emperor, an emperor who stood at the pinnacle of the world, descended majestically. The sky changed color, and dark clouds covered the sky. The rumbling sound reverberated through the entire southeastern territory. The emperor's Tao was about to appear. Boom! A palm from beyond the sky arrived. Its power was earth-shattering. It was unparalleled. Below, Xianqi's expression froze. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared 1,000 zhang away, dodging the emperor's palm. Above the sky, the emperor's figure slowly descended. Multicolored light spread out from his body, dazzling. He was an existence that surpassed the world. As the Stone Emperor descended into the world, a general from the Stone Tribe's army rushed down and carried the heavily injured first Saint Protector away. The Stone Emperor stood alone in front of the army of 10,000 soldiers. His peerlessly powerful imperial might spread out, and those who were slightly weaker immediately exploded and died. Heavenly Demon 8, number 1 swordsman in the world. Come, let this emperor witness your abilities, the Stone Emperor said calmly as he looked at the two people before him. Emperor of the Stone Clan, this is the Devil region. You have overstepped your boundaries. Xianqi regained his composure and responded. He didn't show any fear because of the arrival of the sovereign from the Stone Tribe. In this world, there is no place that I cannot go. Are you ready? This emperor is about to officially begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Stone slowly raised his right hand. In an instant, a strange light shone brightly. Clouds rose up in the sky, and for the first time, an Emperor Stone cultivator appeared. Dragon, stand down. Facing such a strong enemy, Mysterious Qi said calmly. The demon sword in his hand was filled with demon flames. The sword of Burning Heart was fully released. The flame of Burning Heart was ignited by the wind, the clouds, and everything in the world. The Stone Emperor looked at the demon flames around him. His expression didn't change. The strange light around him became more and more dazzling, suppressing the flame of Burning Heart. When the demon flames and the imperial might clashed, Mysterious Qi moved at an extremely fast speed. It was difficult to see with the naked eye. His will moved, and his sword moved. The famous ancient sword once again had the power to move the world. Boom! The demon sword shook the imperial might. 3 inches in front of the Stone Emperor, the demon sword was blocked. It couldn't move even half a step forward. On the demon sword, the flame of Burning Heart surged violently attacking the Emperor's protective vital energy. However, the imperial might couldn't be resisted. The demon sword couldn't move half an inch. Those who haven't become emperors are all ants. Your sword can only be defeated and killed. The Stone Emperor clenched his right hand and his imperial might shook. In front of him, Mysterious Qi was attacked and was immediately sent flying. 100 feet away, Mysterious Qi stopped. The hand holding the sword was bleeding, and the demon's sword was dyed red. Emperor's stones are indeed very strong. Mysterious Qi's eyes were filled with determination. However, my sword can cut through all obstacles. It is the same for Emperor stones. As he spoke, Mysterious Qi held the sword in front of him. His left hand slashed the blade, and blood flowed out, dyeing the demon's sword red. Heavenly Demon 7 Transformations, Royal Sky Dome. With a shout, the demonic Qi around Mysterious Qi surged. Demonic Qi soared into the sky. His cultivation was at the peak of the King realm, and his terrifying demonic might shook the world. When pushed to the limit, a heavenly demon appeared. Its 70,000 feet tall body stood between heaven and earth. Terrifying demonic might shook the world, and gods cried and ghosts howled. Oh! The Stone Emperor was surprised. Now there was something to see. This fourth heavenly demon prince's strength was infinitely close to Xianzhuo's. Again, facing the imperial might, Mysterious Qi's eyes were filled with endless battle intent. He took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared. The demon's sword pierced through the sky, and flames rose again. Between heaven and earth, black sword light filled the air. It was beyond the pinnacle of the sword. The Stone Emperor's eyes narrowed. He flipped his right palm, and with an unshakable might, he met the king's demon sword. Rumbling sounds shook the sky and earth. The two's moves collided, and a terrifying impact spread out rapidly. The void of the entire battlefield collapsed, turning into nothingness. This was a battle that shook the world. Every move of the two brought about endless destructive power. With them as the center, heaven and earth continued to collapse, and it quickly spread out in all directions. The battlefield between the two races became a forbidden area. The aftershocks shook, and soldiers of both races were constantly affected, and their bodies exploded. The peerless king's shocking sword didn't hold back even when facing the Stone Emperor. Every move of his shook the world. Extraordinary swordsman. After exchanging more than 10 moves, the Stone Emperor's expression became serious. He raised his hand to block the sword, and his right hand clenched into a fist, punching toward the former. The move was simple and direct. The power of the fist that could shatter stars was aimed at the king's chest. At this critical moment, the demon behind Mysterious Qi roared toward the sky and punched down to meet the Emperor's fist. Boom! A shocking tremor sounded, and the 1,000-foot demon collapsed. Demonic Qi scattered in all directions, forming a terrifying storm. Mysterious Qi groaned, and the corners of his mouth turned red. Under the Emperor's might, he was injured again. Sunset Heavenly Conquest. Exceeding his limit, Mysterious Qi used all his strength to raise his move. Overflowing demonic flames rose in all directions, and a sword illuminated the world alone. This was a move that had never appeared before, and its power was boundless. Wherever the sword light passed, all techniques withered. It was difficult to withstand this shocking destructive power. When the Stone Emperor saw this, his expression became serious. Strange light shone from his body, and the Emperor's Tao appeared, forming a protective barrier that blocked his surroundings. At this moment, the destructive sword light broke through the air and collided with the Emperor's Tao. Extreme Tao and Emperor's Tao collided. Rumbling sounds rang out, and the violent impact spread out rapidly. The battle became even more intense. A pool of blood splashed out, dyeing his clothes red. Mysterious Qi was forced back several steps, and he was heavily injured again. At the same time, the Emperor's Tao around the Stone Emperor collapsed, and the aftershocks attacked the Emperor. The Stone Emperor frowned and waved his right hand, dispersing the aftershocks. He looked at the heavenly demon fourth prince in front of him, his eyes full of killing intent. This person couldn't be left alive. Otherwise, he might become another Xianzhuo. Thinking of this, the Stone Emperor no longer hesitated. he shouted, and his terrifying emperor's Tao rose rapidly. Stone blue light rose and filled the entire battlefield. The emperor's Tao suppressed mysterious qi, and he felt his body sink. His true qi was suppressed. "You're not bad, so I can't leave you alive." As he spoke, the stone emperor moved for the first time. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the sword emperor. The sky-shattering fist was fatal, and its power was shocking and unparalleled. Mysterious qi held his sword in front of him, but he felt a terrifying power and was immediately sent flying. Boom, 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 boom. 10 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles. The king's body crashed into one small mountain after another, creating a huge wave of dust. Clang! 500 miles away, mysterious qi stopped his retreat. He stabbed the demon's sword into the ground and forcibly stabilized himself. Blood spurted out and dyed the ground red. Mysterious qi staggered, and his eyes were filled with fatigue. The Emperor realm was really on a different level from the King realm. In the void, the Stone Emperor walked forward step by step. He seemed unhurried, but in just a breath, he arrived in front of the King realm again. The Emperor's Tao rose again. It was dazzling. The Stone Emperor raised his hand and attacked. Bang! At this moment, an illusory figure walked out between the two. 7 divine suns circled around him, and his powerful Tao was no weaker than the Stone Emperor's. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor appeared and blocked the Stone Emperor's attack. The clash of Emperor realms caused gods and ghosts to wail. Shockwaves spread out, and the surrounding hills were instantly flattened. Stone Emperor, how about we stop fighting? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the Stone Emperor and asked calmly. The Stone Emperor's face fell. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor, he had arrived so quickly. The battle has already been decided. There's no point in continuing. Why don't we stop fighting and reduce the casualties? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said indifferently. The Stone Emperor looked at the 4th Heavenly Demon Prince behind the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor and clenched his fists. It was a pity that he couldn't kill this person. Retreat. After a while, the Stone Emperor withdrew his thoughts and ordered. With this order, the battle stopped. The remaining Stone Emperor's army immediately retreated to the southeast. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor, today's matter won't end so easily. The Stone Emperor said coldly. He didn't say anything else. His body turned illusory and gradually faded away. Anytime, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor replied coldly. He turned around and walked to Xian Qi's side. He helped him up and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." Xian Qi wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. His eyes flickered as he looked in the direction the Stone Emperor had left. Today's battle was very meaningful. He wouldn't be in such a sorry state the next time he faced an Emperor realm expert. "Fourth brother, what about your sword?" The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the cracked sword in Xian Qi's hand and asked with a frown. Xian Qi shook his head gently and said, "It's fine. I can just go back and reforge it." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded with a serious look in his eyes. Fortunately, the person guarding this area was the 4th Heavenly Demon Prince. Otherwise, any expert below the Emperor realm wouldn't have been able to hold off the Stone Emperor for so long. Now that the battle had been decided, the Stone Emperor's army had suffered heavy losses. Of the 6 saints, 3 were dead and 1 was injured. They wouldn't be able to cause any more trouble. His heavenly demon clan had already established their dominance. Now it was time to see how the 13th brother was doing. In the northern part of the primeval demon domain, in the heavenly demon army's camp, Ning Chunjing was standing in front of his tent. At this moment, the demon emperor token at his waist shone brightly, and the Emperor appeared. Chapter 1151. Demonic aura surged in the heavenly demon camp in the northern battlefield of the primordial demon realm. A small world appeared silently and brought knowing destiny into it. Inside the illusionary small world, Ning Chen bowed respectfully to the heavenly demon emperor in front of him. 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor. There's no need to be so courteous. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the 9 Serenity's disciple and said seriously, "The Stone Tribe has been defeated in the southeastern battlefield. It's up to you now." The Stone Tribe? Ning Chen squinted slightly. The heavenly demon emperor had chosen the Stone Tribe. What? Is there a problem? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor asked calmly. No. Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I'm just a little surprised." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor asked in a strange tone, "Why are you surprised? I thought the Demon Emperor would choose to deal with the Scaled Tribe first. After all, the unrivaled swordsman is guarding the southeastern battlefield. The Stone Tribe won't be a threat to us," Ning Chen said respectfully. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's eyes glittered when he heard this. He explained, "The Scaled Tribe is known to have the best defense in the world. They're very good at defense and not easy to deal with. In comparison, it's much easier to defeat the Stone Tribe. I'm only choosing the Stone Tribe to buy time." "I'm impressed by your wisdom, Demon Emperor." Ning Chen bowed again with a cold grin. He might be able to fool others with his word. He had experienced too many battles in his life. He knew better than anyone what was important. It was true that the Scaled Tribe was good at defense. But if the heavenly demon Imperial Tribe gathered their forces and defeated them, the benefits would be much greater than defeating the Stone Tribe. "I've tried my best to fight for the situation you want. I hope you won't disappoint me," the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said seriously. "I'll do my best to bring peace to our tribe," Ning Chen said respectfully. "I'll be waiting for your good news." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the person in front of him in silence. After a while, he said calmly and disappeared. After the Emperor left, the illusionary small world immediately fell apart. The surroundings quickly returned to normal. Ning Chen stood in front of the tent and looked at the army of the Sorcerer Tribe in the north with a serious expression. It was his turn. "Gandharv, bring me my ruler's robe." Soon, Ning Chen withdrew his thoughts and walked into the tent. Outside the tent, the graceful Gandharv waved her hand and took out her royal robe and scepter. She also stepped into the tent behind her. 15 minutes later, Ning Chen walked out of the tent, dressed in dark green royal robes. He held the royal scepter in his hand and walked towards the north step by step. The cold wind whistled, and the bells on the king's scepter jingled. It was like a wish for peace, echoing throughout the northern battlefield. In the Shaman tribe's camp, the tents of 100,000 soldiers stretched for hundreds of miles. Among them, 12 luxurious tents were connected to each other and were exceptionally eye-catching. The 12 shaman empresses, who stood at the peak of the shaman tribe's power, oversaw the army and awed the heavenly fiend tribe. Suddenly, the bells of the king's scepter rang loudly. In the wizard tribe's camp, the 10 witch empresses heard the bells ringing from afar and immediately walked out of their tents. "It's the bell of the royal scepter of the Sky Devil royal family." Among the 10 shaman queens, the Red Snow Shaman Queen could tell where the ringing came from. The royal scepter bell? Beside him, the dark moon witch empress in a black dress frowned and said, "The king's scepter has always been bestowed to the envoys of the Celestial Devil Imperial family. Could it be that the Celestial Devil Imperial family wants to negotiate? I'm not sure." The Red Snow Shaman Queen shook her head and said, "Let's wait for the envoy's arrival." The 9 witch empresses nodded. No matter what, the envoys would not be killed in a war. The ringing of the king's scepter had the same meaning. The envoys would come out openly and not do shady things. Not long after, knowing destiny, dressed in dark green royal robes, walked over from outside the wizard tribe's camp. With every step he took, the bells on the king's scepter would ring. They were crisp and pleasing to the ear, attracting attention. It was him, the 13th prince of the Sky Devil royal family. Seeing him, the 10 witch empresses of the wizard tribe had a strange look in their eyes. They had all heard of the 13th prince's relationship with Emperor Go. However, on the battlefield, their standpoints were different. They would not care about any personal grudges. Outside the wizard tribe's camp, the soldiers of the wizard tribe looked nervous. They raised their spears and blocked the incoming envoy. The envoy of the Sky Devil royal family requests to see the 12 shaman empresses. Ning Chen looked at the soldiers of the wizard tribe blocking his way and said calmly. In front of the camp, the soldiers of the wizard tribe looked at each other in shock. The envoy of the Sky Devil royal family? What did the Sky Devil royal family want to talk about at this time? The soldiers stood in front of the envoy. No one stepped back. Without the Witch Empress order, they would never let anyone in. The envoy of the Sky Devil royal family requests to see the 12 shaman empresses. Ning Chen looked ahead and said again. His calm voice could be heard clearly even from far away in the shaman tribe's camp. In front of the commander's tent, the 10 witch empresses looked at the young figure in the distance. After a long time, the Dark Moon Witch Empress said calmly, "Let him in." After the Dark Moon Witch Empress gave the order, the soldiers of the wizard tribe put away their spears and made way for the envoy. "Thank you," Ning Chen said calmly. He held the king's scepter and walked toward the wizard tribe's camp. In the wizard tribe's camp, the patrolling soldiers of the wizard tribe walked past one after another. The arrival of the envoy of the Sky Devil royal family made the patrolling soldiers even more nervous. Under the scorching sun, the saber light and sword shadows were cold and glaring. Ning Chen walked among them without any change in expression. In front of the commander's tent, the 10 witch empresses looked at the envoy with a strange look in their eyes. Putting aside the standpoints of the two tribes, the 13th prince of the royal family was truly courageous. He entered the enemy's camp alone without any soldiers or guards. Even a general who had been on the battlefield for many years might not be able to be so calm, let alone a crown prince. Greetings to the 10 witch empresses. In front of the wizard tribe's commander's tent, Ning Chen bowed politely. 13th prince, we meet again. The Red Snow Witch Empress looked at the person in front of her and said calmly. The Red Snow Witch Empress sword is still fresh in my memory. Ning Chen looked up at the red-clothed woman and said calmly. There's no need for pleasantries. May I know why the 13th prince has come to our wizard tribe's camp? The Red Snow Witch Empress asked coldly. Peace talk. Ning Chen said seriously. When the 10 witch empresses heard what he said, they were all astonished. Was this 13th prince crazy? If the 5 royal families worked together to kill the demons, it was the best chance to destroy the heavenly devil royal family. Peace talk was impossible. Witch empresses, I've been traveling for a long time. Can I come in for a cup of tea? Ning Chen looked at the 10 marquises with different styles and asked with a smile. Your Highness, please. The Dark Moon Witch Empress nodded slightly and stepped aside to let Ning Chen in. Thank you. Ning Chen answered softly and walked into the commander's tent. The 10 witch empresses looked at each other and walked into the tent together without saying anything. Just as Ning Chen entered the wizard tribe's camp, a King Realm expert who looked like a young girl walked out from the void in the distance. She had a voluptuous body with ribbons fluttering around her. She was beautiful and powerful. Gandharv, who was responsible for Ning Chen's safety, looked at the wizard tribe's camp in the distance. She gathered her vital energy and was ready to attack at any time. The 2 demon emperors gave her the task of monitoring and protecting the 13th prince. The 13th prince was the direct disciple of the 9 Serenities demon emperor and had an extraordinary status. Even the 2 demon emperors did not dare to punish him easily. In the wizard tribe's camp, the 10 witch empresses sat on the main seats in the commander's tent. Ning Chen sat down below. A woman came forward to serve him tea and then left silently. Ning Chen picked up the tea and took a sip. He looked impressed and said, The wizard tribe's tea is indeed worthy of its reputation. If your highness likes it, I can ask your highness to bring some back. The Dark Moon Witch Empress said calmly, But before that, your highness, let's talk business first. Ning Chen put down the teacup and looked at the 10 witch empresses. He smiled and said, I just said that I'm here to negotiate peace with the wizard tribe on behalf of the heavenly devil royal family. I hope the 10 witch empresses can seriously consider it. Your Highness, do you still think it's necessary to negotiate peace? The Dark Moon Witch Empress said indifferently, Since the wizard tribe has chosen to send troops, it's impossible for us to negotiate peace. We can't agree to your Highness' request. Negotiation? We'll only know the result after the negotiation. The wizard tribe can state your conditions. If our tribe can fulfill them, we won't reject them, Ning Chen said seriously. We're very touched by your Highness' sincerity, but it's impossible for us to negotiate peace. Please return, your Highness, the Dark Moon Witch Empress rejected immediately. Report. At this moment, an anxious voice came from outside the commander's tent. In the next moment, a woman appeared and took the secret report from the witch guard in front of her. She walked into the commander's tent and presented the secret report to the 10 witch empresses. The Dark Moon Witch Empress took the secret report. After reading it, her expression changed. Beside her, the Red Snow Witch Empress asked in confusion, What's the matter? The Dark Moon Witch Empress handed the secret report over and said in a low voice, Take a look for yourselves. The Red Snow Witch Empress took the secret report in confusion. She glanced at it and her expression changed. The Stone Tribe was defeated. How could it be so fast? On the seat below, Ning Chen looked at the 2 witch empresses' changing expressions and said with a smile, It seems like the witch empresses already know about the Stone Tribe's defeat. I wonder if the witch empresses can calm down and talk about peace. The secret report from the southeast battlefield was passed around among the 10 witch empresses. The details of the Stone Tribe's defeat were written in it. The strength of the number 1 sword in the world and the celestial devil dragon tribe was like a dark cloud that hung over the 10 witch empresses' hearts. The Stone Tribe's defeat meant that the celestial devil imperial family had the spare energy to deploy troops from the southeast battlefield to support the other 4 battles. The 4 royal families might still have the upper hand in the 4 battlefields, but it wasn't that obvious. Once the celestial devil imperial family could deploy troops from other battlefields, the situation would be reversed immediately. The Stone Tribe has been defeated. In the east, the 3rd prince of the celestial devil imperial family is holding the fort. The divine capital mountain can't advance even half a step. Now, only the western sacred region and the 10 witch empresses are holding the fort in the north. It's still a threat to the celestial devil imperial family. However, it's not impossible for our tribe to reverse this insignificant disadvantage. Ning Chen's smile turned colder and colder. He continued, Witch empresses, I really don't want the Stone Tribe's ending to happen to the Witch tribe. After all, I owe Senior Go Huang a favor. I know the principle of repaying a favor. Chapter 1152. In the camp of the Sorcerer tribe in the northern battlefield of the primeval demon region, Knowing Destiny, who was wearing a dark blue royal robe, was sent out as an envoy. The bell of the royal staff rang across the battlefield. The 10 sorcerer queens heard about the Sure tribe's defeat, and the atmosphere immediately changed. In the commander's tent, Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold after showing his sincerity. His tone was threatening. The Sure tribe had been defeated, and the Sky Devil Imperial family had the absolute advantage in the east. The Sky Devil Imperial family was only temporarily suppressed in the north and the west. As for the Scaled tribe in the south, Ning Chen didn't mention it. No one knew if he did it on purpose or if he had forgotten about it. Coercion and temptation were different depending on the situation. Ning Chen's attitude changed drastically after he heard the news of the Sure tribe's defeat, which dealt a heavy blow to the 10 sorcerer queens' uneasiness. At the same time, in the ancestral land of the Sky Devil in the primeval demon region, 2 terrifying figures were floating. The space in front of them shook, revealing the scene of the peace talks. This disciple of 9 serenities is indeed the best candidate for an envoy. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor nodded and praised. In terms of wisdom and eloquence, few disciples of the royal family are better than him. If he works for the royal family wholeheartedly, he might be a great help to Xianzhen in the future, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly. It's difficult. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor sighed softly and said, because of Xianyu, the 13th Prince and Xianzhen are like fire and water. It's almost impossible to ask him to assist Xianzhen. Nothing is absolute, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly, 13th brother isn't willing to lower his head because Xianzhen is just a prince of the royal family like him. If Xianzhen inherits the royal family one day, 13th brother will have no choice but to lower his head. I hope so. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor nodded and looked at the sky in front of him. The 13th prince was as tolerant as any crown prince. If he could make peace with the sorcerer tribe, he would gain a firm foothold in the royal family. While the 2 demon emperors were focused on the battlefield in the north, Xian Ke walked out of the 9th prince's residence in the 3 royal city. He glanced at the 3rd prince's residence and pondered for a long time, then walked out of the city. The 13th prince had said something before he left. The 1st crown prince had the upper hand in the current situation. If the 3rd crown prince couldn't get out of confinement, the throne of the royal family's throne would be lost. Such a situation was definitely not what he wanted to see. At the very least, the 3rd prince must not fall before he had the confidence to contend with the 2 of them. In the east of the primordial devil region, a streak of flowing light sped past. Its speed was getting faster and faster as it rushed towards the far east. After traveling for an unknown period of time, they crossed the central and eastern continent. The towering sky peak, which reached into the clouds, appeared in front of them. Xian Ke stopped and looked at the majestic mountain peaks in front of him with shock. Even though he had heard of it before, seeing it with his own eyes still left him shocked. Your subject, Xian Ke, greets the 1st Demon Emperor. After a short moment, Xian Ke returned to his senses, knelt down, and bowed respectfully towards Heaven Pillar Peak. This place was extremely quiet. There was no response. Xian Ke knelt in front of Heaven Raising Peak and waited for several hours. What is it? At the place where the sun was about to set, a majestic voice sounded in the distance. It sounded a bit tired. Apparently, even the celestial demonic emperor did not have it easy for him to lift up the 9 heavens with his physical body. Demon Emperor! Xian Ke bowed again and said respectfully, 3rd royal brother has been wronged. He has been imprisoned in the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's residence for several months. I couldn't bear to see him suffer, so I boldly came to report. The 1st Demon Emperor's tone sank when he heard this. He said, What did Xian Qing do? Slaughtering the royal family. Xian Ke told the 1st Demon Emperor about what happened in the 3rd royal city a few months ago in detail. He said in a deep voice, Demon Emperor, 3rd royal brother was obviously framed. He shouldn't have suffered like this. Stand up and reply. The 1st Demon Emperor's voice came from the front. Thank you, Demon Emperor. Xian Ke stood up and said respectfully. What do you think about this? The 1st Kuan Demon Emperor asked. Demon Emperor, I dare not say, Xian Ke bowed and replied. You are not guilty. Just say it, the 1st Demon Emperor said calmly. Demon Emperor, based on the current results, 3rd royal brother was obviously framed, Xian Ke said in a deep voice. Xian Ke said in a low voice, As for who schemed against him, we only need to see who is the biggest beneficiary. Xian Ke didn't finish his sentence and didn't dare to. Where is 13th brother now? The 1st Demon Emperor asked calmly. Demon Emperor, 13th brother just returned from the western battlefield and was sent to the northern battlefield. He stayed there for less than half a month, Xian Ke replied. They are really anxious, the 1st Demon Emperor said coldly. Demon Emperor Kuan Yi's tone was cold. The 13th prince had formed an alliance with Xian Qing and was thus implicated. If that was the case, it was clear who was the one who plotted against Xian Qing. Demon Emperor, what I don't understand is why First Royal Brother was also sent to the Western battlefield. Isn't it better for him to stay in the royal city? Xian Ke asked. Redeem himself by doing good deeds, the first Demon Emperor said coldly. Xian Qing fought back and Xianzhen was also grounded. If you want to let Xianzhen off the hook, killing enemies on the battlefield is the best way. This is just a temporary measure. The Western Sacred Region is very powerful. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to First Royal Brother? Xian Ke was confused. Humph. The first Demon Emperor sneered. What do you know? The Western Sacred Region can't compare to the royal family. Xianzhen won't be in any danger. Xian Ke squinted and said, Demon Emperor, is there a way to get out of this situation? The first Demon Emperor was silent. After a long time, he said, Go to a place and ask someone to come out. It's my idea. Xian Ke frowned. Ask someone? Was there anyone else who could save the third prince except for the first Demon Emperor? Demon Emperor, who is this person? Xian Ke asked respectfully. Azura, one of the 8, the first Demon Emperor said. Just as the situation in the Third Royal City changed again, in the Sorcerer Tribe's camp in the northern battlefield, the Knowing Destiny State and the 10 Sorcerer Empresses were confronting each other. Sorcerer Empresses, what do you think? Ning Chen looked at the 10 Shaman Empresses in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face again. He said, War will only bring disaster to the 2 races. If the Shaman tribe can accept peace talks, the Shaman tribe can name the terms. I think that this concession can fully show the sincerity of our tribe for peace talk. Is this what the 7 luminaries and 8 desolations want? The Dark Moon Witch Empress looked at the 13th prince of the Sky Demon tribe and asked. The 2 demon emperors want peace, so my words represent the 2 demon emperors, Ning Chen said with a smile. I have a question. I hope your highness can answer it, the Red Snow Witch Empress said. Please, Ning Chen said. That day was the person following you from the 8 Gandharv? The Red Snow Witch Empress asked. That's right. Ning Chen nodded and said, In the news from the southeast battlefield, there was another person from the 8. I think the Sorcerer Empresses already know. The 10 Sorcerer Empresses' faces darkened. 8 Dragon. Tian, Dragon, Yaksha, Gandharv, Garuda, Janara, Azura, Maharaga. Ning Chen looked at the 10 people in front of him and said calmly, Among the 8, Dragon and Gandharv aren't the strongest. I think the Sorcerer Empresses know that the strongest Azura and Tian haven't made a move yet. I advise the Sorcerer Empresses that negotiating now is the best choice for the Sorcerer tribe. Once the Demon Emperors lose their patience, the consequences are not what the Sorcerer Empresses want to see. After hearing the former's words, the Dark Moon Witch Empress and the Red Snow Witch Empress expressions darkened. The fact that the group of 8 was still alive was out of everyone's expectations. They had never expected that they had still underestimated the Heavenly Devil Clan's strength. We will seriously consider your highness' words. After pondering for a long time, the Dark Moon Witch Empress gathered her thoughts and looked at Ning Chen. She said seriously, Within 10 days, our tribe will give your highness an answer. Ning Chen stood up and bowed politely. Then I will wait for the good news from the Sorcerer Empresses. Farewell. With that, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer. He walked out of the tent with his scepter. Looking at his back, the Dark Moon Witch Empress expression turned serious. She said, Red Snow, contact Emperor Go immediately. The Red Snow Witch Empress nodded and formed a seal with her hands. Instantly, golden light rose in the commander's tent. An indescribable pressure rose and shook the world. Outside the Sorcerer tribe's camp, Ning Chen felt a powerful aura coming from behind him. He stopped and looked back, the corners of his mouth curling up. Emperor Go, can you still sit still? In the void, Gandharv, who looked like a young girl, descended from the sky and stood quietly beside Ning Chen. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the young girl beside him. Let's go. Let's go back. The two of them walked forward. The bell of the scepter echoed in the world and gradually faded away. Behind them, in the sorcerer tribe's camp, an imperial aura rose. Emperor Go appeared in front of the 10 sorcerer empresses. Greetings, Emperor Go. The 10 sorcerer empresses bowed and greeted him respectfully. What happened? In the commander's tent, Emperor Go looked at the 10 of them and asked. Emperor Go, there's a change in the war. The dark moon witch empress looked at Emperor Go's illusory clone in front of her and said solemnly, the 8 Gandharv and dragon have appeared one after another. The Shur clan has been defeated. In the current situation, the 5 royal families no longer have the upper hand. Just now, the 13th Prince of the Sky Devil royal family came to negotiate on behalf of the Sky Devil clan. I dare not make the decision without permission, so I asked Emperor Go to make the decision personally. The 13th Prince? Emperor Go heard and narrowed his eyes. He's the envoy sent by the Sky Devil royal family? That's right. The Dark Moon Witch Empress nodded. He's the disciple of the 9 Serenities demonic emperor. I've only heard of him before, but now that I've met him, he's really a dragon among men. His wisdom and courage are beyond comparison. Emperor Go nodded and said, since the Sky Devil clan is sincere in negotiating, let's stop the war for now. No. The Red Snow Witch Empress said sternly, the Sky Devil royal family has wild ambitions. The peace talks are definitely just a delaying tactic. Once they catch their breath, the 5 royal families will definitely be defeated one by one. Emperor Go, please reconsider. I understand, Emperor Go said calmly. Therefore, I'm only proposing a temporary ceasefire. Dark Moon, meet the 13th Prince 7 days later to discuss the peace talks in detail. Chapter 1153. In the northern part of the demon region, 2 armies faced each other in the sky. Their banners swayed in the wind, blocking out the sun. In front of the wizard race's army, 10 wizard empresses stood in the air. Their different postures attracted the attention of the world. In the middle of the 10 wizard empresses, the 2 wizard empresses, An Yu and Hong Shui, stared at the heavenly devil army in front of them, waiting for the person who should come. Not long after, a young man dressed in dark green royal robes strode over from the distance. He held a royal staff in his hand, and every step he took was steady. The sound of a golden bell rang out across the battlefield, reaching the ears of everyone present. He's here. Seeing the person who came, the Dark Moon Witch Empress' expression turned serious, and she descended from the sky. Beside her, the Red Snow Witch Empress followed her and walked toward the temporary pavilion between the 2 armies. 200,000 soldiers were watching. This was the first official peace talk between the 2 races. In front of the 2 armies, the commanders were on standby, ready to deal with any sudden changes. In the isolated pavilion between the 2 armies, the 2 wizard empresses, An Yu and Hong Shui, arrived. Soon, the bell stopped ringing, and the 13th prince appeared and walked toward the pavilion. Sorry to keep you waiting, wizard empresses. Ning Chen entered the pavilion and greeted them politely. The 2 wizard empresses returned the greeting. The Dark Moon Witch Empress looked at the young man and said, Your Highness, let's sit down and talk. Okay. Ning Chen nodded and leaned his scepter on the stone table. He smiled and said, It's my honor to sit here and talk with the 2 wizard empresses about the peace talk. Same here, the Dark Moon Witch Empress replied softly. The Dark Moon Witch Empress replied softly. The Witch Tribe Emperor is very touched by the Crown Prince's sincerity in negotiating, so he decided to negotiate for peace despite the objections of the masses. I hope that today's result will not disappoint my Emperor. Definitely. Ning Chen smiled and said, The 2 demon emperors of my race hope for peace and can't bear to see the people in the world suffer. My heavenly devil clan will try our best to meet the 2 wizard empresses' demands. No matter what the outcome is, can you make the decision? The red snow witch empress asked solemnly. Of course. Ning Chen waved his hand and took out the 7 luminaries demon emperor token. He said calmly, "This is the evidence. The 2 wizard empresses can rest assured." Demon emperor token? The dark moon witch empress narrowed her eyes. "Since your highness has the demon emperor token, the peace talk between the wizard and demon race." "Please speak," Ning Chen said politely. "We can agree to temporarily withdraw our troops, but the Heavenly Devil Imperial family must promise to never invade our shaman tribe's territory." The Dark Moon Witch Empress stated her first condition with a serious expression. "Of course," Ning Chen replied softly, "my clan loves peace. If it weren't for the 5 great imperial clans initiating a war, my Heavenly Devil clan wouldn't have been forced to retaliate. The second condition is that the Heavenly Devil Imperial family must hand over the cultivation method of the Heavenly Devil 9 transformations," the Dark Moon Witch Empress said in a deep voice. When Ning Chen heard this, he frowned and said, "The 9 heavenly demon transformations can only be cultivated by the Heavenly Demon tribe. Even if the Sorcerer tribe obtains this technique, it will be useless. There's no need for your highness to worry about this. Also, the 9 heavenly demon transformations mentioned by our tribe doesn't just include the first 7 transformations that all members of the royal family can cultivate. It also includes the 8th transformation that the 2 demon monarchs have comprehended." Ning Chen frowned once more and revealed a contemplative expression. He didn't agree hastily. The Dark Moon Witch Empress and the Red Snow Witch Empress didn't urge him either. They waited quietly. The 9 heavenly demon transformations was the Heavenly Devil Imperial family's greatest trump card. If they wanted to fight against the Heavenly Devil Imperial family, they had to obtain this technique. Strange. What is that old hag of the Sorcerer tribe planning? At this moment, in the Heavenly Devil ancestral land in the primordial demon region, 2 peerless demon monarchs stood quietly. They were surrounded by demon aura that sealed off the aura of time. In front of the 2 demon monarchs, the sky changed and displayed the scene of the peace talks in the north. "We can't figure out the Sorcerer tribe's goal for now. The rest of the 8 will need time to wake up. Let's get 13th brother to agree first and stabilize the situation in the north," the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. "All right." The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded. This was the only way now. In the pavilion between the 2 armies in the northern battlefield, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's voice sounded in Ning Chen's ears. He said calmly, "Agree to their terms." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. A moment later, his expression returned to normal. He looked at the 2 demon monarchs in front of him and said, "My tribe agrees to your terms." On the opposite side, the 2 demon monarchs, An Yu and Hong Shui, exchanged glances. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It was Emperor Go who proposed the terms. They thought the Celestial Devil Imperial family would not agree to it. At least, they would not agree so quickly. Negotiations had always been about asking for sky-high prices and negotiating on the spot. They were not used to seeing the Celestial Devil Imperial family agree so easily. "Do the 2 demon monarchs have any other terms? Please state them all." Ning Chen looked at the 2 and said calmly. The peace talks between the 2 tribes proceeded in an orderly manner. In front of the 2 armies, the 8 demon monarchs and the 5th prince of the Heavenly Devil Imperial family, Xian Kong, were all looking forward, waiting for the final result. The peace talks were unbelievable. Not only the demon monarchs, but even the 5th prince of the Sorcerer tribe, Xian Kong, found it hard to believe. Between the army of heavenly demons and the pavilion, an extraordinarily beautiful girl stood alone in the world. She stood there quietly and did not speak much. She did not converse with anyone. However, even Xian Kong did not dare to slight the girl standing in the air. The Heavenly Devil 8 had a high status in the Imperials. They were directly ordered by the 3 demon monarchs. Apart from them, no one else could order them around. In the pavilion, the 3 of them sat facing each other. They had different standpoints, but their words and actions would decide the fate of the two tribes. The third, just as the two tribes were negotiating, Xian Ke, who had returned from the easternmost land to the east of the heavenly devil ancestral land, was heading south. He was heading to the place where Azura was sleeping, as mentioned by the first demon Emperor Kuan. The Devil Abyss Death Realm was a barren forbidden land. Xian Ke stopped in his tracks and looked at the lifeless land in front of him with a grave expression. Within 100 miles, it was difficult for beasts to travel. Birds had their wings broken. Any living being that passed by would have their life force sucked dry and turn into white bones. The sinister Azura field was an eternal death realm. Xian Ke stood in front of the death realm for a long time, not daring to take half a step forward. He had heard of the Devil Abyss Death Realm before, but he did not know that it was the place where Azura of the 8 tribes was sleeping. Azura's strength was famous in the ancient times. He was once a terrifying expert known as the God of War. Even the leader of the 8 tribes, Tianzhong, did not dare to say that he could suppress this devil clan's God of War. Azura, the first demon Emperor Kuan, has ordered you to save the third prince. There must be no mistakes. Xian Ke raised his hand, and an illusory black token appeared. Demonic chi surged, and the pressure was shocking. Under the imperial order, the Devil Abyss Death Realm was still silent. There was no sound. Azura, now that the 5 sovereign tribes have joined forces to attack my primordial devil region, the Devil Clan is on the decline. We need your strength. Xian Ke looked forward and said with a grave expression, "Wake up, Azura." As soon as he said that, the black token's demonic chi surged, and it spread rapidly, filling every corner of the Devil Abyss Death Realm. Azura! The Emperor's voice resounded, reverberating between heaven and earth. It was majestic and cold, like the voice of a deity. No human emotions could be heard from it. "Wake up, Azura, my clan's God of War." The Emperor's voice resounded again, shaking heaven and earth. At this moment, heaven and earth changed. In the Devil Abyss Death Realm, the earth shook violently. A pressure that had never been seen before rose rapidly. It was powerful, heavy, and shocking. Deep underground, a pair of cold eyes slowly opened. In an instant, 2 beams of divine light pierced through the earth and shot into the 9 heavens. There was an unparalleled tremor. The God of War was about to wake up, and heaven and earth trembled. Outside the Devil Abyss Death Realm, Xian Ke's body kept shaking. It was difficult for him to stand firm in this violent demonic chi. Was this the pressure of the Devil Clan's God of War? Xian Ke was shocked. Compared to the pressure that the 3 demon emperors gave him, Azura's pressure seemed to be more substantial. It was like a stormy sea, making him feel small. Boom! In the earth-shattering demonic chi, the earth cracked open. In the black light that shot into the sky, a figure surrounded by demonic chi appeared. The terrifying aura shook, and the earth within 100 miles collapsed. Azura, the God of War. Outside the Devil Abyss Death Realm, Xian Ke was pushed back a few steps. He barely managed to stabilize himself. He looked at the terrifying expert in the black light pillar and murmured softly. The God of War had appeared. Instantly, all the experts in the primordial devil region felt it and looked toward the Devil Abyss Death Realm. This is? On the eastern battlefield, the 3rd prince of the celestial demon region, the #1 palm of the world, looked back and narrowed his eyes. Azura! He had woken up so quickly. Azura? On the southeastern battlefield, Xian Qi also felt the powerful aura in the distance. A strange look flashed across his eyes. It was strange that Azura had woken up at this time. Could it be that there were changes in the battles of the other 4 sides? On the western battlefield, in front of the Sacred Region army, 6 King Realm experts in golden armor stood quietly. They looked to the east with solemn expressions. What a powerful aura! When did such a terrifying expert appear in the celestial demon royal family? On the northern battlefield, where the 2 armies faced each other, the peace talks between the two races had reached the final stage. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and looked to the southeast. This is? What a terrifying aura! In front of the celestial demon army, the fifth Prince Xian Kong turned around and looked serious. This aura belonged to Azura. In the pavilion between the two armies, Ning Chen calmed himself down. His eyes were even colder. The seed that was planted would bear fruit sooner or later. This aura was not far from the third imperial city. He hoped that the imperial city would become lively again. To which empresses, is there anything else that you would like to add on other than the conditions that we agreed on? Ning Chen restrained the coldness in his eyes and looked at the two of them as he spoke. The two witch empresses and Yu and Hong Shui's eyes turned gloomy. Indeed, one wave after another. According to the pressure of this aura presence, the celestial devil imperial race had another formidable expert. The following war would be even more difficult. In the devil abyss death realm, the god of war, Azura, had appeared. He walked forward step by step. Space rippled under his feet and spread to hundreds of miles away. What is it? Azura looked at the imperial bloodline in front of him and said indifferently. In front of the death realm, Xian Ke recovered from his shock and said, First Demon Emperor Kun ordered Azura, the god of war, to return to the imperial city and save Prince Xian Qing. Chapter 1154. Azura, the war god of demons, had awakened in the demonic origin death realm. His shocking aura attracted everyone's attention. Black armor, black hair, and demonic chi swirling around him. Every step he took shook the void violently, unable to withstand the war god's aura. Outside the death realm, Xian Ke ordered the war god of demons to save the third prince of heavenly demons. Let's go. When Azura heard this, he looked towards the distant third imperial city and spoke calmly. Then, he strode forward. Xian Ke followed him and headed toward the third imperial city. When Azura woke up, the 7 luminaries demon emperor and the 8 desolation demon emperor sensed it in the depths of the heavenly demon ancestral land. Why would Azura wake up at this time? Dark clouds loomed over the third imperial city. Thunder and lightning filled the sky above the imperial city. The war god of demons had returned to the imperial city after so many years. Inside the imperial city, the heavenly demon experts sensed the terrifying aura descending from the sky. They were all stunned. What a terrifying power! Is it him? Xian Mo looked up at the sky with a dark expression. The war god Azura was a peerless expert that had once shaken the 100 races. Boom! Lightning pierced through the sky and lit up the dark world. A black figure descended from the sky amidst the raging demonic chi. His aura was so powerful that no one dared to resist. The third prince's residence was separated by many demonic barriers. Xian Qing could vaguely sense the changes in the sky. He walked out of his residence and looked at the sky. Is this the place? Azura looked at the third prince's residence that was sealed by the 7 luminaries demon emperor's aura. He raised his right hand and demonic light rose rapidly. Azura! At this moment, demonic chi gathered in the sky. A figure with an equally terrifying aura walked out and blocked his path. He said coldly, What are you doing? I'm here on the orders of the demon emperor to bring the third prince out. Azura said calmly. The demonic light on his right hand became even more dazzling. The energy gathered like a divine sun. No one dared to look at it directly. Xian Qing is still a suspect for harming his own kind. You can't let him go so easily. The 7 luminaries demon emperor's expression turned cold. His royal aura spread out. He was an unparalleled supreme existence, blocking the war god of demons. Then, I'm sorry. The sovereign blocked the path, but there was no fear on the Azura's face. The black demonic aura around his body soared into the clouds. It had the power to shake the heavens and the earth, shocking even gods and ghosts. The 7 brilliance demon emperor's eyes flickered with astonishment. He said calmly, Do you really think you can surpass the supreme ruler of the demon race? If you don't try, how would you know it's impossible? Behind Azura, the 70,000-foot-tall demon body rose from the ground, and its terrifying power strengthened the war god's might of the demon race. Insubordination is unforgivable. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression turned even colder. Divine suns rose around him with imperious demonic aura, suppressing the aura of the divine god of battle. In the sky above the third prince's residence, the two's auras collided violently. Heaven and earth were split in half, and in a few breaths of time, the entire void seemed to split from the middle into two. In the distance, Xian Kei's expression darkened as he looked at the two people confronting each other in the sky. The Azura was so powerful that he was almost on par with the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor. The war god of the demon race truly lived up to his name. In the ninth underworld king's manor, the moment the war god descended, demonic chi surged as an illusory figure appeared. It slowly rose into the air and gazed at the battle that was about to begin. Sensing the aura of the ninth underworld king's manor that appeared out of nowhere, Azura glanced at it with a strange look. At the same time, the eighth Desolation Demon Emperor appeared in the sky above the heavenly demon ancestral land. He stared ahead and observed quietly. The battle between the demon emperor and the war god should be the fairest one, and they couldn't interfere. In the sky above the third prince's manor, the emperor and the war god were confronting each other, neither giving way. The power of the small worlds clashed with each other, and the void collapsed as if doomsday had arrived. Behind Azura, the demon image roared at the sky, and violent energy surged. In an instant, an ancient divine weapon appeared. The god-slaying demonic weapon appeared out of nowhere, and it shone brightly. Azura reached out his hand, and the god-slaying demonic weapon appeared in his hand. The black divine spear shone with a terrifying aura. The war god took a step forward, and the war god's figure disappeared instantly. In front of the emperor, Azura appeared. The god-slaying demonic weapon pierced through the sky, and all things disappeared. With a rumble, the emperor and the war god officially clashed. The terrifying energy spread out, and the entire primordial demon realm began to shake. In the distance, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor and the 9 Underworld Demon Emperor saw this and yelled. Their royal aura spread out and protected the demon realm. In the sky, in the aftermath of the clash, Azura condensed his essence in his left hand, and his palm turned into an indestructible sharp blade. He slashed down again. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor raised his hand, and a divine sun rose, blocking the war god's attack. At this point, their cultivation had returned to their original state. Their every move was simple, but it had the power to destroy the world. The war god of the demon race lives up to his reputation. After exchanging a few moves, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor raised his hands to the sky, and 2 divine suns rose rapidly. His terrifying demonic aura reached the peak again. The power of the Emperor's Tao was limitless. Endless energy gathered from all directions and entered the divine suns. Azura narrowed his eyes, and the god-slaying demonic weapon in his hand was activated. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky to enhance the power of the demonic weapon. In the dark small world, the 2 demonic shadows clashed again. A terrifying explosion rang out, and violent waves swept across the sky, shaking the sun. In the 3 imperial cities, the cultivators looked at the sky with fear in their eyes. Was this a battle between emperors? It was indeed terrifying. It was as if a little bit of energy could wipe out the entire world. Overrunning the world, absolute beginning kill. When the battle reached the peak, Azura used his ultimate move. Azura condensed his essence with his spinning spear, and the wind and clouds changed. Black chi surged wildly and gathered on the tip of the god-slaying spear. The ultimate move destroyed the void. Time and space around the god-slaying demonic weapon disappeared, completely erased by this terrifying power. The power of Azura attracted the attention of the world. In the next moment, the god-slaying spear pierced through the sky and slashed at the Emperor in front of him again. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor didn't dare to be careless in the face of the war god's ultimate move. 4 suns appeared at the same time, and a heat wave that could burn the sky and boil the sea spread rapidly, turning the sky above the 3 imperial cities into a fiery hell. It was a terrifying scene. Thousands of creatures were terrified. They held their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground. In the fiery sun hell, Azura yelled. Demonic blood dyed the god-slaying demonic weapon, reaching the peak again. The destructive power was shocking. In the fiery sun hell, a black stream of light flashed past, breaking through the obstacles and crashing into the 4 demonic suns. With a loud bang, the small world collapsed under the violent impact. Violent demonic power spread rapidly in all directions. In the battle, 2 figures stood in the void. Their demonic power was unbearable to the mortal world. Drip. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell from the sky and landed on the mortal world, dyeing the ground red. Azura's left hand was bleeding. It was the first time he was injured since the battle started. The invincible Emperor was still unshakable. Even the war god was no exception. Azura, back off now, and I can let bygones be bygones. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the war god in front of him, and said coldly, I can't. Azura replied coldly. He looked down at the 3rd prince's residence and frowned. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes. He flashed and stood between Azura and the 3rd prince's residence. We'll continue our battle later. Now I'm going to fulfill my promise. As he spoke, the demonic image appeared behind Azura again. Terrifying demonic power surged. Everything withered and dissipated. Sky-destroying spear. Azura raised his hand. Black divine spears appeared in the sky. The airflow flowed with shocking sharpness. In an instant, thousands of black divine spears pierced through the sky and swept toward the 3rd prince's residence below. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's face darkened. 5 suns burned the world to stop the divine spears falling from the sky. Rumbling sounds came one after another. Heaven and earth shook violently. The civilians in the 3rd prince's city were even more terrified. Suddenly, a black divine spear broke through the obstacles and crashed into the demonic chi barrier above the 3rd prince's residence. The demonic chi barrier around the 3rd prince's residence collapsed. The divine spear pierced through the sky and stabbed into the ground. The god-slaying power was unstoppable. A white-robed figure appeared in the rolling dust. Imperial aura surged around him and blocked the impact of the collision. As the dust settled, Xian Qing waved his hand and put away the demonic emperor badge. He looked at the 2 in the sky with a cold grin. He finally came out again. Greetings, 7th Imperial Uncle. Xian Qing bowed with a smile. In the sky, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the 3rd prince coldly. Azura descended from the sky and said calmly, Come, let's continue our battle. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor collected his thoughts. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes for the first time. The war god of the demonic tribe was too presumptuous. As the murderous intent rose, the 7 suns rose. All of a sudden, the greatest fear descended upon the world. 7 giant demonic suns appeared in the sky with boundless imperial aura. They were going to destroy the blasphemer. Azura narrowed his eyes. Black airflow surged out of his body. His Azura manifestation appeared to fight the emperor of the demonic tribe. Stop it! At this moment, 2 imperial figures appeared in the sky at the same time. They stood between the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor and Azura. 8 Desolations! Jiryo. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor and Azura looked at the people in front of them and said sternly, We can't continue the battle. Otherwise, not only the 3 imperial cities, but even the demonic realm will be destroyed by your power. The 8 Desolations Demon Emperor looked at the sky full of cracks and said, The 2's power was too strong. The laws of nature couldn't repair it quickly. If the battle continued, the whole world would collapse. Azura, you've achieved your goal. There's no need to fight anymore. Xianzhuo looked at the war god of the demonic tribe and said calmly. Azura fell silent. A moment later, he waved his hand and put away the god-slaying spear. He turned around and left. Seventh Imperial Brother, Azura must be following your orders. If that's the case, let's not pursue Xianqing's matter for now. The Eight Desolations Demon Emperor looked at the white-robed figure below and said indifferently. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded. He looked at the war god of the demonic tribe in the distance with a stern look. Azura's cultivation was even stronger than before. It seemed like the war god of the demonic tribe's strength hadn't decreased after hundreds of thousands of years of slumber. A few moments later, the three demon emperors left one after another in the sky and disappeared. Below, Xian Ke walked up to the third prince with a smile. He bowed respectfully and said, "Congratulations on regaining your freedom, Third Imperial Brother." Chapter 1155. In the primordial demon region, the third royal city, Azura the god of battle had returned. The world was shocked by the battle. Outside the third crown prince's residence, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor's demonic barrier was shattered. Xianqing walked out and regained his freedom after a few months. The Black Demon Emperor badge blocked the shockwaves of the battle. The third crown prince of the Sky Devil royal family appeared in front of the world again. The sunlight outside is so bright that I miss it. Xianqing looked at the destroyed buildings around him and smiled. He had come out again. This time, it was his turn to fight back. In the sky, Azura left. The three demon emperors also disappeared. They did not stay for long. In the distance, Xian Ke walked over and congratulated the third crown prince on regaining his freedom. Ninth brother. Xianqing looked at old Ninth in front of him. A moment later, he said, "Thank you." Third royal brother knows? Xian Ke asked with a surprised look. "I'm very familiar with father's aura. You have his aura on you, which means you went to the easternmost land to see him," Xianqing said with a smile. "It's what I should do," Xian Ke said softly. "Third royal brother has been wronged. I'm not strong enough to do anything, so I had to go to the easternmost land and ask the demon emperor for help. Azura, the god of battle of our race." Xianqing looked in the direction Azura had left and said calmly, "Old Ninth, I'll remember your kindness." Xian Ke curled his lips and bowed again. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Soon, the imperial city would be bustling with activity again. Old 13th, what would you think if you saw the scene today? Demonic chi descended from the sky in the Sky Devil ancestral land. The two demon emperors had returned. Their powerful auras shook the land within 10,000 miles. The god of battle of the demon race lives up to his name. The Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor withdrew his aura and said coldly, "My brother has awakened Azura to keep you and me in check. The Imperial City is going to experience a new storm," the Eight Desolation Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. "Now that Xianqing has regained his freedom, he will surely fight back with all his might. Xianzhen is currently at the western battlefield. He won't be able to free himself for the time being. This is going to be troublesome," said the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor coldly. "The Dragon Tribe has already gone to the western battlefield to help Xianzhen fend off the Holy Saint Realm's army. However, the Holy Saint Realm is the strongest of the 5 royal families. Even with the Dragon Tribe's help, they won't be able to defeat the Holy Saint Realm's army in a short time." The Eight Desolation Devil Emperor's face was gloomy. Without Xianzhen, no one can stop Xianqing. Now that Azura is helping Xianqing, the situation in the royal city might change again, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor analyzed calmly. "We can't let Xianqing do whatever he wants. We have to find someone to restrain him," the Eight Desolation Demon Emperor suggested. "What do you mean?" the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor asked with a frown. 13th brother. The Eight Desolation Demon Emperor said in a deep voice, The peace talks in the north have come to a conclusion. The mission of the 13th envoy has ended. Summon the 13th envoy back, and let him do his best to restrict Xian Qing's actions. The 13th brother has already formed an alliance with Xian Qing. I don't think it's appropriate to let him restrain Xian Qing, the Seven Brilliance Demon Emperor replied. There's no such thing as an unbreakable alliance in the world. As long as we offer great benefits, the 13th brother will know what to do with his intelligence, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor narrowed his eyes. A moment later, he nodded and said, I hope so. In the north, the peace talks had come to an end amidst the flames of war. The heavenly demons and the sorcerer tribe's army had temporarily retreated. The soldiers of the heavenly demon army in the north let out a sigh of relief after the rare temporary peace. The pressure they were under was greatly reduced. Ever since the war began, they had been at a disadvantage against the sorcerer tribe. The sorcerer tribe had sent all their forces to invade the south. They were almost unstoppable, especially the 12 sorcerer empresses. They were incredibly strong and difficult to fight against. Hopefully, the sorcerer tribe would withdraw their army after the peace talks and stop attacking. In front of the heavenly demon army's camp, a young man in plain clothes was standing quietly. After taking off his royal robe, he looked less noble and calmer. Your Highness! The patrolling soldiers all stopped and bowed respectfully when they passed by him. They knew that peace would not have come so quickly without the 13th prince. Ning Chen nodded in response. He looked in the direction of the 3 imperial cities with a serious look. He already knew that the strange presence in the heavenly demon imperial city belonged to Azura, the war god of demons. He did not expect the heavenly demon imperial family to be hiding such a terrifying power. 13th Prince, receive the imperial edict. At this moment, the space in the sky rippled. A messenger walked out and said. Seeing the messenger, Ning Chen squinted his eyes and bowed. It's an imperial edict from the demon emperor. The 13th prince has contributed to the peace talk. You will depart today and receive your title, the messenger said seriously. Yes, your highness. Ning Chen straightened his body and looked at the messenger in front of him. He asked in confusion, Lord Messenger, the peace talks have just ended. The sorcerer tribe has only retreated temporarily. Why are the 2 demon emperors in such a hurry to summon me back? I don't know what the demon emperors are thinking. Your Highness, please depart as soon as possible. The messenger reminded him. After thinking for a while, he continued, There is one thing that you will know soon. There is no harm in telling you now. Not long ago, the war god Azura woke up. He went against the orders of the 2 demon emperors and released the 3rd prince. I know that the 13th prince and the 3rd prince are friends. However, at this time, it is best to keep a low profile. Hearing the reminder, Ning Chen frowned slightly. He bowed politely and said, Thank you, Lord Messenger, for your reminder. I will take my leave. After the edict was delivered, the messenger did not stay any longer. His figure faded and disappeared into the void. Gandharv, let's go. After the messenger left, Ning Chen did not hesitate. He called out the white tiger and stood on its back. They went back to the city. Not far away, Gandharv walked over. She jumped up and followed immediately. On the land of the primitive demon territory, 2 flowing lights flew past one after the other. They were getting faster and faster. Soon, they disappeared. 2 days later, in front of the 3 emperors' palace, 2 unparalleled auras appeared out of nowhere. The demon emperors appeared again. In front of the 9,900 stone steps, a figure in plain clothes walked up and bowed respectfully. He said, Greetings, demon emperors. No need to be so polite. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said, 13. You represented the heavenly demon clan and negotiated peace with the sorcerer tribe. You have done well. The 8 Desolation and I have decided to reward you according to your contribution. What do you want? Ning Chen stood up and shook his head gently. It is my duty to be loyal to the royal family. I dare not ask for a reward. Those who have done well should be rewarded. 13. Don't think too much. Tell us what you want, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said seriously. Ning Chen fell silent. After a while, he said, I failed to break through to the mortal realm and lost my cultivation. I hope the Demon Emperor can help me recover my cultivation. Hearing the request, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded slightly. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Ning Chen in an instant. He raised his right hand and a vast amount of demon chi flowed into Ning Chen's body. Ning Chen suppressed his instinctive urge to resist and accepted the Emperor's might that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The demon chi entered his body and filled every inch of his meridians. However, to everyone's surprise, the demon chi that was as vast as an ocean was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor frowned. A few moments later, he returned to the palace with a flicker. There's something wrong with your body. You can't retain your strength. It's impossible for you to recover your cultivation for now, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said. Ning Chen was disappointed after hearing the Emperor's words. He said, Thank you, Demon Emperor. I understand. You can ask for other rewards. Even if you can't recover your cultivation, you still have the strength that others are envious of. There's no need to be too stubborn, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly. Ning Chen nodded. He looked at the 2 Demon Emperors and said, There's something I want to ask but I don't dare to. What is it? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly, Speak and I'll pardon you. The Imperial Taboo, the inheritance of the Phoenix tribe. Ning Chen straightened his face and said, If I may be so bold as to ask, is the inheritance of the Phoenix tribe in our tribe? The atmosphere in front of the 3 Emperors' palace immediately became tense. The auras of the 2 Demon Emperors skyrocketed and became as heavy as a mountain. Who told you about it? Was it Xianqing or Xiankei? The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said coldly. Ning Chen endured the terrifying pressure around him and said, I can't tell you. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression turned even colder. He said, 13. If you know it's a taboo, why are you still asking? Demon Emperor. Ning Chen bowed and said, I've lost my cultivation for a long time. The only way to improve my strength is to strengthen my body. Among the 100 tribes, our tribe, the Dragon tribe, and the Phoenix tribe have the strongest bodies. I'm only asking about the inheritance of the Phoenix tribe to improve my strength. I don't have any other intentions. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor's expression softened slightly after hearing Ning Chen's words. He said, The Phoenix tribe has been destroyed for a long time. Their inheritance is no longer with our tribe. Don't mention it again. Yes. Ning Chen replied respectfully. You may leave for now. I'll summon you again after I've discussed the reward with Bahuang. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said calmly after seeing the atmosphere had changed. It was inappropriate to mention keeping Xianqing in check for now. He vanished from the 3 Emperors' palace. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor left too. He glanced at the young man in front of him and disappeared without saying a word. Ning Chen rose to his feet and left after the 2 Demon Emperors left. He was now even more certain that the inheritance of the Phoenix tribe was in the Imperial Sky Demon tribe. The 2 Demon Emperors' attitude was too unusual. It was obvious that the Phoenix tribe was a taboo in their hearts. Xianqing, Xiankei, how are you going to endure the anger of the 2 Demon Emperors? In the deepest part of the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor and the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor opened their eyes with dark expressions. The inheritance of the Phoenix tribe had been leaked. As the Emperor of the Demon tribe, 9 Serenities would not take the initiative to talk about it. It was not difficult to guess where the 13th prince had heard about it. Xianqing or Xiankei. Azura had woken up in advance. Someone must have gone to the easternmost land and told the first Kunyi demon emperor about Xianqing. They had suspected Xianke because, among all the princes, only Xianke had disappeared for a period of time and no one knew where he was. Chapter 1156. Third Imperial City, 13th Crown Prince Palace. Ning Chen had returned. The once warm mansion was no longer there. After Xiu and Shiqing left, the Crown Prince Palace became empty. The laughter from before could no longer be heard. The collapsed Imperial Palace was rebuilt once again. However, the new Imperial Palace was so unfamiliar that one could not see a trace of its former self. Ning Chen walked in and looked at the furnishings in the palace. He was silent. "Your Highness, the 9th Prince requests to see you." At this moment, a guard walked in quickly from outside the king's hall and bowed respectfully. Ning Chen turned around and nodded. "Invite him in." "Yes." The guard took the order and left. Not long after, the 9th Prince appeared in front of the palace. He was wearing a beautiful robe and he could not hide the smug look on his face. Seeing him, Ning Chen walked out of the palace and bowed politely. "Greetings, 9th Royal Brother." "13th Brother, you are too polite." Xianke walked forward and helped him up. "You are now the Crown Prince. I can't accept your courtesy." Ning Chen stood up and looked at the 9th Prince. He said calmly, "Royal Brother, please come in." Xianke nodded and walked into the palace. Ning Chen followed behind and entered the palace. The slightly cold palace was beautifully decorated. Compared to the past, it was more noble. It was more in line with the extravagance a crown prince should have. "I came back in a hurry and did not have time to visit 9th Royal Brother. Instead, I made 9th Royal Brother come here personally. I am really ashamed." Ning Chen looked at the person in front of him and said apologetically, "13th Brother, you are too polite." Xianke smiled. 13th Brother rushed back because of the 2 demon emperors. "Naturally, you have to see the 2 demon emperors first. How is it? You have contributed to the peace talks with the sorcerer tribe. You should get a lot of rewards." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "It is my duty. I dare not ask for rewards. I came back this time to report. Maybe I will leave soon." Xianke's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this, and he said, "What? The war in the north has already calmed down, and there won't be much change in the other battlefields in a short period of time. Why does 13th Brother still want to leave?" Ning Chen sighed softly and said, "The current peace is probably just a temporary illusion. I have a feeling that this war won't end so soon." 13th Brother, perhaps you're overthinking things." Xianke frowned and said, "Based on the current situation, my heavenly demon clan has already begun to turn the tide of the battle. Apart from the western sacred region, who is still stubbornly resisting, the other 4 Imperials are no longer a concern." "Perhaps." Ning Chen replied softly and didn't continue on this topic. He looked outside the palace and said, "9th Brother, 3rd Brother regained his freedom. Was it you who did it?" Xianke narrowed his eyes and asked, "13th Brother, why do you say that?" "It's just a guess." Ning Chen gently smiled and said, "Don't spout nonsense like that." Xianke looked unhappy and said, "3rd Imperial Brother was saved by Azura. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand?" "Understood." Ning Chen nodded and said apologetically, "I spoke too much." Seeing the former admit his mistake, Xianke's expression softened slightly. He looked at the person in front of him and said, "13th Brother, you've been to the western battlefield and know the situation there better. When do you think 1st Imperial Brother will return?" "At least 3 months," Ning Chen said with a serious expression. Ning Chen said with a solemn expression, "The strength of the Western Sacred Realm is beyond imagination, especially the 6th Palace Master Shama and the 3rd Palace Master Luo Jia. Their battle prowess is astonishing. Unless the 2 demon emperors take action personally, the Western Sacred Realm will still be unstoppable in a short period of time." "The sacred region is that powerful?" Xian Ke said in disbelief. The dragon horde has already moved from the southeast battlefield to the west. Can't they change the situation there? It's very difficult, Ningchen said in a low voice. No matter how strong the dragon horde is, they can only restrain the third palace. Perhaps one of the sixth palace masters will still be at a disadvantage. Xian Ke was silent. He had miscalculated. He thought that Xian Qing had regained his freedom and that Xian Zhen would return soon. He didn't expect the situation in the western battlefield to be so tense. If Xian Zhen couldn't return, who would restrain Xian Qing? Him? Impossible. The difference in status and power was too great. Xian Ke looked up and saw the 13th prince. After a while, his eyes narrowed. Maybe the 13th prince could do it. The 13th prince was also the crown prince of the royal family. Although his foundation in the royal family was still shallow, the 13th prince's reputation in the royal family would definitely rise if the peace talks were successful. If he could gain the favor of the two demon emperors, he might be able to compete with Xian Qing. Thinking about this, Xian Ke's expression became serious. 13th brother, have you ever thought about what we should do after the third brother regains his freedom? 9th brother, why do you ask? Ning Chen was puzzled. 9th brother, you should know that I have a good relationship with the third brother. We should be happy that the third brother regains his freedom. 13th brother, you're thinking too simply. Times are different now. The situation has changed too much. Xian Ke's expression was serious. 13th brother, have you ever thought that when the third brother was grounded, not only did we not help him, but when the Western Holy Region invaded, you and the first brother worked together to fight against the Holy Region. The third brother must have doubts about these things. After all, there are no eternal allies in the world. There are only eternal interests. 9th brother, what do you mean? Ning Chen frowned. Will the third brother do anything to us? Not now. At least, before the third brother completely controls the situation in the royal family, he won't do that. Xian Ke said in a low voice. However, while we shouldn't have the heart to harm others, we should also have the heart to guard against them. We should make plans early. Ning Chen was silent. After thinking for a long time, he nodded. 9th brother, you're right. I was thinking too simply. It's good that you understand, 13th brother. Xian Ke said seriously. If the first brother doesn't come back in a short period of time, Xian Qing's power will recover quickly. It might even be stronger than before. Although we can't go against them openly, we should be able to control them secretly. Ning Chen nodded. He looked outside the palace and said, I thought that we could benefit from the infighting between the first prince and the third prince and do our best to strengthen ourselves. I didn't expect that today we still have to think about how to protect ourselves. The power is stronger than the person and the status is different. This is fate. We can only accept it. Xian Ke sighed. All right, I can't stay here for too long. If I deny it, it will arouse suspicion. I'll take my leave first. 9th brother, take care, Ning Chen said. Xian Ke nodded. Without saying anything more, he turned and walked out of the palace. In the palace, Ning Chen looked at Xian Ke's back as he left. His expression gradually turned cold. The human heart had many faces and was ever-changing. Xian Ke used Azura to release Xian Qing. It seemed smart, but it was extremely stupid. However, the current situation was still acceptable to him. After all, the sooner the royal family's power was exposed, the sooner he could come up with a countermeasure. Now that Gandharv, Azura, and the Dragon Horde had all awakened, the remaining 5 members of the 8 were probably not far away from awakening. How would the 4 royal families deal with the current situation? Deep inside the heavenly demon ancestral land, in front of the 2 floating demon emperors, a young girl half knelt on the ground with a respectful expression. Gandharv, you've been following 13th brother these days. Did he do anything suspicious? The 7 Brilliance demon emperor asked. I didn't find anything suspicious, Gandharv replied respectfully. 13th Prince has been doing his best since the battle against the 12 shamans to the peace talks with the shaman tribe. Demon Emperor, you should be able to tell that 13th Prince still has old injuries that haven't healed yet. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded slightly. After all, 13th Prince was from the human race. He still found it difficult to trust him. Judging from 13th Prince's behavior these days, he should be trustworthy. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said sternly, if he was up to something, he wouldn't have mentioned the inheritance of the Phoenix tribe in front of us yesterday. It's a taboo of the royal family. There's no need for him to take such a risk. After all, it won't do him any good. It might even infuriate us. Since you don't think there's anything wrong with him, it's decided then, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said seriously. Xianzhen won't be able to return anytime soon. Someone must keep Xianqing in check. 13th Prince has an extraordinary identity. He's indeed the best candidate. The 8 Desolation Demon Emperor nodded and said, Messenger. Yes, my lord. The messenger showed up and knelt in front of them. Pass down my order. 13th Prince Ningchen will be given the 9 Emperor Pearls. From today onward, he will be on equal footing with the 1st Prince and the 3rd Prince, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said in a deep voice. The messenger shuddered when he heard the words. A moment later, he collected his thoughts and lowered his head. Understood. The next moment, 9 Emperor Pearls shrouded in demonic aura appeared in the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor's hand and flew forward. The messenger raised his head and caught the 9 Emperor Pearls. He couldn't suppress the waves in his heart. The royal city was about to change. Although the 13th Prince had been crowned as the Crown Prince, everyone knew that he had no chance of inheriting the throne. First, it was because of his bloodline. The 13th Prince was a human. Even though he had the heavenly demon bloodline, his impure bloodline was the biggest obstacle preventing him from gaining a foothold. Another reason was that when the 13th Prince was crowned as the Crown Prince, he was missing something, the 9 Emperor Pearls. Nothing could replace the true token that represented the Crown Prince of the royal family. Back then, the first Kunyi Demon Emperor didn't give him the 9 Emperor Pearls. It was obvious that the 13th Prince was only the Crown Prince in name. He didn't have the right to inherit the throne. However, now that the 13th Prince was crowned with the 9 Emperor Pearls, everything was about to change. The messenger left with a heart full of waves. He quickly rushed to the 3 royal city. He knew very well that the royal city was about to shake. It was probably even more shocking than the awakening of Azura. In the 13th Prince's palace, Ningchen stood quietly in front of the imperial palace. He hadn't left his palace for an entire day. At this moment, demonic aura shrouded the sky above the 3 royal city. The messenger walked out and looked at the 13th Prince's palace. He said, 13th Prince, hear me. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire city was shocked. Everyone looked towards the horizon with puzzled expressions. What was going on? Chapter 1157. The messenger appeared in the sky above Sanhuang City. Demonic qi surged around him, and his demonic aura attracted everyone's attention. In the imperial city, everyone looked up at the sky, their faces filled with doubt. The demonic emperor has decreed that the 13th Prince is rewarded with the 9 King Pearl for his contribution in the peace talks. 9 black King Pearls flew out of the messenger's hand. Their demonic aura was no weaker than that of a King Realm cultivator. Thank you, demonic emperor. Ningchen took the 9 King Pearl and bowed respectfully in front of the 13th Prince's palace. Demonic qi surged around Ningchen as soon as the 9 King Pearl entered his body. The true origin that had disappeared for a long time reappeared. Ningchen sensed the demonic qi flowing quickly in his body. He knew that his cultivation hadn't recovered, but the 9 King Pearl could provide him with endless demonic qi. It was unbelievable. After the demonic emperor's decree, everyone in Sanhuang City, from the royal family to the commoners, was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The 9-king pearl. The 13th prince also had the 9-king pearl. Didn't that mean that the 13th prince would be on the same level as the 1st and 3rd princes in the future? Xian Ke, who was in the 9th prince's palace, looked at the messenger in the sky with a gloomy expression. The 13th prince had been given the 9-king pearl. What were the two demonic emperors thinking? At the same time, in the 3rd prince's palace, a crisp sound rang out. The wine cup in Xian Qing's hand shattered, and the wine spilled all over the ground. It was bloody and dazzling. Xian Qing clenched his fist. Looking at the blood dripping from his fingers, his expression turned colder and colder. He had been careless. From the moment the 13th prince entered Sanhuang City to when he was made the crown prince, he had never thought of the 13th prince as a threat. The reason was simple. It was because of the 13th prince's bloodline. In his opinion, the 3 demonic emperors would never allow a non-royal sky demon to inherit the throne. Moreover, the 13th prince was from the human race. It wasn't until he regained his freedom and the 13th prince returned from the peace talks that he realized that his thoughts were too simple. Today, the 13th prince had been given the 9-king pearl. From now on, the 13th prince would be on the same level as him. There would be no difference. Boom! In the faraway 13th prince's palace, a sword current soared into the sky. The sword pressure pervaded the air and was shockingly majestic. In the next moment, demonic might could be vaguely seen amidst the clashing sword chi. With the support of the 9 Emperor Pearl, black demonic chi rose and dyed the sky black. The change in the royal city attracted the attention of the battle god in the Devil Source Death Realm. He looked in the direction of the 3 royal cities with a strange expression. 9 King Pearl, there was a new crown prince in the royal family? Thinking of this, Azura's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. In the 3rd imperial city, sword currents soared into the sky, and the vigorous sword pressure continued to spread. The pressure was not inferior to the pressure of the king realm, which made everyone in the imperial city fearful. The most precious treasure of the royal family, the 9 King Pearl that symbolized the status of the royal family's crown prince, reappeared in the world. With the support of the royal family's might, the sword pressure was like a torrent, spreading to every corner of the royal city. Manifesting his astral soul, a crimson sword light soared up into the skies. The dazzling sword might shook the constellations, causing the entire world to tremble in shock. Demonic chi gathered in the 9 underworlds' palace. 9 underworlds walked out and gazed at the sky. A beam of light flashed past. The 9 King Pearl. Who would have thought that this day would come? Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one knew. He hoped that Ningchen could see it clearly. In the imperial city, the 9 Emperor Pearl showed its might. The demonic chi merged with the sword pressure, and its power rose rapidly. All the experts in the imperial city could feel it clearly. In the sky, black light swirled, and Azura walked out. He looked forward and squinted his eyes. Extraordinary sword cultivation. This young man should be the disciple of 9 underworlds. After seeing the descendant of 9 underworlds with his own eyes, Azura looked away, stepped out, and disappeared again. In the 9 underworlds palace, Azura appeared in front of the palace and walked in. In the palace, Xian Jiyo stood quietly and looked at the battle god of the demon clan in front of him. He said calmly, "You're here." "Your disciple is not bad," Azura said. "This is the evaluation he deserves." Xian Jiyo did not deny it and replied, "I haven't seen you for many years, but you haven't changed at all." Azura said indifferently, "Now that you have attained the imperial path, let's spar when we have time." "You are not my opponent because of the difference in cultivation level," Xian Jiyo said truthfully. "With your talent, as long as the opportunity comes, it won't be a problem for you to break the barrier of the imperial path. At that time, let's fight." "All right." Azura nodded. Right now, he was indeed not Xian Jiyo's opponent. It wasn't that he was afraid of the imperial path, but that there were also differences in the imperial path. Xianjiu was the one who stood at the top. It could be said that in this world, there was no one who could defeat the legendary expert of the demon clan. Even the first demon emperor could not do it. Boom! At this moment, in the sky above the 3 imperial city, a terrifying sword light broke through the sky and slashed towards the 13th Prince Palace. This world-shocking sword passed through time and space, slashing down from the distant southeastern territory. Its might was world-shocking and shook the world. This is... In the 9 Underworld's palace, Azura sensed it and turned to look at the sky with a serious expression. Xianqi. Xianjiu said calmly, "It seems that Ning Chen's sword has piqued his interest." "The best sword in the world," Azura said slowly. "It has been many years, and his sword has become even stronger." As the two were talking, the sword light broke through the sky above the 3 imperial city and slashed towards the Knowing Destiny state in the Crown Prince Palace. In the Crown Prince Palace, Ning Chen looked at the sword light in the sky and narrowed his eyes. He stepped forward and jumped up. "Ha!" With a loud shout, sword intent sword. Countless sword chi gathered from all directions with boundless might, shaking the heavens and the earth. The 9 imperial pearls spun rapidly, and demonic chi surged, madly increasing the power of the 10,000 swords. In an instant, the 10,000 swords gathered into one blood-red sword surrounded by demonic chi. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. It was difficult to withstand the sword's power. At the same time, the king's sword broke through the sky and collided with the blood-red sword light. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a shocking tremor rang out, and the sky above the 3 imperial city turned upside down. Berserk shockwaves spread out, destroying everything in their path. "Two stubborn people," Azura said indifferently. His figure flashed and appeared above the 9 Underworld's palace. He raised his hands, and a black light spread out, protecting the people of the 3 imperial city. In the southeast, Xianqi looked in the direction of the 3 imperial city. After that sword attack, he did not attack again. After all, the 9 Underworld's disciple was just a junior. He couldn't go too far. In the sky above the Crown Prince's palace in the 3 imperial city, a white-clothed figure stood in the sky. Demonic chi surged around him, and he was as still as a mountain. "Thank you for your guidance, 4th Imperial Uncle." Ning Chen looked towards the southeast, bowed and said respectfully. After bowing, Ning Chen straightened his body and returned to the king's palace without saying anything else. In the sky, the messenger's eyes flickered. After a long time, his figure faded and disappeared. The 13th prince was truly a dragon among men. In the past, when the 2 princes were at their prime, the 13th prince's brilliance was suppressed. Today, the 13th prince's brilliance was truly dazzling. In the 9 Underworld's palace, Azura and Xianjiu chatted for a while before returning to the demonic origin death realm. In the heavenly demon ancestral land, the messenger returned and half knelt down respectfully. "You've done well. You may leave." The 7 Brilliance demon emperor said indifferently. "Yes." The messenger accepted the order and left. In the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen stood in the palace and stared at the heavenly demon ancestral land in the distance. His eyes were calm like an abyss. It was not difficult to guess what the 2 demon emperors were up to. Since Azura had awakened and Xianqing had regained his freedom, they needed someone to keep him in check. Since Xianzhen could not return from the western battlefield, he was the best candidate. As a result, the alliance between him and Xianqing would collapse. He had to admit that the 2 demon emperors had made a brilliant move. They had completely blocked off his path of retreat and forced him to stand against the 3rd prince. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. It was not necessarily a bad thing for him. Ning Chen. At this moment, a demonic aura surged in the palace as an illusionary figure appeared out of nowhere with a strong royal aura. "Master." Ning Chen bowed respectfully when he saw the person. I'm here to remind you that what happened today might not be a good thing for you. You must be prepared, Xian Zhuyo said sternly to his disciple. Don't worry, master. I know what I'm doing. Ning Chen replied respectfully. The battle for the throne has always been cruel. I don't want to fight for it. However, I won't be afraid if others bully me. It's good that you understand. Xian Zhuyo replied and left the crown prince's palace. Ning Chen stood quietly in the palace. After some time, he walked out of the crown prince's palace. Now, it was time for him to go to the legendary heavenly demon ancestral land. In the depths of the heavenly demon ancestral land, two powerful figures stood in the air, looking ahead and waiting quietly. The 13th prince was smart. He knew what they were up to. Now, they were waiting for him to come. 2 hours later, a figure in plain clothes appeared in front of the heavenly demon ancestral land. His white hair fluttered in the wind. Ning Chen walked into the heavenly demon forbidden land without hesitation and walked towards the depths of the ancestral land. The heavenly demon forbidden land that had never appeared in front of the world was dead silent. The terrifying royal aura was like an ocean that could swallow people at any time. Greetings, demon emperors. Ning Chen stopped in the depths of the ancestral land and looked at the two illusionary figures in front of him and bowed respectfully. You may rise. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said, 13th Prince, Bahuang and I have given you the reward you wanted. Is there anything else you want? Demon Emperor, I'm satisfied with the 9 Emperor's pearl. I dare not ask for anything else, Ning Chen said respectfully. Very well. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor nodded and said, with the 9 Emperor's pearl, even if you lose your cultivation, you will still possess the strength of the Emperor realm. From now on, you must serve the heavenly demon royal tribe with all your heart. I won't let you down, Ning Chen said in a deep voice. Very well, I'll give you the first task. The 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor looked at the young man and said, when the 12th prince was assassinated, we couldn't find the culprit due to the lack of evidence. I'll give you the task. You must find the evidence and bring the culprit to justice by any means. Chapter 1158. Prince was given the 9 King Pearl, which shocked the whole world. Since the 7th prince died in the Dragon Emperor Mountain, the battle for the heavenly devil imperial family became a confrontation between the crown prince and the 3rd prince. No one thought that the 13th prince, who was not a direct descendant of the imperial family, would one day be qualified to inherit the throne and be on equal footing with the 2 crown princes. It was a big event that shocked the whole primeval demon region. Many forces that had been hiding saw the opportunity and were ready to make a move. They had missed the crown prince, the 3rd prince, and the 7th prince. Now that a new opportunity had appeared in front of them, they would not let it go in vain. Inji, go to the 13th prince palace. That crown prince needs to build his own force. The Insi Ghost Prison will give him this opportunity. In the north of the 3rd imperial city, in a bottomless abyss, ghost chi filled the air. A cold voice sounded, breaking the silence of 1,000 years. Yes. A pleasant female voice responded. A moment later, in the abyss, a woman in a gray dress rose and walked out of the Insi Ghost Prison. The woman was surrounded by Yin Qi. Her face was charming, but it was unusually pale. Tiny cracks were all over her body, making people shudder. Inji stood quietly in the void for a moment. Then her figure flashed and flew toward the heavenly devil imperial city. In the 3rd prince palace, 4 powerful figures in black were half kneeling in the palace. In front of them, Xian Qing in white stood quietly. His gentle face had become unusually cold. Your Highness, we can't hesitate any longer. We must eliminate the 13th prince as soon as possible. Dongxian Yuting, the leader of the 4 entrances, looked at the 3rd prince in front of him and bowed. Your Highness, please give the order. Beside Dongxian Yu, Beixin Yaoshua also bowed and asked the 3rd prince in front of her. Yu Ting, Yaoshua, do you know the crime of harming the crown prince of the imperial family? Xianqing looked at the 4 entrances in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Death by 1,000 cuts and the extermination of the 9 generations," Dongxian Yuting replied. "Do you know who is behind the 13th prince?" Xianqing's expression became more and more serious. "Xianzhuyo, the 4th demon emperor of the Heavenly Devil clan," Dongxian Yaoshua replied. "Since you all know it, how dare you say such disgraceful words?" Xianqing said coldly. The 2 of them lowered their heads and remained silent. "Your Highness, elder brother and Yaoshua are doing this for your Highness. They don't want to see anyone threaten your Highness' position." Nan Xianyang spoke with a solemn expression. Based on the current situation, the 2 devil emperors are clearly showing signs of supporting the 13th prince. Coupled with the fact that the 13th prince is the direct disciple of the 9th Hell Devil Emperor, if all 3 devil emperors stand on the 13th prince's side, then the threat he poses to your Highness is too great. "I understand." Xianqing's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "But now is not the time to attack. 13th prince is in the limelight. Anyone who attacks him at this time is equivalent to slapping the 2 demon emperors in the face. Let's wait for the time being. 13th prince is just a puppet supported by the 2 demon emperors to restrain me. He still has a long way to go if he wants to fight against me and Crown Prince." "Your Highness, do you want me to make a trip to the 13th Crown Prince's residence to see what his attitude is?" Bei Xian Yao Shui suggested. Xianqing frowned. After thinking for a while, he nodded gently and said, "It's good to make a trip there. After all, I haven't really turned against 13th Prince yet. Take this opportunity to sound him out and make a better plan in the future." "Yes, Your Highness." Bei Xian Yao Shui accepted the order respectfully. At the same time, the rumbling of carriages and horses came from all over the 3 imperial city. They all came to visit the 13th Prince of the Sky Devil Imperial family. In the 13th Crown Prince's residence, Ning Chun sat quietly in the imperial palace. His hair was tied up and his sword Qi was sharp and threatening. The sharpness that had been hidden in the past was now fully revealed. In the imperial city, guests from all over the place could feel the powerful sword Qi coming from the Crown Prince's residence. It was not inferior to the King Realm experts at all. The ghost chariot at the front was filled with Yin Qi, as if it was an emissary from hell. Wherever it passed, people would unconsciously make way for it. All the forces felt the powerful Qi coming from the ghost chariot in the distance. While they were shocked, they all chose to make way. The ghost chariot stopped in front of the 13th Crown Prince's residence. A beautiful woman walked out. Her face was charming, but there was no trace of blood. Her eyes were silver and gray, giving people a strange feeling. The descendant of the Yin-Si ghost prison had appeared for the first time. Her aura made people not dare to come close to her. In front of the Crown Prince's residence, the gate was wide open. All the guards were temporarily dismissed. The empty Crown Prince's residence opened its door to welcome all the guests. In the imperial palace opposite the gate, the 13th Crown Prince sat quietly with his hair tied up and a tall crown. The tea in his hand gave off a faint steam. Just sitting there was enough to shock the entire imperial city. Inji looked at the 13th Crown Prince in the imperial palace. Her silver eyes narrowed slightly. The 13th Crown Prince was too different from the rumors. His chi was sharp and his aura was threatening. He was like an unsheathed divine sword. No one dared to touch him. After a while, Inji walked into the Crown Prince's residence. Suddenly, leaves fell in the Crown Prince's residence. Seeing this, Inji stopped in her tracks. Her eyes flashed with vigilance. But at this moment, the fallen leaves that filled the sky lined up and transformed into sharp swords that pierced through the air. The sharpness of the swords was enough to drive one crazy. Inji frowned. She took a step and her body flickered. Her shadow flickered as she avoided the swords. The swords that brushed past her brought out ear-piercing sounds. Inji's figure was getting faster and faster. This was the first time she had seen such a strange movement technique. In the imperial palace, Ning Chen put down the teacup in his hand and waved his right hand. The clear tea turned into a water sword and flew out, slashing towards the descendant of the ghost prison. Among the layers of illusions, Inji focused. With a light shout, the Inchi around her gathered. Evil spirits roared and rushed out to block the water sword. With a loud bang, the water sword broke through the evil spirits. Dozens of evil spirits were slashed apart. The power of the sword did not decrease and continued to sweep forward. Inji raised her hand. Ghost chi flourished. Her flesh and blood body met the sword head-on. With a loud bang, the two strong forces collided. The water sword shattered and the water light scattered in all directions. It was so beautiful. Is this how the 13th Crown Prince welcomes guests? After the water light dissipated, Inji retracted her aura and looked at the young man in plain clothes in the imperial palace. In the imperial palace, Ning Chen stood up with a smile on his face. This crown prince has been rude. May I ask where you are from? In-sea Ghost Prison. Inji said calmly. Ning Chen was surprised. Demon Domain's ghost clan? In the primordial demon domain, there were a few foreign clans. Although they belonged to the heavenly demon clan, their true strength was not inferior to any of the royal clans. In-sea Ghost Prison was one of them. So your highness also knows about the ghost clan. It is my clan's honor. Inji said softly. The name of the ghost clan is known by the world. You are too humble. Ning Chen smiled. Honored guest, please excuse me for not going out to welcome you. Please come to the imperial palace for a chat. Thank you, your highness. Inji nodded and walked towards the imperial palace. Inside the imperial palace, Inji stopped and carefully observed the famous 13th Crown Prince in front of her. Compared to the 3rd Crown Prince and the 7th Crown Prince, the person in front of her was not outstanding. If she had to describe him, she could only say that he was handsome. However, the 13th Crown Prince's limelight now overshadowed all the other Crown Princes. First, he went west to resist the Sacred Region's army. Not long after returning to the Imperial Palace, he traveled thousands of miles to the northern battlefield to negotiate for peace while his injuries were still recovering. He solved a huge problem for the Heavenly Demon Clan. With such a contribution, he was bestowed with the Pearl of the 9 Kings. No one dared to question him. What was even more shocking was that after being bestowed with the Pearl of the 9 Kings, the 13th Crown Prince completely shone. The sword will that penetrated heaven and earth that day could be clearly felt from thousands of miles away. It was powerful and sharp. How is it? Is this Crown Prince worthy of the Ghost Clan's submission? Ning Chen asked with a smile as he looked at the flickering thoughts in the girl's eyes. Inji came back to her senses and looked at the Crown Prince with her silver-gray eyes. She said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, why do you think my clan will submit?" "It's simple." Ning Chen smiled and looked outside the palace. "I'm the Ghost Clan's only choice, but my choice doesn't have to be the Ghost Clan. Look at these experts that came from all over the world. Which one of them isn't a lord? Their choice all depends on what I say." Inji's expression sank when she heard this. She didn't say anything else and half knelt down. "Inji of the Ghost Clan greets your highness." Ning Chen's smile became brighter and brighter when he saw this. It was a bit sarcastic and cold. Power was truly a fascinating thing. "Get up," Ning Chen said. "Thank you, your highness." Inji got up and said respectfully, "Step aside first. More guests are coming." Ning Chen said calmly, "Yes." Inji took the order and stepped aside. At this moment, snowflakes fell outside the Crown Prince's palace. A girl in a white dress appeared. Her beautiful face was otherworldly and attracted everyone's attention. Beixian Yaoxue was the only female in the 4 profound entrances. Her strength was ranked in the top 2 and she was extremely powerful. In the imperial palace, Ning Chen looked at the girl in front of him, and a strange light flashed across his eyes. What a powerful woman! She was also a king plane cultivator. Since when did king plane cultivators become so worthless? Xian Yaoshua greets your highness. Xian Yaoshua stopped in front of the imperial palace and bowed respectfully. A member of the Xian royal family? Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. This girl was on the third prince's side. The Xian royal family had a blood relationship with the third prince's mother, and they had always expressed their support for the third prince. Behind Ning Chen, Yinji looked at Xian Yao Shui outside the hall with a cold glint in her eyes. The Xian royal family. This meant that they were enemies from now on. Feeling the hostility in front of her, Xian Yaoshua looked over and saw the unfamiliar girl in front of her. Her eyes narrowed. A member of the Ghost Clan. She didn't expect the Ghost Clan to join the fight for the throne. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yinji from the Yin-Si Ghost Prison. Ning Chen's lips curved up coldly. I think you two will meet often in the future. Chapter 1159. The three imperial cities were in turmoil. Carriages rumbled in front of the 13th prince's palace as forces from all over the world continued to arrive. The battle for the throne had been cruel for generations. However, the reward after the risk still made countless people scramble for it. The great inheritances that had missed the tripartite situation of the past finally seized the opportunity to provide timely assistance, hoping to gain a foothold in the battle for the throne in the future. The 13th prince's palace opened its doors and welcomed everyone. Groups of guests came in and out, looking forward to it and returning with satisfaction. Inside the palace, Yinji, who had witnessed the arrival of various forces, could not hide the shock in her eyes. Although she was mentally prepared, the truth was still hard to believe. In just one day, more than 10 forces had arrived and expressed their willingness to pledge their loyalty. How is it? Is there anything wrong with what this prince said? As the sun was setting, the last group of guests left. Ning Chen stood up and looked out of the palace and said calmly, "There is a famous saying in my hometown, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Today, all the forces that have come are looking forward to me inheriting the throne in the future. At that time, their timely assistance will become their chance to soar." Yinji was silent. She had come to the Yin-Si Ghost Prison with the same purpose. Although the 13th prince was the weakest among the three princes, in terms of background and potential, he was definitely not inferior to the other two princes. Once he succeeded in inheriting the throne in the future, the benefits that the Ghost Clan would receive would be limitless. Yinji. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the cold and charming woman in front of him. He smiled and said, "Sooner or later, you will know how wise your choice is today." Primeval Demon Domain, Western Battlefield, in front of the Heavenly Demon Camp. Xianzhen looked gloomy as he read the secret report sent from the three imperial cities. The 13th prince had indeed come to this day. Allowing the tiger to return to the mountain would eventually become a big problem. Behind him, 10th Princess Xian Yu walked over and said calmly, "First brother, you don't seem too happy. Is it because of 13th brother?" "10th sister, you think too much." Xianzhen calmed himself down and said, 13th brother has done well in the peace talks, so it's only natural for him to be given the 9-king pearl. As his elder brother, I'm happy for him." Xian Yu smiled and looked in the direction of the sanctuary's army. She said, "Eldest brother, what we should be thinking about now is how to deal with the sanctuary's attack. As for the imperial city, there are 3 demon emperors guarding it. There is no need for us to worry." When Xianzhen heard what Suimo had said, a cold light flashed across his eyes. His 13th brother receiving the 9-king pearl was such a joyous occasion. As his elder brother, he should express his gratitude. In the northern continent, snowflakes drifted down. Winter had arrived, and the entire northern continent was covered in snow. Everywhere was white. In the sorcerer race's holy land, on the ancient central altar, which Tian Xin stood quietly, gazing into the distance, divining the secrets of the heavens day and night. The 13th prince's request for peace was not part of her original plan. What she did not expect was that her master would actually agree. The Stone Tribe had suffered a crushing defeat when the 5 royal families joined forces to kill the demons. It would be difficult for them to pose a threat to the southeast region in a short period of time. If the Sorcerer Tribe continued to retreat, the situation of killing the demons would be quickly defeated. Although the Western Sanctuary still had the upper hand, it was still lacking compared to the Heavenly Demon Imperial Tribe. After a few days of divining, it was difficult to discern the secrets of the heavens. Tion Xian retracted her gaze and looked back at the holy palace behind her. Exhaustion flashed across her beautiful face. "Master, what are you and the 13th prince planning?" In the sorcerer race's holy palace, a haggard old woman stood quietly in the palace. Her body, which was already nearing the end of her life, was now even more withered. In front of Emperor Go, the heavenly demon martial arts was perfect. No one could see any flaws in the 9 heavenly demon transformations. After countless years of inheritance, the secret technique of the demon imperial tribe was perfected day by day. Even the emperor of the sorcerer race, who was an emperor, could not find any flaws in it. Emperor Go's face was getting older by the day. Using the secret technique of the sorcerer race to divining the secrets of the heavens was against the laws of the heavens. For half a month, Emperor Go did not step out of the holy palace. She knew very well that the longer she delayed, the higher the chances of the 5 imperial tribes failing. At the same time, in the 3 imperial city, in front of the 13th prince's palace, every day there was an endless stream of people coming to visit the palace. The gates of the palace were wide open, and no matter how big or small the faction, they were all welcomed. In just a few days, the 13th prince's faction, which was originally lacking in foundation, grew rapidly. The 2 demon emperors chose to turn a blind eye to the 13th prince's blatant attempt to form a faction. This caused some of the factions who were watching to see some clues and choose to side with the 13th prince. In the 3rd prince's palace, Xian Qing quietly listened to the report from the 4 profound entrances. There was no trace of a smile on his cold face. From the attitude of the 2 demon emperors, it was obvious that they wanted to support the 13th prince to fight against him. However, were they not worried that they would be unable to control the 13th prince in the future? In the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chun and Yingji sat opposite each other. Despite the changes in the imperial city, the palace was still peaceful. "Your Highness, are you not worried at all?" With the black chess piece in hand, Yingji, who had made the first move, was hesitant. She couldn't see the overall situation clearly. What's there to be worried about? Isn't the current situation very clear? Ning Chun made the first move and the situation gradually became clear. Just like the imperial city and the world, no matter how the situation on the chessboard changed, the one who made the first move would always be the one who made the first move. Seeing the 13th prince's calm expression, Yingji's hesitation lessened. She placed the black chess piece in her hand aggressively. At this moment, demonic qi surged outside the palace. A familiar figure appeared, surrounded by demonic qi and carrying a long wooden box on his back. It was very eye-catching. Xian Luo reappeared. His left hand returned and the long wooden box on his back flew into the palace. "Your Highness, this is the first prince's gift. Whether you dare to accept it or not will depend on your courage." Xian Luo looked at the plain-clothed young man in the palace and said coldly, "In this world, there is no gift that I don't dare to accept." "Inside the palace," Ning Chen faintly replied. He immediately placed the chess piece and stood up. Inside the palace, the long wooden box was inserted into the ground. Demonic qi surged and a terrifying aura loomed. Ning Chen walked forward and pressed his right hand on the wooden box. He exerted force and the wooden box shattered. Amidst the flying wood chips, a black demonic sword appeared. A terrifying demonic aura surged and spread rapidly. "This sword is Mo Yuan. I heard that your Highness is good at swords, so the first prince specially sent this item. However, whether your Highness is fated with this sword or not will depend on your strength." Xian Luo sneered. The members of the royal family looked in the direction of the 13th prince's residence with solemn expressions. The two crown princes were finally going to officially confront each other. Who would be the stronger one? The first prince had entered the king realm for a long time, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Even in the entire Sky Devil imperial family, he was an absolute powerhouse. In comparison, the 13th prince had only cultivated for a short period of time. Even though he had temporarily reached the king realm with the help of the 9 king pearl, there was still a big gap between him and the first prince. However, nothing was absolute. Judging from how the 13th prince had withstood the 4th prince's attack that day, the 13th prince's strength could not be measured by common sense. In the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen raised his hand and held the demonic sword. The moment he touched it, the demonic chi on the demonic sword exploded wildly. Cracks appeared on the sword and quickly spread. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. The Mo Yuan demonic sword shattered, and a terrifying impact spread out, devouring everything around it. Chapter 1160. Inside the 13th prince's residence, Knowing Ming took the sword. Xianzhen's power exploded and the demonic sword exploded. The violent impact spread out rapidly. The entire Third Imperial City could feel the huge power from the Crown Prince's residence. Heaven and earth shook violently. Inside the Imperial City, all the experts stared at the 13th Prince's residence seriously. The battle between the two princes would determine the future of the tripartite balance of power. It was very important who would win and who would lose. In the ancestral land of the heavenly demons, the two demon emperors stood in the demonic fog and watched the situation in the Third Imperial City. They had supported the disciple of Jiuyou so that he could restrain Xianqing. However, they didn't want this chess piece to be too powerful and lose control. Inside the 13th prince's residence, demonic chi surged out like waves and swallowed the silhouette in front of it. However, at this moment, a sword radiance shot out from the demonic chi. The sword radiance was extremely sharp, and it cut through the demonic chi and dissipated the impact. Ning Chen walked out from the dissipating demonic chi. He looked at Xian Luo outside the mansion and said indifferently, "Go back and tell the crown prince that I have accepted his gift." In front of the gate, Xian Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He nodded slightly and said, "I will pass on your message." Xian Luo didn't stay any longer. He turned around and disappeared into the void. All the forces in the Imperial City recovered from the shock. They couldn't hide the shock in their hearts. Had the 13th prince become so powerful? The crown prince's cultivation was at least above the late king realm. The 13th prince withstood the demonic sword, which was equivalent to withstanding the crown prince's full power attack. Such strength was really shocking. The 13th prince was born in the human race and had only cultivated for a little more than 100 years. It was terrifying that he could fight against the crown prince who was at the late king realm in such a short time. Everyone retracted their gazes. The 13th prince's strength was beyond their imagination. They had to seriously think about their future plans. In the 13th prince's residence, the door that had been open all this time suddenly closed. Inside the residence, Ning Chen stopped walking. Suddenly, he vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. "Your Highness!" Seeing this, Yingji's expression changed slightly. She went up to help Ning Chen and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Ning Chen steadied himself and raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Demonic chi surged around him, suppressing his injuries. In the deepest part of the heavenly devil ancestral land, the 7 luminaries Devil Emperor and the 8 Desolation Devil Emperor withdrew their consciousness and relaxed. 13th brother, not bad. He knew that he had to hide his injuries in front of the other forces. Only with such wisdom could he fight against Xianqing. However, their strength was still lacking by half a notch. This was also what they wanted to see. In the 13th prince's palace, the demonic aura around Ning Chen dissipated, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Is this the result you want to see? Inji. Ning Chen stood up, looked at the woman beside him, and said, I need my own force. Inji narrowed her eyes and said, My ghost race will definitely do our best to serve your highness. Ning Chen looked at the former seriously and said again, What I'm saying is that I need my own force. Do you understand? Inji was startled when she heard this. Then, her body shook and her expression changed. She didn't dare to answer the 13th prince's question. Go back and carefully consider my words. I will wait here for the Yin-Si Ghost Prison's decision. Ning Chen said calmly. Yes. Inji bowed respectfully and waved her hand to summon the ghost chariot. Then, she drove the chariot to the north. Seeing Inji leave, Ning Chen turned around and entered the palace. After a while, a strange light rose around the palace. The divine seal was activated, isolating the palace from the heavens. In the next moment, golden light shone in the palace and an old figure appeared. It had only been a year since they last met, but the emperor in front of him seemed to have aged 100 years. Junior Ning Chen greets Senior Go Huang. Looking at the emperor in front of him who was rapidly aging, Ning Chen sighed and bowed respectfully. After a year, Your Highness's strength has become stronger. Go Huang's old face revealed a smile as he said, The situation has changed. I don't dare to stop. Ning Chen said softly, I'll have to trouble Your Highness here in the demonic area. The demonic 9 transformations is complicated and profound. I will need some time to solve it. Go Huang said emotionally. Senior Go Huang, don't worry. I will do my best to buy time for you. Ning Chen said seriously. Thank you, Your Highness. Go Huang said with a hint of tiredness in his voice. Also, the demonic war god Azura has appeared. He is a great threat to the 5 royal families. Can Your Highness restrain him? Azura? Ning Chen frowned slightly. After a while, he nodded and said, Is 3 months enough? Enough. Go Huang nodded and said no more. His body faded away and disappeared. After the emperor of the sorcerer tribe left, Ning Chen thought for a while and waved his hand to disperse the divine seal around the palace. Then, he turned around and left the palace. 3 months was not a long time. He hoped that these 3 months of waiting could completely turn the situation around. In the 3 royal city, after Ning Chen left his residence, he went straight to the 9th prince's residence. Since he returned to the city, he had not visited the 9th prince's residence. Now it was time to go. However, the 9th prince did not seem to welcome his former ally. The 9th prince was not a mediocre person. Because of his identity and bloodline, he had always been below the 3 princes. The 7th prince died in the Dragon Emperor Mountain. The 1st prince and the 3rd prince were both injured. When the 9th prince saw hope, his ally stood in his way. One could imagine how angry Xian Ke was. In front of the 9th prince's residence, Ning Chen stopped and looked at the beautiful palace. The Black Crown Prince token appeared in his hand. Greetings, Your Highness. In front of the residence, 2 guards immediately knelt down and saluted. Tell him that I am here to visit. Ning Chen said calmly. Yes. One of the guards took the order and quickly went back to report. Ning Chen stood in front of the residence and waited patiently. Not long after, the guard who went to report came back and saluted respectfully. Your Highness, the 9th prince invites you. Ning Chen nodded and walked into the residence. The 9th prince's residence was visited again. The atmosphere in the residence was completely different from the previous time. In the palace, Xian Ke sat on the main seat with a cold expression. Seeing the person who came, Xian Ke's expression became even colder. If he still couldn't see that he was being used, he would be a fool. Since he formed an alliance with the 13th prince, everything seemed to be going according to their plan. But in reality, he didn't get any benefits from it. Now that the 13th prince had received the 9th king pearl, his status had changed. As an ally, he had become a laughingstock. Ning Chen entered the palace and looked at the gloomy 9th prince. He smiled and said, 9th brother, You don't seem to be in a good mood. Xian Ke stood up and said coldly, Congratulations, 13th brother. You got what you wanted. Ning Chen smiled and said, What if I swear right here and now that I will never inherit the imperial family's legacy? Hearing this, Xian Ke's body shook and his face was filled with disbelief. What was the 13th prince saying? Was he crazy? Ning Chen chuckled. He raised his right hand and said, I, Ning Chen, the 13th prince of the Sky Devil imperial family, swear that I will never inherit the imperial family in this life. If I violate this oath, I am willing to be struck by lightning. When the oath was made, the heavens and earth witnessed it. The invisible power of laws flowed and the oath was engraved. Hearing the oath, Xian Ke recovered from his shock. He looked at the 13th prince and said in confusion, 13th brother, do you know what you have done? I know very well. Ning Chen said seriously, 9th brother, I know you have misunderstood me, so I came to clarify. As for this oath, if it can dispel your doubts about me, it is worth it. Xian Ke looked at the 13th prince. For the first time, he couldn't understand the person in front of him. The throne was something many people dreamed of, but the 13th prince didn't care about it. 9th royal brother, everyone has their own ambitions. I'm not interested in the royal family's legacy. This time, I received the 9 King Pearl unexpectedly. I'm deeply sorry for causing you to misunderstand. Ning Chen cupped his fists and apologized. Seeing this, Xian Ke immediately went up and helped the 13th prince up. He said with shame, I should be the one apologizing. I was narrow-minded and misunderstood you. Ning Chen stood up and said with a smile, 9th brother, it doesn't matter who was right or wrong in the past. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I have something to discuss with you. 13th brother, please sit down and talk. Xian Ke led the 13th prince to the guest seat and said gently, 13th brother, what do you want to talk about? It is about my race's war god, Azura. Ning Chen said seriously, if I am not wrong, Azura should have been awakened by you. Xian Ke was silent and didn't deny it. In the previous situation, the third prince was confined by the 2 demon emperors. If he wasn't released, the third prince's forces would gradually collapse. At that time, the first prince wouldn't have to do anything. Therefore, 9th brother didn't do anything wrong by awakening Azura. Ning Chen calmly analyzed, however, Imperial brother should also know that the crown prince is currently far away in the western battlefield and can't rush back in time. Without the crown prince restraining him, not only will the third prince's strength recover quickly, it might even be stronger than before. I think the 2 demon emperors gave me the 9 King Pearl so that I can restrain the third prince as much as possible while the crown prince is away. Xian Ke nodded and said, I have also thought about this. In the current situation, 13th brother must be careful. For the sake of the imperial power, the third prince may attack you while you are still young. 9th brother, don't worry. As long as I don't leave the imperial city, the third prince won't have the guts. After all, he doesn't want to completely anger the 2 demon emperors. Ning Chen said seriously, compared to the third prince, I am more concerned about Azura's attitude. 9th brother, do you know if the war god of my race will interfere in the battle for the imperial power? Probably not. Xian Ke shook his head and said, Azura was ordered by Demon Emperor Kuan to save the third prince and then returned to the demon source Death Realm. I think the 2 demon emperors will probably send Azura to the battlefield. It will not only cut off the third prince's support, but also turn the situation around. Hearing this, Ning Chen's expression turned serious. He shook his head and said in a deep voice, Absolutely not. Chapter 1161. In the 9th prince's residence, the 2 were discussing the heavenly demon clan's god of war. The atmosphere immediately became heavy. Xian Ke frowned and said, What's wrong? Azura leaving the demon source Death Realm should be a good thing for 13th brother. After all, this god of war is too big of a threat. If he stays, even the two demon emperors will have to be careful. They have no choice but to give the third prince a way out. If Azura stays, it will indeed hinder me from defeating the third prince. However, compared to the consequences of him leaving, this influence can be completely ignored. Ning Chen said in a low voice, "Ninth brother, you also know that the Western battlefield is the only battlefield where our heavenly demon imperial family is at a disadvantage. Therefore, if Azura leaves, he will definitely go to the Western battlefield to help." When he spoke up to this point, Ning Chen paused for a moment before he looked towards the west and said, "Ninth imperial brother, you should know better than anyone else who is overseeing the Western battlefield, right? The Dragon Clan and Xianzhen." Xian Kei's expression changed slightly as he replied. Ning Chen nodded and said seriously, "Therefore, no matter what, Azura must not leave. Otherwise, once the Western battlefield is over and Xianzhen returns, the situation in the Imperial City will change again. At that time, how can we fight against a crown prince who has the support of two demon emperors and has outstanding military achievements?" Xian Kei's expression became heavy after hearing this. He was too careless. He only cared about the situation in the Imperial City and forgot that there was still a crown prince on the battlefield. In the current situation, the crown prince could not return to the Imperial City. At least, he could not return with a body full of military achievement. In this case, Azura really could not leave. Looking at Xian Kei's thoughtful gaze, Ning Chen said seriously, "The situation in the Imperial City is unpredictable. Before this, we did need the crown prince to restrain Xian Qing. However, in the current situation, the crown prince will either not return or come back with a thunderous force to eliminate all obstacles. This is not the result we want." Xian Kei nodded and said seriously, "What can I do for 13th brother?" "Use Xian Qing to restrain Azura." Ning Chen said solemnly, "The third crown prince is indebted to the 9th imperial brother. The third crown prince can still listen to his imperial brother's words. As long as the third crown prince can see the current situation clearly, he will definitely think of a way to make Azura stay." "I understand." Xian Kei nodded and agreed. After the discussion, Ning Chen stood up and looked at the 9th prince in front of him. He said, "I can't stay in Royal Brother's residence for too long to avoid arousing suspicion. I'll leave the rest to Royal Brother. Rest assured." Xian Kei also stood up and replied, "I will make a trip to Xianqing's place. Royal Brother is now caught in the whirlpool of the struggle for imperial power. You have to be careful." "Thank you for your reminder, brother. I will." Ning Chen replied and didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked out of the palace. 13th brother," Xian Kei suddenly called out from behind. Ning Chen stopped, turned around, and asked with a puzzled expression, "9th imperial brother, is there anything else? I'd like to know why you're not interested in imperial power at all." Xian Kei spoke of the question that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, and he asked with a serious expression. Ning Chen smiled and said, "In life, there are too many things that are more meaningful than imperial power. I'm not willing to give up the precious things around me for it. For example, the hard-won feelings of kinship in front of me." Hearing this, Xian Kei was silent for a moment. Then, he bowed seriously and said, "I apologize again for my distrust of 13th brother. It's all in the past." Ning Chen smiled and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. In the palace, Xian Kei looked at the back of Ning Chen's leaving figure. His expression became serious. His 13th brother's vow to give up imperial power was beyond his expectation. An vow was the most terrifying restriction for any cultivator, especially for the heavenly demons who weren't recognized by the heavens and earth. If his 13th brother really did what he said today, then in the future, when he, Xian Kei, ascended the throne, his 13th brother would be the most important official of the heavenly demon royal family. In the imperial city, Ning Chen walked on the street and looked at the dark clouds in the sky. A cold smile flashed across his face. The bloodless war had begun again. It was a pity that warriors couldn't die on the battlefield. No matter when, schemes were the most difficult to guard against. Dying under them would be a lifelong regret. However, this was a part of war. It was as terrifying as the battlefield. There was the possibility of dying at any time. On the street, the Imperial Guards were patrolling. Since the chaos in the Imperial City a long time ago, the security in the Imperial City had been strengthened. Imperial Guards could be seen everywhere. At the front of the Imperial Guards, a middle-aged man in heavy armor looked over. The two looked at each other and stopped. Brother Xianmo, Ning Chen bowed as usual and greeted. You flatter me. Xianmo sighed and said, 13th Prince is now the real Crown Prince. I can't accept you calling me brother. The current situation isn't what I want. Ning Chen sighed with emotion and said, in the Imperial City, we will face different dangers at all times. At this point, I no longer have any other choice. Xianmo was silent. After a long while, she said, I understand. From now on, Your Highness's path will be more and more difficult. Your Highness, take care of yourself. After saying that, Xianmo continued to walk forward. The two of them brushed past each other, their backs facing each other as they walked off into the distance. It was like the portrayal of life. From today onwards, the two of them would walk opposite paths, and it would be difficult for them to walk together again. Just as Ning Chen returned to his residence, Xian Ke walked out of the 9th Prince's residence and headed towards the 3rd Prince's residence. In the 3rd Prince's residence, Xian Qing sat on the throne and listened to the secret reports from the 4 entrances. His expression was unusually cold. The saying tea cools down when people are gone was vividly reflected on some people. He had just been grounded for a few months, and those people who used to bootlick him had already found another master. Moreover, the 13th Prince was really unrestrained. He clearly knew that these people had no loyalty, but he still accepted them all. It seemed that the 13th Prince couldn't wait to strengthen himself after obtaining the 9 King Pearl. Crown Prince, the 9th Prince is outside and wants to see you. At this moment, a guard walked over quickly from the front of the king's hall and spoke respectfully. Invite him in. Xian Qing narrowed his eyes and said, Yes. The guard accepted the order and left. The 9th Prince. In the palace, the head of the 4 entrances, Dongxian Yu Ting, frowned and said, Isn't this person on the 13th Prince's side? Times have changed. Xian Qing said lightly. In the past, the 13th Prince didn't have the qualifications to inherit the throne and the 9th Prince was on equal terms with him. Now that the 13th Prince has the 9 King Pearl, the 9th Prince can't be on equal terms with the 13th Prince anymore. It's normal for his mentality to change. From the way the 9th Prince went to the demonic source Death Realm to invite Azure out, my 9th Prince isn't as ordinary as he seems. He knew to leave a backup plan for himself and did it. This is why I'm not surprised that he's here. Not long after Xian Qing finished speaking, a young figure walked in front of the palace. His face was slightly gloomy and people didn't want to get close to him. Greetings, 3rd brother. Xian Ke bowed and said respectfully. 9th brother, there's no need to be so polite. Xian Qing personally came out of the palace and greeted him with a smile. 9th brother, how come you have time to come to my palace today? After 3rd brother regained his freedom, I've always wanted to come and congratulate you, but I couldn't leave. Today, I had the chance to come and visit 3rd brother, Xian Ke said. We're brothers. 9th brother, you don't have to be so polite. Xian Qing smiled and said, It's cold outside. Let's talk inside. Okay. Xian Ke nodded and walked into the palace. Inside the palace, the 4 entrances bowed to the two and left quietly. They didn't want to disturb their conversation. Looking at the 4 people leaving, Xian Ke's eyes flashed and he said uncertainly, They're from the 4 mysterious royal family? 9th brother, you have good eyes. Xian Qing smiled and said, They're the current entrances of the 4 mysterious royal family. Dong Xian Yu Ting, Xishuan Yu Feng, Nan Xian Yang Yi and Bei Xian Yao Shu. Hearing this, Xian Ke was surprised and said, Brother, I'm surprised that you've taken them in as your subordinates. The Beixian royal family is my mother's family. As for the other three families, they have always been on good terms with the Beixian royal family. The four mysterious royal families are bound together. I have to thank my mother for being able to get their loyalty, Xian Qing said with a smile. Xian Ke sighed. The biggest difference between him and Xian Qing and Xian Zhen was their birth. The Sky Demonic royal family cared about their bloodline the most. This was also the reason why the 13th prince couldn't get the 9-king pearl. However, with the 13th prince as a precedent, not only him, but the other princes also had a glimmer of hope. Ninth brother, how is the 13th brother? Xian Qing suddenly asked. When Xian Ke heard this, he was first startled, and then his expression became somewhat unsightly. Guzhuiyan said, I'm not too sure about 13th brother's matter. Third brother, you're more well-informed than I am. I'm here to ask about the battle situation at the front line. What's the current situation? It's not good. Seeing that Guzhua didn't want to talk about the 13th prince, Xian Qing didn't force him. He replied honestly, although the sorcerer tribe has retreated temporarily, the other forces are still tense, especially the Western Holy Region. Their strength is beyond imagination. The 6 palace masters of the Holy Region are all in the advanced stage of the King Realm. They are very powerful and difficult to deal with. Xian Ke frowned and said, Didn't the Dragon tribe also go to the Western battlefield? The palace masters of the 3rd and 6th palaces of the Holy Region are not weaker than the Dragon tribe. Even if the Dragon tribe joins in, the situation won't change much, Xian Qing replied. Xian Ke frowned again and thought for a moment. He said, It seems that only the war god of our tribe can turn the situation around. Azura? Xian Qing looked at the demon source Deathland in the distance and said, If Azura joins in, the result will be different. At that time, Xian Qing's expression suddenly changed. He was too careless. All this time, he had been focusing on the 13th prince and neglected the crown prince in the western battlefield. Xian Zhen couldn't come back now. However, if the war in the western battlefield was over and Xian Zhen returned with all his achievements, no one could stop him. Chapter 1162. The demon source Death Realm was filled with black mist. No one had dared to enter it for thousands of years. In the Death Realm, a man in black armor sat cross-legged. Black chi surrounded him, and a powerful aura rose. The war god of the demon race, a peerless expert who was famous in the ancient times, had awakened again after hundreds of thousands of years. Outside the realm of death, a white-clothed figure walked over. His once gentle face was now abnormally cold. Without his disguise, he revealed the indifference of the demon race. Xian Qing greets the war god of the demon race. Xian Qing stopped in front of the Death Realm and bowed respectfully. In the depths of the Death Realm, Azura opened his eyes and looked at the young man in white. He said calmly, What's the matter? Xian Qing invites the war god of the demon race to the Crown Prince Palace to express my gratitude. Xian Qing stood up and said. Azura squinted his eyes and saw what Xian Qing was thinking. He rejected him directly. No need. I saved you because I am indebted to the first demon emperor of the demon race. However, the favor will run out eventually. If you want me to help you fight for the throne, you don't have to ask. Xian Qing's eyes flashed coldly when he heard that. He smiled and said, Xian Qing will remember what the war god said. The war god of the demon race should not get involved in the fight for the throne. Is there anything else? If not, you can leave. Azura spoke in an indifferent tone within the black fog that filled the air. One last thing. Xian Qing's face sank. Demonic chi surged in his hand and a black demon emperor token appeared. Instantly, the surrounding area started to shake. In the name of the first demon emperor of the demon race, I order Azura not to leave the demon source death realm for 3 months. Xian Qing said solemnly. Azura frowned when he saw the token in Xian Qing's hand. After a while, his expression returned to normal and he said calmly, "Yes, Your Majesty." Xian Qing waved his hand and took back the Demon Emperor token. He looked at the war god of the demon race in the depths of the death realm. 3 months was the limit. He couldn't keep Azura here for too long with just the Demon Emperor token. During these 3 months, he had to strengthen his faction as quickly as possible. Only then would he be able to contend against Xianzhen when he returned. Since he had achieved his goal, Xian Qing did not waste any more time and turned around to leave. In the depths of the realm of death, the Azura closed his eyes. The black gas around him converged, sealing off all of his aura. In the ancestral land of the celestial fiend, the 2 demon emperors stood amidst boundless demonic energy. In front of them, a messenger was seriously reporting the situation of the various battlefields as usual. On the eastern battlefield, the 3rd prince of the demon race, Prince Xian Lai, who was known as the #1 palm in the world, was in command. The 4 divine generals of the divine capital mountain were unable to take it down for a long time. After several months of stalemate, the 5th divine general left the divine capital mountain and went to the front battlefield. Even the powerful Xian Lai felt pressured when the 5 great godly generals joined forces. He retreated 300 miles to avoid them. In the southeast, after the defeat of the Stone Clan, their army retreated from the primordial devil domain and temporarily ceased all activities. However, faced with the Stone Clan that could attack again at any time, Xuanqi would not be able to return in a short period of time. On the southern battlefield, the heavenly demon 6th prince was holding off the 4 kings of the scaled tribe by himself. Although the situation was tense, he could still manage. The most difficult battlefield was the western battlefield. The armies of the sacred region and the demon race had clashed several times. The situation was heavily tilted. The strength of the 6 palace masters of the sacred region was shocking. Although the heavenly demon army had Xianzhen and Longzhong, 2 powerful experts, they still could not turn the tide. In the deepest part of the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 luminaries demon emperors and the 8 desolation demon emperors listened to the messenger's report. Their expressions turned colder. The divine capital mountain and the western sacred region had become a huge threat. "It's time for the Azura to make a move," the 8 desolation demon emperor said in a deep voice. The 7 luminaries demon emperor nodded. He closed his eyes and unleashed his divine sense. In the realm of death, the 7 luminaries demon emperor's consciousness descended. His illusionary figure walked in the realm of death in search of the demon race's war god. In the depths of the realm of death, a black aura surged and sealed the war god's senses. Soon, the 7 luminaries demon emperor's clone arrived. He frowned slightly when he saw the war god in front of him. With his senses sealed, the Azura had gone into seclusion. In the depths of the heavenly demon ancestral land, the 7 luminaries demon emperor opened his eyes and said with a grave expression, "The Azura has sealed his senses. He won't be coming out of seclusion anytime soon." The 8 desolation demon emperor's expression turned stern. It was too much of a coincidence for the Azura to go into seclusion at this time. "The Azura can't make a move. We have to think of another way," the 7 luminaries demon emperor said. "Let Gandharv go," the 8 desolation demon emperor suggested. "No way." The 7 luminaries demon emperor shook his head and said, "Someone must keep an eye on the 13th brother. Gandharv can't leave yet. Yaksha, Janara, and Maharaga can't wake up for now. He's the only one left," the 8 desolation demon emperor said with a grave expression. "Garuda." The 7 luminaries demon emperor frowned. He did not want to use the man if possible. Garuda's strength was only second to the Tianzhong and the Azura among the group of 8. However, Garuda was born rebellious and difficult to control. The current situation did not allow for any mistake. Even the 7 luminaries' demon emperor could not guarantee the consequences of using Garuda. A double-edged sword could hurt others if used well, but it could hurt oneself if used poorly. Garuda is indeed difficult to control, but the situation on the battlefield is tense. We can't afford to waste any more time, the 8 Desolation Demon Emperor said seriously. The 7 luminaries' demon emperor nodded. He had no choice but to take the risk. Pass down my order. Wake Garuda up at once and ask him to leave as soon as possible to support the western battlefield. A black badge appeared in the 7 luminaries' demon emperor's hand and flew toward the messenger. Understood. The messenger accepted the order. He took the demon emperor badge and left. Half a day later, a demonic aura surged on the distant sky, reaching peak to the north of the sky demon ancestral land. The messenger showed up with the demon emperor badge in his hand. He said in a deep voice, "The demon emperor has ordered Garuda to leave immediately to support the western battlefield." The demon emperor badge flew into the air as soon as he finished the sentence. It shone brightly with a boundless royal aura. The next moment, countless runes appeared on the sky reaching peak. Demonic light sprinkled down, and the seals quickly crumbled and vanished. Bang! At this moment, the wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Strong winds swept across the place, and wild waves surged. The shocking rare phenomenon indicated how terrifying the person who would appear in the future was. On the sky reaching peak, the messenger looked down at the mountain that was shaking violently with a stern expression. He stepped off the ground and retreated 1,000 zhang away. Hee. The 7 luminaries' demon emperor is finally willing to let me out? An eerie and arrogant voice came from the mountain amid the strange phenomenon. It echoed throughout the sky reaching peak. Bang! Another shocking tremor took place. The mountain cracked as a humanoid figure with a pair of wings slowly rose into the air. The wings flapped, and a strong gust of wind blew across 1,000 li. A strong gust of wind swept across the place. The messenger was immediately knocked a few steps back. He barely managed to stabilize himself. "Garuda, since you've woken up, do as you're told." The messenger suppressed the astonishment in his heart and said to the figure in front of him. Garuda sneered. He flapped his wings and immediately dashed forward. The distance of 1,000 zhang felt like it was just a short distance at that moment. Garuda was already in front of the messenger before he could react. "You don't have the right to say what I want to do." Garuda reached out and grabbed the messenger's throat as he said coldly. "Garuda, how dare you?" The messenger was horrified and shouted angrily. Crack! Garuda tightened his right hand. The messenger's face immediately turned red, and he found it difficult to breathe. "You're just a messenger. How dare you show off in front of me? Where did you get the guts?" Garuda said coldly. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes at all. His right hand tightened, and he kept eating away at the messenger's life. At this moment, demonic clouds surged in the sky and gathered from all directions. A moment later, the demonic clouds took shape. A terrifying figure that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared. He pressed his right hand down, and a terrifying demonic aura pressed down on the person who was born rebellious. On the sky reaching peak, Garuda sensed the danger from the sky. He threw the messenger away without hesitation. Then, he flashed and retreated 100 li. Boom! The terrifying demonic aura pressed down from the sky, and the entire sky reaching peak collapsed. Huge rocks flew and fell like rain. "Garuda, you haven't improved at all after being suppressed for so long. It seems like I'll have to seal you again and teach you a lesson," the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor said coldly in the sky. 100 li away, Garuda looked at the celestial demonic imperial family in front of him. Light flashed in his eyes. After hundreds of thousands of years, the 7 Brilliance Demon Emperor was even stronger than before. "Demon Emperor, you're exaggerating. I was just joking with the real messenger. Now I'll set off for the western battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, Garuda flapped his wings. A golden roc spread its wings and soared thousands of li away. The terrifying existence that was infinitely close to the speed of the world disappeared without a trace in a breath. Demon Emperor! The messenger who had been flung away by Garuda rose and half knelt. Say no more. Go back and rest, the 7 brilliance Demon Emperor said indifferently. The 7 brilliance Demon Emperor said indifferently. Then, he disappeared from sky-reaching peak. Just as Garuda, who was ranked 3rd among the 8, appeared, Inji returned from the 13th prince's residence in the celestial demonic imperial city. She took the bet of the Yin-Si ghost prison and swore her loyalty. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front of him. The corner of his lips curled up slightly. His cold smile made people shudder. 3 months later, the true decisive battle would begin. The outcome of this battle would be revealed very soon. Do as I say. This is a critical period. Don't make any mistakes, Ning Chen said. Yes. Inji accepted the order and left the palace. The two armies faced each other on the western battlefield. Over the past few months, they had clashed countless times. In front of the Sacred Domain army, 6 men in golden armor stood in the sky. Their powerful royal aura spread out, making people wary. The battle was about to begin. As the battle was about to begin, demonic clouds covered the sun in the eastern sky. Amid the fierce wind, a powerful figure approached rapidly. His speed was shocking. This is? Above the celestial demonic army, Long Zhong was surprised. Garuda, the 7 brilliance demon emperor, had let him out. Garuda appeared on the battlefield, among the 6 palace lords of the sacred domain. Shama's eyes narrowed. Judging from his aura and speed, could he be the legendary variable of the celestial demonic clan, Garuda? The peerless expert who was said to be able to compete with the speed of the phoenix had lived to this era. Chapter 1163. Demonic clouds loomed over the western battlefield of the primordial demon region as Garuda descended. Strong winds swept across the battlefield, filling the air with dust and sand. The peerless expert ranked 3rd among the group of 8 had appeared. Everyone looked over. Long Zhong roared from the dark clouds in the sky, greeting the newcomer. Long, how have you been? Garuda stood in the sky, looking at the giant winged dragon in the dark clouds in front of him. Garuda, congratulations on regaining your freedom. Long Zhong replied. There's no need to congratulate me. The 7 luminaries demon emperor only let me out so that I can fight. Is the heavenly demonic imperial tribe so weak that they can't even deal with a few small fries? Garuda glanced at the sacred realm army in the distance and sneered. Don't be careless. Long Zhong said in the dark clouds in a heavy tone. The Golden Lion tribe's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. They're not easy to deal with. Is that so? Garuda responded faintly and stepped forward, 1 step at a time. Xianzhen looked at Garuda's back in front of the heavenly demonic army with a solemn expression. Garuda was the variable in the group of 8. He did not expect the 2 demon emperors to let him out. On the other side, in front of the sanctuary army, the 6 sanctuary palace lords in golden armor looked at the approaching figure with a serious look in their eyes. Garuda is ranked 3rd among the group of 8. He's only inferior to Tianzhong and Azura. This battle won't be easy. Be careful, Shama reminded them. The 5 Sacred Realm Palace lords nodded. They had already experienced Long Zhong's strength. Now that an even stronger member of the group of 8 had arrived, this battle would be even more difficult. Who's going to fight? Luo Jiao, the 3rd Palace Lord, asked with a serious expression. I'll do it. The leader of the 2nd Palace, Duru, walked out. His domineering and majestic body contained the power to fight against the heavens. He looked forward and said in a low voice, Luo Jia, Shama, you too observe his moves. If we want to defeat him, we'll have to rely on you too. Luo Jia's expression turned serious. Be careful. It doesn't matter if we win or lose. The sacred realm isn't afraid of losing. If we can't beat him, we'll leave immediately. Yes. Up ahead, Duru responded and continued walking forward. Between the two armies, King Realm cultivators were confronting each other. Lingli was also a King Realm cultivator, but their auras were different. The burly second palace master of the holy region, Duru, was extremely domineering. His bronze muscles were filled with explosive power. Among the 12 palace masters of the holy region, his physical strength was the strongest. Even Luo Jia and Shama, who were ranked at the top, paled in comparison to him in terms of strength. On the other side, Garuda stood in the void. His aura was restrained, and he did not look outstanding. However, everyone present knew that the person in front of them was a true cultivator. In front of the sacred saint army, Luo Jiao and Shama were watching the battle in front of them with grim expressions. Duru's strength wasn't weak, but his opponent was Garuda. This battle would probably be very difficult. Between the two armies, kings faced off against each other. A great battle could break out at any moment. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Duru looked at Garuda in front of him. His body was tense, and he was on full alert. "You don't dare to make the first move? Then let me do it." Seeing that Duru had no intention of making the first move, Garuda sneered. He stepped forward, and his figure instantly disappeared. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, Garuda was in front of the second palace master of the holy region. His sharp claws tore through the air, and the wind howled. A sharp light tore through the air and tore at the former's chest. Sensing danger, Duru subconsciously took half a step back to avoid the sharp claws. Then, with a furious roar, he clenched his fist and punched back. Boom! The shocking divine power of the punch broke through space and time and directly hit Garuda's body. Outside the battle, the experts of the celestial demonic imperial family and the holy region became nervous. They were worried about the result. "Your strength is not bad, but it's too slow." In the front of the battle, the two figures appeared in the violent airflow. Garuda closed his wings in front of him and blocked the heavy punch. His wings were as hard as metal and indestructible. Even though Duru's punch was shocking, it was difficult to damage him. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Duru's expression hardened. With a shout, his body shone with golden light, and a steady stream of energy poured out of his body. He raised his right fist and smashed down once more. "A brute with only strength. You don't make me interested in fighting." Garuda's face flashed with a bored expression. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind Duru. His heavy palm landed on Duru's back. Arg! With a muffled groan, Duru was sent flying dozens of meters. Blood splattered, dyeing his golden armor red. Duru! In front of the Holy Region army, the 5 Holy Region Palace Masters' expressions changed. None of them had thought that Duru would be injured in less than 3 moves. The difference in speed is too great. "Duru can't use his advantage in strength at all," said Luo Jia gravely as he looked at the battle. "Get ready to attack at any time," reminded Shama. "Yes." Luo Jia nodded, his aura surging. There was no longer any suspense about the outcome of this battle. Victory or defeat wasn't important. What was important was that nothing happened to Duru. Just as the 2 Holy Region Palace Masters were preparing to attack at any time, the battle between Duru and Garuda became even more desperate. In just a few moves, Duru's body was covered in blood. His shining golden armor was now dyed scarlet. There were holes all over it, and blood was constantly flowing out. It was a dazzling sight. 100 steps away, Garuda was calmly standing in the air. Sharp claws protruded from his hands, and blood dripped down. It was a terrifying sight. Duru steadied himself and forcibly suppressed his injuries. Determination flashed in his eyes, and his true yuan continuously surged. His chi and blood instantly ignited, burning wildly. Garuda was a huge obstacle to the holy region. Before Luo Jia and Shama found a way to deal with him, he couldn't be defeated like this. Wild Bull's strength. With a deep roar, the phantom of a giant mutated beast appeared behind Duru. In an instant, the sky above the battlefield shook violently, unable to withstand this terrifying king's might. Not good! Luo Jia and Shama's expressions changed when they saw the second Holy Region Palace master going all out. They rushed toward the battlefield. Garuda's sneer deepened as he saw his opponent going all out. His wings flapped, and he was like a bolt of lightning. He was so fast that no one could see him. Duru's fist smashed down and the world collapsed. A boorish man will always be a boorish man. Making the same mistake is foolish beyond compare. Garuda appeared behind Duru, and his claws pierced through Duru's back. Ugh! Burning blood spurted out of Duru's chest. The claws had pierced through his body, tearing apart his heart. Duru, Luo Jia and Shama, who had rushed over from behind, were shocked. Duru reached out to grab the claws that had pierced through his chest. He turned with difficulty and said hoarsely, "Caught you. This is the true desolate bull's strength." With that, Duru's body rapidly fell, smashing into a distant mountain. In the next moment, a huge tremor rang out, and a large mountain outside the battlefield crumbled. Rocks flew everywhere, turning into a rain of rock. After the tremor, dust filled the air, and a winged figure slowly rose up. There was no suspense about the victor, but he was no longer as calm as before. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Even someone as strong as Garuda could not escape unscathed from the second Holy Region Palace master's final attack. Duru! Shama's figure flashed, and he arrived at the foot of the mountain. When he saw the figure buried under the boulder, he clenched his fists. In the air, Luo Jia blocked Garuda's path, unable to hide the anger in his eyes. The great battle was about to begin. The dragons descended from the sky, and their powerful auras made it hard for anyone to ignore them. It's not good to continue fighting. Retreat. Shama brought Duru's corpse out from under the boulder. He sent a voice transmission to Luo Jia before leaving the battlefield. Luo Jia snorted coldly and did not continue fighting. He took a step forward and left. In front of the heavenly demon army, Xianzhen looked at the two retreating Holy Region Palace masters and did not give the order to chase. In today's battle, the two strongest palace masters of the Holy Region did not participate. Even if he gave the order to chase, it would be difficult to achieve greater results. The Holy Region had lost a palace master, which was a great loss. Since the start of the battle, the heavenly demons had finally gained the upper hand. Thinking of this, Xianzhen looked at Garuda, who was in the battlefield, and narrowed his eyes. Garuda's personality and reputation aside, this peerless expert ranked third in the 8 was indeed shockingly powerful. If he could recruit him, he would be a great help to Xianzhen. In the 13th Crown Prince's residence in the 3rd Imperial City, the battle report came in. Ning Chen's eyes flashed as he read the contents of the report. Garuda, that anomaly of the 8? It seemed that his words to the 9th prince had worked. The two demon emperors were unable to invite Azura, so they had no choice but to send Garuda, who was harder to control, to fight. 4 of the 8 had already appeared. They were Azura, Garuda, Gandharv, and the Dragon Horde. The remaining 4 would not have to wait for too long. The forces in the open were always easier to deal with than the forces in the dark. He had to find a way to force the remaining 4 of the 8 to come out. Only then could he find a way to deal with them. Thinking of this, Ning Chen got up and walked out of the residence. In the 3rd Crown Prince's residence, after Xianqing was released from confinement, the quiet Crown Prince's residence had regained its usual liveliness. In the past 10 days, the Crown Prince's residence was constantly visited by members of the royal family. Whether or not they had stood by when the 3rd Crown Prince was confined, they all came to visit as if nothing had happened. Xianqing did not point it out. He also pretended that nothing had happened and received the visitors one by one. He knew very well that his battle with the Crown Prince and the 13th Prince would become more and more intense. At this time, he had to fight for any power. Your Highness. At this moment, outside the imperial palace, a guard quickly walked in and bowed respectfully. The 13th Prince requests an audience. Hearing this, Xian Qing frowned slightly. The 13th Prince? Why is he here? Invite him in. Yes. The guard ordered and got up to leave. Not long after, outside the imperial palace, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared and walked in step by step. Inside the imperial palace, Xian Qing got up and looked at the person. Light flashed in his eyes. Inside and outside the imperial palace, their gazes collided. An unconcealable pressure spread out, making people not dare to approach. Chapter 1164. Heavenly Devil Imperial City, Third Crown Prince's Residence, Jiming Bai Residence. The two Heavenly Devil Crown Princes looked at each other and the air pressure around them collided. Around the palace, the maids and guards were all pushed back a dozen steps by the strong pressure. They couldn't get close. Greetings, third brother. Ningchen bowed and said with a smile. You're too polite. Xian Qing said, Please come inside. Ningchen nodded and walked into the palace. Sit, Xian Qing said calmly. Thank you. Ningchen said and walked to the guest seat on the left and sat down. On the main seat, Xian Qing looked at him and asked, 13th brother, why did you come to my residence today? Too many things have happened these days and I'm scared. So I wanted to talk to you, third brother. Ningchen said sincerely. Xian Qing was surprised and said, 13th brother, you've been given the Pearl of the Nine Kings. Now you're in a good mood. Why are you scared? Ningchen sighed and said, I'm not prepared. I'm always worried about my gains and losses. It seems that you're much worse than me. Xian Qing sneered in his heart. These days, the 13th Crown Prince's residence was full of visitors. He didn't see anything wrong with his brother. Now, everyone in the imperial city could see that the 13th Crown Prince was trying to strengthen himself at all costs. He wanted to get involved in the fight for the throne. However, Xian Qing didn't say it out loud. He looked at Ningchen and said with a smile, 13th brother, you have to learn to get used to your current identity. Being the Crown Prince is an honor for you. It's something that everyone envies. Ningchen nodded lightly and didn't continue on this topic. He looked at Xian Qing, who was sitting on the main seat, and said, Brother, I have something to ask you. I hope you can answer my question. What is it? Xian Qing asked. The situation with the 8. Ningchen said seriously, Third Imperial brother, you know that the 5 Imperial clans have joined hands to invade our demon race's territory. Except for the southeast battlefield, we don't have any advantage in the other battlefield. Since we have experts like the 8, why don't we send them all to support the front line? Xian Qing's expression turned serious. After a while, he replied, Only the 3 demon emperors know about the situation of the 8. I only know that after the ancient war, the 8 all disappeared, especially the Tianzhong, Yeksha, and the others. There is no news about them. If the 8 did not appear one after another during the war between the 5 royal families and the demon clan, even I would not know that the 8 are still alive. Hearing this, Ningchen narrowed his eyes and said, Now, among the 8, Azura, Garuda, Gandharv, and the dragon race have all appeared. I presume the remaining 4 will not be too far away from appearing. Third Imperial brother, why don't we make a bet? Bet on what? Xian Qing frowned. The fight for the throne. Ningchen said slowly, I know that royal brother is determined to obtain the imperial power. Coincidentally, royal brother also wants to fight for it now. However, I don't want to hurt the harmony between us brothers because of this. Why don't we make a bet? Let's not talk about the 8 who have already shown up. Let's bet on who among the 4 remaining members of the 8 can rope in 2 people faster. The winner will inherit the imperial power, and the loser will automatically withdraw. Hearing this, Xian Qing frowned again and said, 13th Imperial Brother, don't you think it's too childish? Ning Chen smiled and said, compared to playing tricks and making both sides suffer, I think there's nothing wrong with playing a little. At the very least, neither Imperial Brother nor I know when the remaining members of the 8 will show up, or who will show up first. It's fair and just. As for who can win the 8 over first, that will depend on each person's ability. Hearing this, Xianqing frowned and could not make a decision. He had fought with the first Crown Prince and the 7th Crown Prince for so many years, but it was the first time he heard of such a childish way to decide the throne. In the guest seat, Ning Chen did not disturb the 3rd Crown Prince and let him think. His suggestion was actually very beneficial to Xianqing. The Celestial Devil royal family valued bloodline the most. Among all the princes, Xianqing was undoubtedly the one with the noblest bloodline. After waiting for a long time, Xianqing still did not make a decision. Ning Chen added more chips and said seriously, 3rd Imperial Brother, haven't you always wanted me to help you? As long as you can win, I will do my best to help you win the throne. Hearing this, Xianqing's eyes flashed. He looked at the person in front of him and said in a low voice, 13th Imperial Brother, what are you thinking? What good will it do you to do this? I'm just giving myself a chance. Ning Chen said calmly, in terms of foundation, I am far from 3rd Imperial Brother. The battle for the throne has always been cruel. I don't want to fight to the death with 3rd Imperial Brother. In the end, I will be doomed eternally. Although the method just now seems childish, it is the fairest method. The group of 8 is an important fighting force of the Imperial family. With the support of the group of 8, the throne will not be far away. Speaking of this, Ning Chen paused and continued, 3rd Imperial Brother, you and I have fought side by side. Even if there is a winner in the future, I hope we can leave each other a way out. With your foundation in the Celestial Devil royal family, you have a much higher chance of winning than me. I propose today's bet just to leave myself a way out. Xianqing was silent. After a long time he said, let me think about this for a few days. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. Hearing this, Ning Chen did not urge him. He nodded and said, then I will wait for your answer in the mansion. Take care. Xianqing stood up and sent him off. Ning Chen cupped his fists and bowed, then turned and left. Xianqing looked at the departing figure in front of him. Light flickered in his eyes and he said, what do you all think? I can't see any flaws. In the hall, the 4 profound entrances appeared out of nowhere. Dongxian Yuting, who was the leader, said in a deep voice, the 13th prince's situation is just as he said. No matter how he fights, his chances of winning are far lower than your highness. By choosing this method, even if he loses the fight for power in the future, he has left himself a way out. Yaoxue, what do you think? Xianqing looked at Beixian Yaoxue, who was the smartest of the 4 profound entrances, and asked. I also agree with your judgment, Beixian Yaoxue said with a serious expression. Beixian Yaoxue's expression was solemn. Right now, the 3 crown princes' combined forces are hard to break. Even if your highness manages to topple the 13th crown prince, your vitality will be greatly damaged. At that time, when the first crown prince returns from quelling the chaos, how will your highness contend with him? Xianqing nodded. The 2 demon emperors gave the 13th prince the pearl. It was a very delicate move. It could be said that this move put him in a dilemma. If he was not careful, he would lose the whole game. The 13th prince must have seen the current situation, which was why he suggested this method. In the future, they would only have the strength to contend against the crown prince if they were able to determine the victor without harming their foundations. In the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen returned. He walked into the palace and sat down to think. The situation in the future would become more and more difficult. He had no chance of winning the bet with the 3rd prince, but he didn't care. His goal was to force out the remaining 8, and then use the 4 royal families to eliminate them. As for the fight for the throne, it wasn't important. Now, Xian Qing and Xian Ke were both important chess pieces to him. He didn't have enough foundation in the celestial devil royal family, so using them was the best choice. Ning Chen. Just as Ning Chen was thinking, suddenly, a majestic voice sounded from the ninth underworld king's palace. Hearing this, Ning Chen was slightly shocked. He immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Master." As soon as he finished speaking, demonic qi surged in the palace. A domineering figure walked out and looked at Ning Chen. He said, "Have you heard of the 4 immortal slaying swords?" "I've heard of it. Why do you suddenly ask about it?" Ning Chen was confused. A sword was born in the reincarnation sea. It was taken away by someone not long ago. That sword is nothing special, but the spirit on the sword has a shocking origin, Xian Jiuyo said. The sword spirit of the 4 immortal slaying swords? Ning Chen was shocked. According to the ancient legends, the 4 immortal slaying swords were damaged and the sword spirits had all disappeared. It was unbelievable that the sword spirit of the 4 immortal slaying swords appeared in the primordial demon realm. I don't know the details, but I have felt the powerful qi of the 4 immortal slaying swords. So, I can be sure that the sword that was born in the reincarnation sea has the sword spirit of one of the 4 immortal slaying swords, Xian Jiuyo said. Ning Chen recovered from his shock, and said with a serious expression, "Master, can you sense where the person who took the sword is now?" "North of the reincarnation sea." "He hasn't gone too far," Xian Jiuyo replied. "Thank you, Master. I will go now." Ning Chen responded, turned around, and walked out of the hall. "What will you do when you find the person who took the sword?" Xian Jiuyo asked from behind. Ning Chen stopped and said, "Kill him and take the sword." Then, Ning Chen didn't delay and left quickly. In the palace, Xian Jiuyo narrowed his eyes. Although he rarely spoke, he was very satisfied with this disciple. Sometimes, benevolence was not necessary. With that sword, Ning Chen's strength would increase greatly. Even if his hands were stained with blood, it would be worth it. In the northwest of the central mainland, in the endless ocean, there was a strange body of water that kept stirring. A huge black whirlpool was thousands of miles in diameter. The famous reincarnation sea had been taken away by someone else when the divine sword was born. On the way to the reincarnation sea, a white-clothed figure sped past, faster and faster without stopping. The situation in the imperial city was changing rapidly. He couldn't leave for too long and had to return quickly. He couldn't understand why the sword spirits of the 4 immortal slaying swords had appeared in the primordial demon realm. The 4 immortal slaying swords were world-shaking treasures of the 4 great immortal realms. In their complete state, their power was terrifying. Even emperors couldn't fight against them. When the primordial demon realm and the 4 great immortal realms fought, the immortal realm hadn't collapsed and the 4 great immortal swords weren't damaged. There was no reason why the sword spirits of the 4 immortal slaying swords would appear in the primordial demon realm. As he was thinking, the reincarnation sea was getting closer and closer. The huge black whirlpool that spanned thousands of miles kept stirring. It was a spectacular sight from afar. Chapter 1165. In the reincarnation sea in the northwest of the central continent, the black seawater was stirred up rapidly, forming a giant whirlpool that extended for thousands of miles. In the sky above the sea of reincarnation, a young man in a scarlet robe inlaid with gold walked out with a divine sword in his hand. He was surrounded by the aura of a king. After a year, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The current lord of Sunrise Royal City was a rare talent in terms of both talent and luck. Now that he had obtained the sword spirit of the immortal sword, he had improved even further. After obtaining the divine sword, Ness Yao did not stay in the Sea of Samsara any longer, and headed north. In the north, at the end of the reincarnation sea, 2 beautiful figures appeared. Behind them, 9 white fox-tails swayed. Their powerful auras faintly contained the might of the sovereign path. The 9 heavenly daughters who were born with royal bloodlines were far more talented than the geniuses of the 100 races. Their cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. The 2 heavenly ladies of the Fox clan, who had disappeared for a long time, appeared and tried to kill the current lord of the Rising Sun royal city. The immortal sword spirit was extraordinary and outstanding. Its powerful immortal elemental energy could be clearly felt even from thousands of miles away. At the end of the Sea of Samsara, Nes Yao stopped. Looking at the 2 women blocking his path, his expression turned slightly serious. It was them, the princess of the Fox clan, that had been exterminated by the celestial devil imperial family. Leave your sword or leave your life. After the extermination of the Fox clan's saintess, Xiao Xiao, now had a cold expression. Even the 9 white fox tails behind her were dyed with a tinge of black. Her mental state had changed, and the attributes of her cultivation base had also silently changed. Wan Er stood quietly beside Xiao Xiao. She had always been quiet, but now she was even more silent. You're courting death. Nes Yao's expression turned cold. With a clench of his right hand, the Shade Cloud Divine sword was unsheathed. A dazzling sword light shot straight into the clouds, and the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed accordingly. A great battle was about to break out. No one wasted any more words. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the Holy Maiden of the Fox clan and the Rising Sun Lord moved at the same time. Heavy palms and divine swords collided with each other. Foxes had innate talents and were extremely talented. Weapons had acquired skills and were tempered thousands of times. When lightning met, heaven and earth would be moved. Heavenly Woman and Golden Crow shook the stars. The 2 great illusions clashed, causing the entire ocean surface to surge violently. Enormous waves overflowed into the heavens. The scene was horrifying. The 2 peerless geniuses of the younger generation clashed head-on. Their shocking strength was no less than that of the older generation. Behind Nes Yao, the 3-legged Golden Crow Phantom let out a long cry towards the sky. Golden flames filled the air, turning the battlefield on the surface of the sea into a world of flames. For the first time in the world, the scene of water and fire coexisting in the sky appeared. Even the boundless ocean could not stop the Golden Crow's flames. The water vapor rapidly evaporated and rose into the sky, turning into clouds. Clouds and mist covered the sky as Biyun's divine sword revealed its divine might. The might of the sword rapidly increased. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds stirred and thunder rumbled. Seeing that her opponent's strength was astonishing, Xiao Zhao's expression turned serious. Her delicate hand circulated the power of the demonic sovereign's blood. Immediately, 9 magnificent figures appeared in the mortal world. Golden light shone and created a storm that was 10,000 zhang tall. Within the golden light, Xiao Zhao's figure moved. Her figure instantly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already in front of the Golden Crow. As her slender hand descended, her seemingly frail body actually possessed the ability to fight against the heavens. Before her move even arrived, the vast ocean below was unable to withstand the terrifying pressure and split apart. Nes Yao focused, and Biyun slashed in reverse. A terrifying sword light sliced through the void, welcoming the incoming enemy. Boom! The 2 powerful forces clashed once again. Rings of shockwaves rippled out. Within 1,000 miles, the waves soared into the sky and swallowed the 2 figures. Heavenly Maiden of the Fox clan, you live up to your reputation. Unfortunately, the Fox clan has already perished. What's the use of a Heavenly Maiden existing? As he spoke, within the gigantic waves that soared into the sky, an extremely terrifying divine might spread out. In the next moment, the waves scattered in all directions, turning into rain as they fell. Within the heavy rain, Nes Yao stood in the air. The divine might around his body rippled, and an ancient sword that looked ordinary but possessed an abnormally powerful might floated up and down. Before it even approached, one could already feel that incomparable pressure. Xiao Zhao's expression sank. It finally appeared. With the appearance of a divine sword, Xiao Xiao did not dare to be careless. Her figure flickered and she made the first move. In the void, Nes Yao swung his sword. The ancient sword radiated with dazzling sword light, breaking through the heavens and treading on the seas. In an instant, the two experts clashed once again. This time, the victor was clear. With a loud rumble, the divine sword broke through the golden light. The shockwaves rippled, and Xiao Zhao's figure was sent flying several dozen meters away. She staggered and stabilized her figure. The unshakable might of the divine sword suppressed the power of the nine-tailed heavenly empress blood with just a single move. Xiao Xiao raised her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. She glanced at her younger sister who was not far away and called out. Outside the battlefield, silently nodded. Step by step, she entered the battlefield. The nine-tailed heavenly empress manifested behind her, and her powerful might did not lose out to the two present in the slightest. The second heavenly maiden had entered the battle. A cold intent flashed past Nes Yao's eyes. Even with a divine sword in hand, he did not dare to be careless. He had already experienced the capabilities of the nine-tailed heavenly maiden. The nine-tailed heavenly maiden who was rumored to have grown into an emperor-level expert. Her strength had already far surpassed the other geniuses of the younger generation. Desolate heavenly pardon, immemorial slaughter. Entered the battlefield. Xiao Xiao solemnly shouted, and the surrounding imperial blood rapidly burned. The nine-tailed mystic art appeared for the first time. In the midst of the killing moves, the heavens and earth trembled. Within a radius of 1,000 kilometers, the dream of the immemorial era was brought back. The sounds of an army resounded throughout the battlefield. When saw this, she simultaneously activated the nine-tailed mystic art. Dazzling golden light filled the battlefield, boosting their might to the extreme. The combined might of the two heavenly maidens shook the heavens and the earth. A terrifying might filled the air, causing the space of the entire battlefield to distort. Great Sun Forbidden Art, 3 points returned to origin. Seeing that the incoming attack was extraordinary, Nes Yao did not dare to be careless. His finger crossed his sword, and the forbidden art was activated as well. The burning the heavens and boiling the seas technique appeared once more. Golden flames soared into the 9 heavens from Nes Yao's body. Amidst the shocking scene, the golden crow's wings flapped, turning into a golden sun, and crashed towards the two people in front of him. Mystic arts and forbidden arts clashed, and a dazzling brilliance exploded. Everything collapsed, and they were quickly annihilated amidst the raging winds and waves. The aftermath of the collision caused 3 groans to resound simultaneously. The figures of the 3 peerless geniuses who stood at the pinnacle of the younger generation flew out, each dyed in vermilion red. While retreating, Nes Yao looked at the 2 people in front of him who were dyed in red. Ignoring his injuries, he solemnly shouted, and the forbidden art appeared once more. Great Sun Forbidden Art, 3 crows returned to sea. His finger crossed his sword, and golden flames burned the heavens. Behind Nes Yao, 3 golden crows appeared at the same time. Exceeding the forbidden art, they brought forth a waterfall of blood mist, which fused into the golden crows' bodies. In an instant, the 3 golden crows charged out at the same time. The destructive power they possessed was unstoppable. The technique that destroyed everything in its path. Thousands of meters away, Xiao and Er's expressions hardened at the same time. Suppressing their injuries, they joined hands to block the technique. Boom! After launching the first attack, they were already at a disadvantage. Amidst the intense tremors, Xiao and Er's figures retreated another few dozen steps, and the corners of their lips were dyed red. Their foundations and cultivations were similar, but their combat experience determined the direction of the battle. Forcefully enduring his injuries, Nes Yao launched the first attack, and then seized the advantage in the battle. Let this technique end the legend of the Fox clan's heavenly maiden forever. Unwilling to fight for a long time, Nes Yao raised his technique with all his might. Around Nes Yao's body, his true essence surged to its limits and poured into his divine sword. The might of his ultimate move was so terrifying that it was shocking. The void violently distorted, and large cracks appeared one after another. They rapidly spread and extended to a distance of 5,000 kilometers. After several tens of thousands of years, the God-ending sword which once again displayed its divine might. The sword's spirit gently hummed, and a dazzling brilliance shot straight into the 9 heavens, illuminating the world. Not good. Right at this moment, Ning Chen, who was rushing over from afar, sensed a familiar aura from the battle ahead. His expression slightly changed, and taking a step forward, he instantly disappeared. In the battle, the divine sword slashed down. The terrifying sword wave split apart the ocean and drew a gigantic hole between the heavens and earth. Boom! The divine sword slashed down, and the intense sound of collision resounded throughout the universe. Raging waves crashed, and the scene was extremely terrifying. Within the gigantic waves, suddenly, the sound of a divine weapon breaking could be heard. As the waves fell, 4 figures appeared. In front of Xiao Xiao and Wan'er, a white-haired figure stood in front of them. Cracks appeared on the blood-red long sword in his hand, and a few breaths later, it shattered. With the destruction of his astral soul, the final sword pressure rapidly spread out. The ocean surface within 1,000 kilometers instantly calmed down. Looking at the destruction of his astral soul, which had followed him for several dozens of years, Ning Chen remained silent. With a wave of his hand, he kept the broken sword, and the sadness in his eyes was difficult to conceal. "It's you." Nes Yao looked at the figure who appeared in the battle. His expression turned cold, and he said, "Enemies truly meet on a narrow road. Since that's the case, let us settle all our grudges today." Ning Chen did not reply. His right hand clenched, and the Moon Devil Divine artifact materialized. His silent killing intent was bone-piercing. At the back, Xiao Xiao regained her senses from her shock. With a cold gaze, she brought Wan'er and retreated from the battle. "Let's go." The scene of the extermination of the Fox clan was still vivid in her mind. When she saw the person who came as the Fox clan saintess, Xiao Xiao found it hard to suppress the rage in her heart. However, the time was not right, and she could only retreat for now. Wan'er regained her senses, and sadness flashed past her eyes. Although she was unwilling to believe that the extermination of the Fox clan was related to the person in front of her, the scene back then had already explained everything, and she had no choice but to accept this fact. The Heavenly Devil Imperial clan used the wedding as an excuse to exterminate the Fox clan when they let down their guard. From the beginning to the end, everything was just a scheme. The killing intent behind them could be clearly felt, but Ning Chen did not have the time to care about it. His gaze was focused on the sword in Nes Yao's hand, and his expression turned solemn. He had seen execution celestial, slaughter celestial, and trap celestial before, and he was very clear about the auras of these 3 divine swords. The divine sword in front of him had an aura completely different from the other 3 divine swords. Its sword aura was unpredictable, and it was hard to sense it clearly. If that was the case, then the sword in front of him was very likely the legendary 4th divine sword, End's celestial sword. The 4 divine swords were all different, and End's celestial sword was especially mysterious. In the ancient legends there were different descriptions of the 4 divine swords. Execution celestial is powerful, slaughter celestial dies, trap celestial shines with red light, End celestial's transformations are endless, and the blood of Daluo deities stains their robes. The specialty of End's celestial sword was its unpredictable transformations, and its strength was not the slightest bit inferior to the other 3 divine swords. In the battlefield, the 2 stood opposite each other, and the air pressure grew heavier and heavier. After exchanging blows more than once, They had a certain understanding of each other's abilities. Great sun, forbidden art. The divine sword drew energy, and golden flames burned the heavens. Behind Nesyao, the three-legged golden crow apparition appeared once more, and the might of a king filled the air, shaking the heavens and earth. Facing a powerful enemy, Ning Chen did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The 9 emperor pearls in his body rapidly revolved, and devilish energy surged out, coiling around his body. Outside of the battlefield, Xiao Xiao secretly raised her demonic energy in her right hand, and the illusory image of the 9 tails behind her was dyed black. Her state of mind changed, and the 9 fox tails turned a step further black. The killing intent that filled the battlefield was so dense that it could almost solidify. Turbulent waves were surging, and they could completely erupt at any moment. Chapter 1166. 1,000 kilometers to the north of the Sea of Reincarnation, the supreme immortal blade was unleashed. Terrifying divine might filled the air, raging waves surged, and gigantic waves soared to the heavens. The great battle was about to begin. In front of him, the Moon Devil Divine sword manifested in Ning Chen's hand. The inverted moon and water reappeared, and devilish energy surged wildly. Outside the battle, Xiao Xiao secretly raised her demonic energy. She looked at the 2 people in the battle, and her killing intent was not concealed in the slightest. The 4 supreme experts of the current younger generation gathered together. The atmosphere of the battle was heavy, and it was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Ha! An unsuppressible killing intent pierced through the clouds, and it stirred up raging waves. In Nesyao's hand, the supreme immortal light shone brightly. Wherever the divine might passed, the heavens and earth would collapse. With a single step, his figure flashed forward. His sword was fast and heavy, and the tip of his sword broke through the past. Heroes once cherished each other, and today they faced each other in life and death. Nesyao's heart was filled with hatred. He hated his own ignorance, hated his own powerlessness. The divine sword slashed down, splitting the clouds and splitting the ocean. The extremely terrifying divine might surpassed the limits of the world, and it reappeared the might of the 4 ancient swords. Ning Chen swung his sword, and his divine artifact blocked the divine sword. With a loud bang, the 2 strongest divine artifacts in the world clashed. An intense shockwave violently spread out. Raging waves rushed towards the sky, and rain poured down. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, sky-raising waterfall. In close proximity, the 9 king pearls spun rapidly, and devilish energy filled his body. Ning Chen's supreme art, the secret art of the moon-worshipping clan, reappeared. In an instant, the sky-raising waterfall surged upwards, striking towards the king of rising sun in front of him. Great sun, forbidden art, sunfall. The sky-raising waterfall assaulted him. Nesyao activated the forbidden art at the same time, and the 3-legged golden crow behind him screeched towards the sky. A divine sun descended, forcefully blocking the incoming attack. Boom! A world-shaking tremor resounded. Water and fire collided, and terrifying heat waves frantically surged out in all directions. The entire surface of the sea began to tremble as well. You have indeed changed. You have become cold and heartless. Ning Chen clenched his fist. Devilish energy surged, and he threw a punch. In order to kill you, I am willing to fall into the abyss forever. Ling Xian's eyes were cold, and his sword was cold. With a flip of his palm, Nesyao raised a golden flame, directly blocking the former's heavy punch. Great sun, forbidden art. It was a completely different new realm, moving the heavens and earth with yin and yang. Behind Nesyao, the 3-legged golden crow wings flapped, and the divine flames of the sun incinerated the heavens and boiled the seas. In an instant, the entire sky above the sea region was filled with golden flames, turning into a sea of golden flames. Judgment of the King of Hell's Third Watch, Avicii Heaven Wails. Ning Chen's expression hardened as he turned his sword around to face the King of Hell. Third Night Judgment. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the rain continued to fall. Ghostly cries rang out, as if hell had descended, and evil ghosts were everywhere. Extreme yin and extreme yang techniques collided with each other in the heavens and the earth, causing rumbling sounds to resound throughout the universe. The sun and moon changed, and gods and ghosts wept sorrowfully. After the extreme collision, two muffled groans rang out. In the aftermath of the violent collision, the two figures flew back several feet, and the corners of their mouths were dyed red. The surging waves did not stop for a long time. It was like two people in a decisive battle. As long as their hatred was not extinguished, the battle would not stop. The figure dashed out, and the might of the immortal sword broke through the sky and the sea. The rising Sun King, whose cultivation and battle intent had reached the peak of his life, attacked with a move that could destroy the heavens and the earth, and the sea water within 10,000 miles flowed backward. The two swords clashed again. The might of the swords shook the 9 prefectures. They gave up on the extravagance and returned to the original sword move. Each and every one of them was merciless and took lives. When they fought again after a year, with the assistance of the 9 king pearls, Ning Chen's strength was similarly stronger than before. With the Moon Devil Divine artifact in hand, he did not fear the End Immortal Edge in the slightest. The two swords stirred up raging waves, and their extreme might shook the yin and yang. The battle reached its climax, and the brilliance around the two people was dazzling. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, splitting the sea and splitting the flood. Amidst the raging waves, Ning Chen executed his ultimate technique. In an instant, the raging waves separated, and an incomparably surging force broke through the heavens. Facing the incoming attack, Ness Yao did not retreat a single step. He gathered his energy with a heavy punch and met the incoming attack head-on. The two techniques collided, and rumbling sounds rang out. The impact of the true essence caused the two people's clothes to flutter. Their crowns shattered, and their long hair fluttered wildly. In the battle that was hard to determine the victor, the two people's bodies were greatly exhausted. The aftermath of the battle added to their injuries. Outside the battle, Xiao Xiao and Wan watched the intense battle in front of them, and shock flashed past their eyes. The two people were not the strongest successors of imperial bloodlines. However, when compared to the successors of imperial bloodlines, the strength of these two people far surpassed them. Their astonishing growth that surpassed the limits of their bloodlines. These two people were terrifying to the point of frightening. Even when the various emperor-level experts were young, they were probably only at this level. While the two heavenly fox maidens were shocked, the battle in front of them became even more intense. Divine swords and divine artifacts clashed, and ear-piercing sounds rang out. 3 styles of absolute yang, Sai of the universe. Pushing to the limit, the sword raised a divine sun, and Ness Yao held his sword horizontally. Dense demonic energy roared and surged, and the power to split the heavens and earth apart dyed the entire world gold. It was a move that had never been seen before, and its might was shocking. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. With a clench of his left hand, the wild bone blade materialized. The blade and sword struck out together, each with a sharp glint. The brilliance of the two heavens and earth shone, illuminating thousands of miles of the sea. Boom! The divine weapons clashed, and the aftermath of the clash was chaotic. The blade and sword blocked the divine sword, and sorrowful cries resounded endlessly. The divine sword had a spirit, and it had never been seen before. The blade and sword resonated together, and it was difficult to fight against it. Hearing the sound of the sword, Ning Chen's expression changed slightly. He swung his sword to avoid the battle, and his figure retreated 300 meters away. Not good. The celestial ending sword was too strong. Though the water-moon reversal was a divine artifact, it was still slightly inferior when compared to it. However, this place was not too far away from the primordial devil region. If he were to rashly use the celestial execution and celestial entrapment swords, and attracted the attention of the two devil emperors, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since he could not use the two divine swords, he could only end this battle quickly, and end this battle before the water-moon reversal reached its limit. Thinking up to this point, Ning Chen took a step forward. The sword intent around his body rose to its limits, and an endless sword pressure filled the air, engulfing the entire battle. The sword realm reappeared, and the heavens and earth changed color. Abnormally terrifying sword waves surged within the small world, and gradually, peace returned. Within the sword realm, a plain-clothed figure stood in the air. Her white hair fluttered, and she looked like the Emperor of Swords, causing all swords to submit to her. The sword realm opened, and the battle changed once again. Ness Yao's expression sank, and he circulated the true energy in his body, shielding the energy of the small world outside. This should be the final killing move of the person in front of him. Once this realm was broken, this battle would come to an end as well. 3 styles of absolute yang. The divine sword was raised to the heavens, and the 3-legged golden crow let out a long cry. In the blink of an eye, the 3-legged golden crow entered the divine sword, boosting its might to its limits. Pushing his limits to his limits, the skin around Ness Yao began to crack. A bloody mist exploded, and fresh blood dyed his body red. Divine flames gathered, and the divine sword's brilliance pierced through the heavens and earth. A might that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and deities weep constantly battered the surrounding sword realm. Terrifying tremors resounded, and the sword realm trembled, as though it could collapse at any moment. Nirvana! Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward and swung his sword, absorbing the countless sword intents that surged within the sword realm. With his ultimate move in hand, 10,000 swords lined up. In the next moment, the 10,000 swords pierced through the air. The incomparably magnificent sword energy drew out dazzling trajectories within the sword realm, and it was dazzling. The 10,000 swords arrived, but Ness Yao did not dodge at all. The celestial ending sword that pierced through the heavens and earth slashed towards him, forcefully breaking through the incoming attack. A heaven-shaking boom shook the heavens and earth. The 2 ultimate sword moves collided, and the aftershocks caused the sword realm to collapse, shattering into pieces. Outside the battlefield, when Xiao Xiao and Wan Er saw this, they regained their senses from their shock. Their figures flashed out, and they retreated 1,000 meters away. The aftershocks struck, and furious waves surged. Waves of fire fell into the sea, and white mist rose. The terrifying heat caused the entire battlefield to become even more stifling. Drip! Suddenly, the sound of blood falling into the sea could be heard. It was so soft, yet it clearly entered the ears of everyone present. In the battlefield, blood dyed the arm of a white-clothed figure. The might of a divine sword could not be blocked by a divine artifact. On the inverted water moon, cracks appeared. Evidently, it had already reached its limit, and it could collapse at any moment. Outside the battlefield, Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes, and a cold intent flashed past her eyes. After creating so many miracles, this time, he was finally going to be defeated. At the side, a worried expression flashed past Wan Er's face. Even with the hatred of her clan's extermination, the worry in her heart was hard to suppress. Wan Er, get ready to snatch the sword at any moment. Xiao Xiao looked at the battlefield ahead, and transmitted her voice. Amen. Wan Er silently nodded in response. The battle was coming to an end, and the outcome was about to be decided. The divine artifact shattered, and the situation of the battle quickly changed. There's nothing I can do. With a sigh of helplessness, Ning Chen clenched his right hand. Suddenly, the wind and clouds above the 9 heavens changed color. Boom! The divine sword was about to appear, and heaven and earth resonated. Wind and thunder roared in the 9 heavens, and the heavy might attracted countless gazes. What a terrifying scene! Was a supreme treasure appearing? In the battlefield, the four origins of water, fire, wind, and thunder appeared together. The image of chaos appeared, and the scene of the primordial beginning reappeared. Ah! With a long shout, his white hair was wild. Blood mist rose around Ning Chen's body. On his right arm, a green and red longsword spread out. The natal dual cultivation sword reappeared, and its might shook the heavens. Boom! The sword reforged by the undying origin, transcending the cycle of reincarnation. Heaven and earth could not tolerate it. Above the 9 heavens, lightning fell, wanting to destroy the divine sword. Noisy! Ning Chen frowned and met it with his sword. With a rumble, the sword light broke through the lightning, and the sword momentum did not decrease, soaring into the sky. The sword entered the thundercloud, and the sword broke the sky. The thundercloud instantly collapsed and dissipated. With the appearance of the natal sword, the 4 origins surged around Ning Chen's body. The shocking might was not inferior to the immortal ending sword at all. After accumulating the sword for several years, it soared into the sky. Ning Chen's body moved, and the sword moved. Wind and thunder shook the world. Nes Yao narrowed his eyes and met it with his divine sword. With a rumble, a huge force came from his arm, and he took half a step back. At the same time, in the ancestral grounds of the heavenly devil, the 2 devil emperors opened their eyes and looked in the direction of the sea of reincarnation. What a powerful sword pressure! The 13th brother was actually hiding such a powerful force. In the 9 underworlds king's manor, within the surging devilish energy, Xian Jiuyo looked at the battlefield in the distance, and his concern could not be concealed. Divine swords were far beyond the mortal world. Although his disciple's strength was extraordinary, facing the might of a divine sword, could he win this battle? 1,000 li to the north of the sea of reincarnation, the sounds of battle could be heard. The sword condensed from the undying source and the world-suppressing treasure of the ancient immortal world collided. Heaven and earth began to collapse and turn into nothingness. Outside the battlefield, Xiao Xiao looked at the battlefield, and the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. Wan prepare to attack. Xiao Xiao transmitted her voice and said solemnly, "Your opponent is the Lord of Sunrise Royal City. Remember, you only have one chance. You must not hold back." When Wan heard this, her body trembled, and she nodded lightly. In the battlefield, both of them had raised their strength to the limit. Just as the final move was about to be executed and the outcome was decided, outside the battlefield, Xiao Zhao's eyes shone brightly, and she transmitted her voice. Now! When her voice fell, Xiao Zhao's figure moved, and she quickly rushed towards the battlefield. The 9 white tails behind her had turned completely black. Chapter 1167. 500 kilometers to the north of the Sea of Reincarnation, the battle between the 2 swords gradually came to an end. Just as the 2 were about to make their final moves and the victor was decided, Xiao Xiao, who had been observing the battle from outside, made her move. The 9 black and white tails were ice-cold and glaring. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in the middle of the battle. The cold black demonic energy surged violently. The full-powered palm strike of the Fox Clan Saintess was directed towards Ji Ming's back. At the same time, behind King Rising Sun, Wan Er's figure silently arrived as well. A world-shaking palm strike suddenly struck out. Caught off guard, Ji Ming and Yao Yao, whose attention was focused on their opponents, were unable to react in time. However, when the heavy palm strike landed on them, the corners of their mouths turned red, and fresh blood dyed their bodies. The divine sword left his hand, and Yao Yao's body fell from the sky, falling straight into the sea below. His fate was unknown. You too. In the sky, Ning Chen staggered and stabilized his body. Suddenly, his chest felt stuffy, and he once again vomited out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Xiao frowned. Looking at the strange light lingering around the former's back, a cold light flashed past her eyes. What was that? Earlier, at the last moment, she clearly sensed that the strength of her palm strike had weakened by a lot. Pay with your life for my clansmen. With the divine sword in hand, killing intent filled the sky. Xiao Xiao took a step forward, and the flames of hatred burned the heavens. On the other side, Wan suppressed the sorrow in her heart. The 9 white tails behind her danced, and demonic energy surged, piercing through the heavens and earth. Between the two girls, Ning Chen barely stabilized his body. Under the full-powered palm strike of the Fox Clan Saintess, the divine seal protecting his back gradually collapsed. The sudden change caught him off guard. Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the two of them, the shock in his eyes was hard to conceal. Kill. The aura of the black demonic fox had completely changed. Xiao Xiao swung her sword, and immortal might filled the air, overturning the heavens and earth. Ning Chen calmed himself down. He swung the origin sword in his hand, and took the incoming attack head-on. Thunderous rumbles shook the world. The immortal might of the 4 extreme essences shook the heavens and earth, resounding throughout the universe. The aftermath of the impact aggravated the injuries in his body. The corner of Ning Chen's lips once again turned red, and his injuries worsened. Wan what are you hesitating for? Don't you want to take revenge for your clansmen? Xiao Xiao shouted angrily when she saw her younger sister, who had yet to make a move. Hearing this, Wanner's body trembled violently. A moment later, she calmed down and no longer hesitated. Her figure flashed as she rushed into the battle. The heaven-shaking palm slammed down with the force of raging waves. The 9-tailed fairy's imperial might was shocking. Ning Chen's left palm activated the Qilin's supreme art. The 9 heavens star-picking hand reappeared, shaking the stars in the sky. The 2 palms collided, and the remaining energy roared out. Ning Chen, who was heavily injured, was at a disadvantage. Today, I will make you pay for the blood of my people. Hatred filled her heart, and the might of her immortal sword grew even stronger. Xiao Xiao turned into a vengeful black fox, her sword was incomparably sharp, and her palms were merciless. Amidst the storm-like attacks, Ning Chen's figure moved erratically. He gripped the air with his left hand and the black saber appeared again. The saber and sword moved in tandem as they blocked the attacks of the 2 white fox fairies. After exchanging several blows, rumbling noises rang out incessantly. The fox race's fairies were hard to come by in 1,000 years. Now that they had all appeared, their power was enough to kill gods. On the other hand, knowing Destiny's state was severely injured and could not exert his full strength. He was gradually at a disadvantage. Boom! The immortal sword and the heavy palm struck him again. Ning Chen's saber and sword collided with the 2 forces. With a shocking sound, he was forced back several steps, and his arms were dyed red. The situation of his defeat gradually became clear. Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth, but there was not much emotion in his eyes. You can still be so calm in the face of death. 13th Prince, your heart is indeed as cold as ice. Xiao Xiao stepped forward. Her body was surrounded by a black demonic aura. The fox race's saintess, who had completely turned black, had a murderous aura that could devour the world. Ning Chen looked at the fox race's saintess, whose aura had greatly changed, and guilt flashed through his eyes. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. How could the truth be explained with a few words? Although it was not his intention, the extermination of the fox race was because of him. While he was thinking, a figure rushed over with murderous aura. The immortal sword slashed down, shaking the world. Ning Chen waved his sword and blocked the immortal sword. He looked at the fox race's saintess in front of him and said calmly, I can only apologize for what happened to the fox race. However, I cannot die here. If you insist on taking my life, then I have no choice but to offend you. After saying that, the demonic aura around Ning Chen increased. He waved his sword and knocked away the opponent in front of him. The 9 king pearls in his body spun rapidly, and demonic aura surged out. The black saber was surrounded by a murderous aura. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with murderous aura. He suppressed the last trace of guilt in his heart and fought with all his strength. He was at the life-knowing state, and he could never be merciful. Xiao Xiao felt the change in the person in front of her. Her expression became serious. She condensed her immortal sword and used 30% of her power. At the same time, Wanner's palm came from behind. Her attack was even more powerful than before. The immortal sword and heavy palm came at the same time. Endless murderous aura was merciless. Looking at the two gradually approaching, Ning Chen's eyes became deep. Demonic aura surrounded his body, and he disappeared instantly. Xiao Xiao and Wanner's expressions changed at the same time. They released their divine senses and changed their move. Boom! Ning Chen appeared behind Xiao Xiao. His sword radiance was earth-shattering. Sensing danger, Xiao Xiao turned her hand and blocked the attack. After a moment of stalemate, Wanner's figure came. Her slender hand condensed the demonic aura of the Emperor's blood. Her palm shook the sky. Ning Chen's eyes became serious. His saber moved, and the heavens opened instantly. The heavenly book martial arts and the nine-tailed mystic technique clashed with each other, and the battle started instantly. You're seriously injured, but you still have such combat power. The 13th prince of the heavenly demon tribe really lives up to his name. Again. As soon as he said that, the black fox holding the sword came again. The demonic aura of the 9 tails covered the sky, covering all the light. At the same time, Wanner stepped into the sky. Her 9-tailed mystic technique was displayed. White light shone in the world. The surging demonic aura was shocking. At that moment, darkness and light appeared in the sky. One was black and the other was white. It was as if the heavens and earth were infinite. Ning Chen dared not be careless when the two women joined forces. He moved his saber and sword, and his demonic aura rushed to the sky. Ha! Ning Chen's wild white hair was unusually dazzling. He put his saber and sword together, and heaven and earth opened at the same time. Heaven and earth together, life and death defying fate. The heavenly book appeared, and its light shone over the 9 continents. The 2 swords left his hands and turned into 2 beams of light, slashing toward the 2 in the sky. Ugh! The impact of the ultimate move caused the aftermath to roar. 2 muffled groans sounded. The 2 heavenly ladies of the Fox clan, one black and one white, were injured at the same time. Their 9 tails were dyed red. In the middle of the battle, Ning Chen was also affected by the aftermath. His blood and qi surged violently. Ning Chen knew that the opportunity was fleeting. He ignored the injuries in his body and flashed out instantly. The flowing blood dyed the void red. The white-clothed figure flashed and appeared in front of the saintess of the Fox clan. Kuang Gu disappeared. He controlled the waves and the ability to pick stars, immediately blocking all of the former's escape route. The palm essence arrived like a raging wave. Xiao Xiao was shocked. She blocked the move with her sword, but she had already lost the initiative. Every move was restricted. Behind her, Wanner saw the change in the battle situation. She rushed over quickly. Her slender hands shook the heavens and earth, trying to resolve the crisis. There was no time to lose. Ning Chen's attack didn't decrease at all. A strange light rose around him as he activated the divine restriction to block the former's palm. Star-picking hand's final move, reverse formless move. The moment Xiao Zhao's defense fell, Ning Chen's left palm surged with demonic essence. He slammed his palm into the girl's dantian. Ugh! The heavy palm landed on her body. Blood dyed the sky. Xiao Zhao's body flew out, and 30% of her cultivation technique dissipated. At this moment, Wanner's palm arrived behind her. The divine restriction blocked it, but it couldn't be completely dissipated. Her palm landed on Ji Ming's shoulder. Ning Chen staggered and almost fell to the ground. Blood splashed out and filled the air. Wanner, you must remember that you can't show mercy to your enemies. Ning Chen turned around and looked at the girl in front of him. If that palm strike had hit his vitals, his injuries would have been several times more severe. "Are you responsible for the destruction of the Fox clan?" Wan asked with sadness in her eyes. "No," Ning Chen replied. But before he finished speaking, another sword light came from behind. Xiao Xiao, who was covered in blood, didn't care about her injured body. She used a killing move that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Ning Chen turned around and waved his sword. It was a sword that returned to its original state, but it had the ability to cut the sky and split the sea. Immortal weapons clashed, and heaven and earth wailed. Xiao Xiao, whose cultivation technique had been crippled, groaned and her hand was dyed red again. Swords shouldn't be used like this. Ning Chen took a step forward and closed in. Then, he pointed his finger at the former's hand that was holding the sword. Intense pain came, and Xiao Xiao's hand became unstable. The immortal sword slipped out of her hand. Ning Chen waved his left hand, and the immortal sword returned to his hand. The ancient sword that contained the sword spirit of End Immortal was already covered in cracks. It could be destroyed at any moment. The sword spirit of End Immortal was something that ordinary swords couldn't bear. It wasn't easy for it to last until now. Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the sword spirit. He looked at the Fox Saintess and said calmly, "Stop. You can't kill me." Xiao Zhao's eyes gradually turned blood red, and the 9 black tails behind her surged with demonic qi. It was showing signs of breaking through the limits of her cultivation technique and reaching the peak. Sky Fox worships the moon. At this moment, the surrounding scene changed. In the endless barren land, the moon shone high in the sky. Below, a 9-tailed white fox kowtowed to the moon. The primordial scene reappeared in the world after countless years. In an instant, Ning Chen felt a terrifying tearing sensation coming from his body. With the primordial law on his body, demonic qi couldn't block it. Cracks appeared on the 9-king pearl. The heavenly demon's supreme treasure showed signs of collapsing under the terrifying primordial law. Ning Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he felt the pain. His body flew out instantly. Ning Chen cut down the phenomenon with one sword. He raised his hand and grabbed the girl's throat, no longer showing mercy. "Your Highness, please have mercy." Seeing this, Wanner immediately pleaded for leniency. Ning Chen's body shook, and hesitation flashed in his murderous eyes. "You have already destroyed 30% of my sister's cultivation. We are no longer a threat to you. Your Highness, please spare my sister's life." Wanner stepped forward with a pleading look on her face. "This is the last time. Wanner, from now on, you're on your own." After he finished speaking, Ning Chen withdrew his hand and left without lingering any longer. On the sea, Wanner looked at the departing figure, and the sorrow in her eyes deepened. When fate came, it was too late to catch it. When fate left, they were strangers at the ends of the world. Chapter 1168. In the Third Imperial City, knowing destiny had returned, Ning Chen walked into Jiuyou King's mansion and bowed respectfully. "With your strength, you shouldn't be injured like this." Demonic qi surged in the void and Xian Jiuyou walked out. He looked at his disciple and said, "I feel guilty." Ning Chen said with a gloomy expression, "It's not your fault that the Fox clan was exterminated. You've already avenged them. However, they can't get over it yet," Xian Jiuyou said. "The real culprit behind the destruction of the Fox clan is still at large. The people I killed back then were only his lackeys. Although this matter was not done by me, it still happened because of me. I will not let it go like this." Killing intent flashed in Ning Chen's eyes as he coldly said. Xian Jiuyou sighed. The battle for imperial power had always been cruel. It was an unexpected disaster for the Fox clan to be implicated. His disciple was a sentimental person. It would be difficult to resolve this matter peacefully. After a long while, Xian Jiuyou calmed down and looked at Ning Chen. He said again, "Let me see the immortal sword you took from the reincarnation sea." Ning Chen nodded and summoned the celestial slashing sword. He handed it over respectfully. Xian Juyo took the immortal sword from the surging demonic qi. He frowned when he saw the crisscrossing cracks on the immortal sword. The celestial slashing sword that was once famous in the ancient times has fallen to such a state. The spirit of the immortal sword is bound to an ordinary sword. Naturally, it can't unleash its full power. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for me to take the sword, Ningchen said calmly. Xian Juyo nodded and returned the immortal sword. He asked, "What do you want to do with this sword?" "Destroy the sword and move the spirit." Ningchen took the celestial slashing sword and put it away. He said shockingly, "Every divine weapon needs tens of thousands of years or even longer to give birth to a spirit. I have a sword that lives with me. However, I can't wait for tens of thousands of years. Moving the spirit is the only way." Xian Juyo's expression turned serious when he heard this. He said, "Think carefully. The spirit of the immortal sword has its own thoughts. If it rejects your sword of life, it will be a devastating disaster for you." "Master, don't worry." Ning Chen nodded. "I won't act rashly before I have full confidence. You have a steady personality, so I don't need to worry about you. However, now that you have taken the initiative to get involved in the struggle for imperial power, you might take risks to increase your strength." At this point, Xian Juyo's expression turned serious. "Ning Chen, remember this. You are my disciple. In this primal devil realm, no one can harm your life. Do you understand?" "Disciple understands." Ning Chen bowed respectfully. A smile appeared on his face as he said, "However, don't worry, Master. As long as Disciple doesn't want to, no one in the primal demon realm can threaten Disciple's life. Master has already walked down the most glorious path. Next, you can quietly watch Disciple create his own legend." Xian Juyo looked at his disciple. After a long time, a gratified expression appeared on his face. Maybe he was overthinking. His disciple would never lose to anyone. "Go ahead and do it. I will patiently wait for the day when your name shakes the world," Xian Juyo said. "Master, don't worry. That day won't be too far away." Ning Chen bowed and said goodbye. "It's getting late. Disciple will take his leave first." After saying that, Ning Chen didn't stay any longer and turned around to leave. In the imperial palace, Xian Juyo looked at his disciple's back as light flashed across his eyes. The current Ning Chen was very similar to him in the past. He had a proud and unyielding character. In the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen had just returned and the 9th prince had arrived shortly after. The news was so fast that it was shocking. Outside the palace, Xian Ke quickly walked towards the imperial palace with concern in his eyes. 13th brother. Xian Ke entered the palace and looked at the young man. "I heard that you were injured. How are your injuries?" Ning Chen glanced at the bloodstains on his body and smiled. "It's nothing serious. It's just a small injury." "You are the crown prince now. What can't you send someone to do for you? Why did you put yourself in danger?" Xian Ke scolded softly. Ning Chen knew that he couldn't hide the appearance of the immortal sword for long. He waved his hand and took out the god-ending sword. "Master told me that an immortal sword had appeared in the reincarnation ocean. Hence, I made a trip there. However, the process was a little rough. I fought with the Lord of the Rising Sun Imperial City, and was slightly injured." Xian Ke looked over and saw the cracked ancient sword in Ning Chen's hand. He frowned. Immortal sword? Looking at its appearance, it was nothing more than an ordinary sword. "Ninth brother, don't be fooled by its appearance. I spent a lot of effort to get it." Ning Chen smiled. "There is an immortal sword spirit in this sword. However, after a great battle, the sword's spirit has fallen asleep. Hence, it looks no different from an ordinary sword." Xian Ke retracted his gaze. He didn't care too much about it. His understanding of swords wasn't even 1,000th of old 13s. Similarly, he wasn't interested in it. Ning Chen put away his immortal sword and looked at the former with a smile. I haven't had the time to thank Ninth Imperial Brother for the matter regarding Azura. It's all thanks to Imperial Brother's appearance that the third prince was able to stabilize Azura and temporarily prevent the eldest prince from returning to the city. There's no need for thanks, Xianke said. There's no need to be so formal between us brothers. Rest well. The Imperial City won't be peaceful soon. It's about time for the third prince to make his move. Ning Chen nodded. Ninth brother, be careful too. If the third prince knows that you are still on my side, I'm afraid he'll change his attitude immediately. I understand, Xianke replied. Hence, I might not be able to come to the 13 constabularies often. If there's anything, report to me secretly. All right. Ning Chen nodded. Xianke then left. He didn't stay in the Crown Prince residence any longer. The situation in the Imperial City was complicated, and they had to be careful. Seeing the ninth prince leave, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. In the sky, the sun was setting in the west. The sky gradually darkened. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the world a beautiful golden color. Suddenly, the light of the divine restriction rose in the Crown Prince residence. The moment the divine restriction sealed the space, endless sword intent spread out. The sword pressure was like an ocean, drowning the entire Crown Prince residence. In the ocean of sword intent, an ancient sword covered in cracks appeared out of thin air. The immortal might spread out and could split open the sky. At this moment, in the Imperial Palace, Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. With a deep roar, blood mist surged around him. In the flowing light, a peerless immortal sword appeared. The moment he held it, the veins on the sword hilt spread out and pierced into his arm. The surging blood dyed the sword red. The sword of one heart and one vein appeared once again. The moment the immortal sword appeared, the immortal sword in the void felt the danger and immediately resisted violently. The sound of the sword was extremely ear-piercing. In the cage formed by intertwining sword radiances, the immortal sword's power became stronger and stronger. It kept resisting the pressure that came from the surroundings. The immortal slaying sword and the immortal trapping sword have appeared. The immortal slaying sword has also found a wise master. Immortal slaying sword, are you still willing to be trapped in that broken sword and be mediocre forever? Ning Chen looked at the immortal slaying sword in the cage and said. In the void, the immortal slaying sword trembled. After a while, it started to struggle violently again. Stubborn. Then I'll offend you. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He stepped forward and jumped up with the sword in his hand. Clang! The two swords clashed. The remaining energy shook and the sword radiances that were binding the immortal sword were hit and immediately collapsed. As the two swords clashed, more and more cracks appeared on the immortal sword. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. He activated his demonic essence and slashed down with all his might. Boom! In an earth-shattering tremor, the ancient sword broke. In an instant, the entire world quieted down. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying immortal might spread out from the God-forbidden space. It was so powerful that one could not even tell the level of the power. Under the immortal might, Ning Chen's skin started to crack. Blood flowed out and dyed his white robe red. With the danger looming over him, Ning Chen did not dare to hesitate. He endured the pain and formed a seal with one hand. Suddenly, the surrounding area was filled with raging winds and 9 giant dragons roared out. The divergent yellow curse appeared again. The 9 dragons roared in the sky and circled around knowing destiny, blocking the impact of the immortal might. Boom! Boom! The immortal might was shocking. One by one, the giant dragons collapsed and scattered between heaven and earth. Great Sword Realm! Sword Emperor! When the last giant dragon collapsed, Ning Chen pointed his finger at the sword. The murky sword current spread out. The Great Sword Realm appeared and strengthened the power of the God-forbidden space. At the same time, in the surging immortal might in the void, an illusory silver immortal sword appeared. Its terrifying power surpassed all the divine weapons in the mortal world. On the opposite side, Ning Chen stood in the air. He looked at the token of the immortal sword in front of him, and his expression turned serious. Was this the original appearance of the celestial slashing sword? This power was really terrifying. Knowing that words were useless, Ning Chen did not waste any more time. He took a step forward and attacked again. Since he could not make the immortal sword recognize him as its master, he would force it to submit. Knowing Destiny's sword fell. Water, fire, wind, and thunder roared and surged. The immortal sword sensed it and attacked. Thunderous rumbles shook the sky and earth. The god-forbidden space could not endure this terrifying destructive power and immediately started to shake violently. Ning Chen clenched his left hand and the inverted water moon appeared again. He used both swords to resist the immortal might together. The sound of the swords moved and shook the universe. The Sword of Immortals and the Emperor of Swords were fighting at the peak. They would only stop when one side submitted. Clang! Clang! In the endless battle, more and more cracks appeared on the inverted water moon. Even the divine weapon of the Moon Demon clan was on the verge of collapse under the power of the immortal sword. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression darkened. He slashed his sword again. In the rumbling, the battle was over. In the sword world, the spirit of the immortal sword became weaker and weaker. It had experienced many battles and was no longer as sharp as it was when it was born. Dragon Emperor Sword, you have lived in my body for so long. Shouldn't you use your strength? Ning Chen looked at the Dragon Emperor Sword mark on his right arm. His eyes were cold. He gathered his chi and forced the Dragon Emperor Sword to appear. Roar! In an instant, in the earth-shaking tremor, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared. The Dragon Emperor Sword appeared. The Dragon Emperor Sword in his hand was shocking. Ning Chen held a rare divine weapon on each side. He looked at the spirit of the immortal sword in front of him and said coldly, "If I can't defeat you today, I will change my surname to yours." Chapter 1169. In the 13th Prince's residence, the Knowing Destiny Battle Immortal Spirit. Demonic essence and immortal essence vibrated. With the Dragon God sword in hand, Ning Chen's aura reached its peak again. He used both swords at the same time, shining brightly. A strong sense of danger came. The immortal sword sensed it and immediately awakened. A terrifying immortal aura burst out and slashed down. Ning Chen's expression turned cold. He used the Dragon Emperor sword to meet the attack. The Dragon Chi and immortal aura collided, and the entire sword realm changed color. After a moment of stalemate, Ning Chen's 4 origins rose again, and his origin sword slashed down. An earth-shattering collision sounded. The immortal sword trembled, and the illusory sword became even more blurry. One pushed to the limit, the once famous celestial slashing sword exploded with its last bit of power. Suddenly, in the small world, silver ancient swords appeared out of thin air, crisscrossing. Thousands of swords formed a formation unprecedented since ancient times. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the countless swords floating in all directions. His expression darkened. Among the 4 immortal swords, the celestial slashing sword was mysterious and unpredictable. He had never heard of this sword formation before. It would not be easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Ning Chen shouted. He used both the Dragon Emperor and his origin swords, and his true essence rushed into the clouds. The moment the 2 swords were activated, red light filled the small world. The extreme Tao of the sword appeared again. The extreme Tao appeared, and the immortal swords sensed it. The sword formation opened at the same time, and the silver swords slashed down at the Knowing Destiny Battle Immortal Spirit. In the next moment, violent clashing sounds echoed in the small world. Ning Chen used both swords with both hands. One was fast and the other was heavy. In the celestial slashing sword formation, thousands of swords slashed down endlessly, trying to kill the person who blasphemed the immortal spirit. Ning Chen stood in the sword formation. His figure flashed, and he twisted and turned, dodging one attack after another. The two divine weapons in his hands shone brighter and brighter as he waited patiently for the chance to kill. Boom! Ning Chen could not dodge in time. The Dragon Emperor's sword fighting style sent a strong impact. He took half a step back and used the momentum to leap into the void. 1. Among the 10,000 swords, an extremely powerful immortal sword hummed. Immediately, thousands of sword lights broke through the air and slashed towards the white-clothed figure. Descent of the Sixth Tao. Thousand Demonic Calamity. Supreme Forbidden Sword. In the air, Ning Chen took another step forward and shot up into the sky. At the same time, in the small world, beams of red light shot up into the sky. For the first time, the extreme state of the sword and the forbidden technique of Haotian Gate merged. In an instant, red light filled the sky above the 9 heavens. The extreme state sword carried the power of lightning and turned into a sword cloud that covered the sun. In the void, Juexian trembled slightly. Tens of thousands of swords turned and pointed towards the horizon. Apocalypse! Above the 9 heavens, Ning Chen waved his sword. Immediately, the sword clouds rolled out. Within the huge red cloud vortex, beams of blood-red sword light pierced through the air. It had the power to destroy the world, shocking everyone. The blood-red sword light fell, and in the void, tens of thousands of swords rushed to the sky at the same time to meet the attack. As the two extreme moves collided, the world lost its color. In the dazzling sword light, the red and silver-colored sword chi collided with each other and collapsed. Above the 9 heavens, the remaining force attacked. Ning Chen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. In the void, the tens of thousands of silver sword light dissipated. In the raging wind, an ancient celestial sword floated up and down. The sword body became even more illusory. In the sky, Ning Chen's figure slowly descended. Although he was injured, his fighting spirit was abnormally strong. Again, Ning Chen looked at the celestial sword in front of him and waved both swords. Demonic chi surged as he spoke. Juexian let out a low hum. On the sword, rings of silver light spread out. The unyielding fighting spirit was also dazzling. In an instant, the man and the sword moved again. The clanging of the sword reverberated in the sword world. On the dragon god sword, the golden light became dimmer and dimmer. The dragon god sword's dragon chi was severely depleted. The power of the divine sword could not be fully displayed. At the same time, Juexian's sword spirit let out a low hum. The sword body became blurry, and its spiritual chi was rapidly depleted. Knowing that the dragon god sword could not be held for long, Ning Chen used his supreme technique. Behind him, the open heavenly book appeared again. The celestial sword had a spirit, and at the same time, it condensed celestial core power. The outstanding sword spirit surged through the sky and pierced through the sky. Ning Chen let out a deep roar. He stepped forward and his figure flew out. Boom! The dragon god and Juexian clashed. The two peak swords of the world clashed. In the terrifying impact, blood spurted out from Ning Chen's left arm. He forcefully held onto the dragon god's sword that was about to slip out of his hand. He activated his demonic chi again and resisted the Juexian's sharp edge. After a series of exchanges, the incomparably powerful Juexian's sword spirit finally reached its limit. With a clang, it was sent flying. After one strike, the dragon god's sword could not hold on anymore. A golden light flashed and turned into a sword mark that sank into Ning Chen's right arm. In the sword world, Ning Chen held his sword and walked forward. Blood kept dripping from his arms. It was abnormally glaring. After 10 steps, Ning Chen stopped in front of the celestial sword. His eyes looked at the dim Juexian sword in front of him. He said calmly, "The ancient era has passed, but the new golden era has arrived. Do you really not want to recreate the ancient glory in this era?" Juexian trembled slightly. The illusory sword body flashed, and in an instant it dimmed again. Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed the Juetian sword. This time, he did not have any defense. He directly grabbed the sword with his flesh and blood. The sharp celestial sword cut open his skin, bringing out a waterfall of blood. Ning Chen held the Juetian sword and said in a deep voice, "My body was reforged from the immortal peach tree. My sword was reforged from the origin of the divine tree. I will bear your edge and not disgrace the name of Juetian." Juetian trembled. The dim sword body tried to break free from Ning Chen's hand several times, but it did not succeed. "Ha!" he shouted again. Demonic chi surged around Ning Chen. The Juetian sword pierced through his palm and into his arm. Bit by bit, it disappeared. The surging blood mist covered the body of the knowing destiny state. The moment the celestial sword entered his body, the natal sword also disappeared and entered his body. The celestial sword spirit and the natal sword entered his body at the same time. After a few breaths, two swords appeared above the ocean-like Dantian Chi Sea. The strong sword pressure set off thousands of waves. Boom! In the Chi Sea, dark clouds covered the small world of its own. Thunder roared in the small world, as if it was a sign before something big happened. The entire small world began to shake. The endless waves swept across. In the sky, the two divine weapons approached slowly. This was something that no one had ever done before. Today, the knowing destiny state was bold enough to try it. In the sky above the Chi Sea, the divine weapons approached. The repulsive force became stronger and stronger. The void shook and cracks were everywhere. Outside, Ning Chen was hit by the aura in his body. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. However, success or failure depended on this. How could he give up? In his Dantian, the two divine weapons gradually merged. The repulsive force became more and more terrifying. Below, the Chi Sea was raging and stormy. It was like the end of the world. Around the Dantian, cracks began to appear. His flesh and blood could not bear the terrifying force. There were signs of collapse. At this moment, the origin of the immortal divine tree in Ning Chen's body automatically recovered. Endless vitality filled the air and repaired the broken Chi Sea. Destruction and rebirth continued to cycle in the knowing destiny state's body. An indescribable pain assaulted his body. Even someone as strong as Ning Chen began to tremble violently. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. At the same time, in his Dantian's Chi Sea, the immortal sword spirit and the origin sword merged little by little. Although the divine weapon had yet to take shape, a terrifying pressure gradually spread out. Boom! Inside the small world, lightning streaked across the void, illuminating the dark space. The divine weapons were in the final stage of merging. The space around the divine sword distorted violently as if it could not bear this terrifying existence. Ugh! In the outside world, Ning Chen suddenly staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. A strong backlash hit his body, adding new injuries to his already injured body. At the same time, far away in the heaven beyond heaven's reverence moon holy ground, Ah Man felt something. She immediately stood up and looked in the direction of the red phoenix star field. This was his aura. What's wrong? Beside her, Qing Ning asked. I feel his aura, Ah Man said softly. She could not be wrong. She had nurtured that sword for a long time and was very familiar with it. She would never mistake this feeling. He should still be in the original demon territory. Logically speaking, the connection between you two shouldn't be so far away, Qing Ning said with a frown. Logically speaking, it should be so. Not far away, Mu Qingshu walked over and said calmly, however, if the connection is strong, it's not impossible. With his personality, it's not strange for him to do something crazy. Hearing this, Qing Ning frowned again. It was indeed possible. That brat wouldn't be doing something suicidal again, would he? Ah Man's eyes flashed with longing. When would he come back? She was still waiting for him to fulfill his promise and give her a peaceful world. In the original demon territory, in the Crown Prince's palace, Ning Chen's body kept trembling. His terrifying willpower endured the terrifying pain and refused to give in. Above his Dantian's Qi-Si, the two divine swords had completely merged. However, the strong repulsive force did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more intense. "Your mission is over. Leave the rest to me." As he spoke, demonic qi surged above his Dantian's Qi-Si. A black-clothed figure walked out. They had the same appearance but a completely different aura. As the demonic body appeared, demonic flames surged out. He used his body as a furnace to refine the divine weapon. The demonic flames engulfed the divine weapon and bore all the repulsive force. Outside, Ning Chen's body fell down powerlessly and crashed onto the ground. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. In the battle between man and sword, the man won the sword in the end. Around the Crown Prince's palace, the divine restriction gradually disappeared. Thunder rumbled in the sky and rain poured down. In the heavy rain, Zhi Ming, who was unconscious on the ground, did not wake up. He was like a person who had been tired for a long time. Even a short rest was so precious. Outside the Crown Prince's palace, the ghost carriage rushed over. It stopped in front of the palace and a beautiful figure walked out. Her pale face was strangely charming. "Where's the Crown Prince?" Inji looked at the two guards in front of the palace and asked. "He's been in the palace." One of the guards bowed and answered respectfully. Inji nodded and walked quickly into the palace. In front of the palace, a white-clothed figure was lying unconscious on the ground. His body was covered in blood and it was a shocking sight. Seeing this, Inji's eyes shrank. She immediately rushed forward and helped the former up. "Your Highness!" Inji shouted anxiously. Her Yin essence entered the former's body to check his injuries. When the Yin essence entered his body, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It disappeared without a trace. Inji's face changed. "What's going on?" His Highness's body seemed to be completely different from ordinary people. Chapter 1170. In the Third Imperial City, it was raining continuously. After the downpour, the rain gradually weakened and continued for nearly 2 days. In the 13th Prince's palace, a white-haired figure in plain clothes sat quietly in front of the fire. His eyes were tired, as if he had not rested for a long time. Opposite him, Inji looked at the 13th Prince in front of her. A trace of seriousness flashed across her cold face. Why would the 13th Prince faint in her palace for no reason? Could it be that there was something wrong with his body? "Your Highness." After thinking for a long time, Inji finally could not suppress the worry in her heart and asked, "Why did you suddenly faint in your palace?" "I went to the reincarnation ocean not long ago, and was slightly injured when fighting for the immortal sword. It's nothing serious," Ning Chen answered honestly. "Immortal sword?" Inji frowned and said, "A few days ago there was a strange movement in the reincarnation ocean. Many people went there but almost none of them came back. Could it be that those strange movements were the premonition of the immortal sword's birth?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded and said, "The Lord of Sunrise Imperial City is very lucky and brought the immortal sword out from the reincarnation ocean. I was instructed by my master to go and stop him. Took me a lot of effort to get the immortal sword back. Congratulations to your Highness for obtaining another divine weapon. With the help of the immortal sword, your Highness's strength will definitely be greater than before," Inji said respectfully. "Let's not talk about this for now." Ning Chen changed the topic and said, "How is the matter I asked you to do?" "It's all arranged," Inji replied. "Once your Highness gives the order, the spies planted by my race will immediately take action." Ning Chen nodded and looked at the flickering fire in front of him. Ripples flashed across his tired eyes. It was finally going to end. "Your Highness, will we anger the 2 demon emperors by doing this?" Inji expressed her concern and asked. "Yes," Ning Chen replied softly, "but don't worry. Before there is conclusive evidence, even the 2 demon emperors can't casually take action. The reason I asked you to use non-ghost race people is to not give the two demon emperors a chance to cause trouble. But your highness is going to fight for the throne in the future. If the two demon emperors are dissatisfied, won't you be destroying your future? Inji did not understand. You know too little about the two demon emperors. Ningchen stretched out his right hand and warmed it above the fire, dispelling the chill in his body slightly. He continued, they have never approved of me. The reason why they gave me the 9-king pearl was so that I could keep the third prince in check while the first prince was away. Now, the first prince is the only candidate that the two demon emperors approve of. Inji's face was slightly shaken. So it was like this. The ghost race was far away from the 3 imperial cities, and they didn't have a complete understanding of the situation in the imperial city. As for the two demon emperors' thoughts, it was even harder to guess. If that was the case, the ghost clan would have no chance of winning if they chose the 13th prince. Ningchen raised his head and looked at the change in the girl's expression. He smiled faintly and said, actually, you don't have to panic. Speaking of this, Ningchen stood up and walked to the front of the palace. He looked to the west and sneered. Who can get the celestial devil royal family's unification will depend on who can live to the end. That demon Emperor Kun can't be trapped in the easternmost land forever. Therefore, although the crown prince has the support of two demon emperors, he may not be the final winner. As long as the position of the celestial devil royal family remains undecided, the balance of power between the 3 sides will not be broken. Let's wait patiently. Since the ghost tribe has made a choice, you should believe in your own decision. Inji was silent. After a while, she bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you for your advice, Your Highness. Is there anything else? If not, you may leave." Ningchen said calmly, "Goodbye, Inji." Inji replied softly and turned to leave. After Inji left, the imperial palace became quiet again. Only the crackling sound of the furnace fire could be heard from time to time, adding a little liveliness to the quiet crown prince residence. Ningchen looked at the gloomy rain outside the imperial palace and stood silently. Thoughts flashed through his tired eyes as he weighed every step he had to take in the future. "Shiu, go boil a pot of." After thinking for a long time, Ningchen felt a little thirsty. He subconsciously called out, but before he could finish, he suddenly paused. Returning to his thoughts, Ningchen looked back at the empty imperial palace. His eyes dimmed. He almost forgot that the 2 girls had left. Sighing softly, Ningchen walked out of the imperial palace. Not long after, he came back with a teapot and green tea. He walked to the front of the furnace and started to boil the tea himself. The quality of the tea in the residence was not bad. There was no need for exquisite tea skills. The fragrance of the tea gradually spread out. Not long after, the tea was ready. Ningchen poured a cup of tea. Looking at the green tea leaves floating in the tea, a nostalgic look flashed across his face. After so many years, he had tasted countless famous teas and defeated one enemy after another. However, he could no longer find the feeling of meeting a worthy opponent. Fan Lingue, what a pity! The few failures in his life were all given to him by this northern Meng military advisor. If it were not for the fact that the heavens did not allow such a stunning woman to exist, he might have really lost 100 years ago. Fan Lingue was the only wise person in the world, followed by them. Compared to the great Xia of the past, the current primordial demon realm was actually not at a disadvantage. The reason why the heavenly demonic imperial family could not break out of this situation was not because they lacked combat power, but because the heavenly demonic imperial family lacked people who could see the big picture clearly. Although the 2 demon emperors were very strong, it did not mean that their combat power was superior to ordinary people. The 4 great imperial families had the combat power of emperors of the same level. As long as the emperors kept each other in check, the key to being able to change the situation was the decision-maker's control of the big picture. In the witch tribe's sacred palace in the northern continent, The aging Emperor Go opened his eyes and looked at the primordial demon realm in the distance. The fate of the 13th prince had changed again. In this primordial demon realm, the person she could not understand the most was the heavenly demonic crown prince from the human race. His occasional display of brilliance was already shocking. It could be said that the heavenly demonic crown prince single-handedly facilitated the situation of the 5 great imperial families. Although the 5 great imperial families all had the same intention, if there was no one in the middle, it would be impossible for them to join forces. What made her even more impressed was that when the 8 tribes appeared and the 5 great imperial families gradually fell, this person took the initiative to go to the north for peace talks and set up a new killing trap. If the heavenly demonic clan could not find out who was setting up the trap in the dark, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. It would be a nightmare to make an enemy out of such a terrifying young man. If someone had told her before she met this person that a young man with an ordinary cultivation level could stir up the primordial demon realm to such an extent, she would definitely not have believed it. Senior Go Huang. At this moment, a figure in plain clothes walked out from the void and bowed respectfully to the emperor in front of him. Seeing the person who came, Go Huang stood up and said, "Congratulations to the 13th prince for obtaining another divine weapon. Your strength has improved by leaps and bounds." So Senior Go Huang knows about it. Ning Chen smiled and said, "I was just lucky to get some help. In front of Senior Go Huang, my strength is not worth mentioning. 13th prince is too humble." Go Huang said calmly, "Now, in this world, except for the Emperor Realm experts, Your Highness is not afraid of anyone." The 13th prince's growth was too fast. She still remembered clearly that when they first met, although the young man in front of her was stunning, he was only above the younger generation. In just a few years, this person could already look down on the heroes of the world and was not even afraid of the Emperor Realm experts. What was more terrifying was that there were too few people who knew about this. In the world's impression, the heavenly demonic crown prince was still a young man who lived under the protection of the netherworld demon emperor. Although he was strong, he was not at the top. There are countless experts in the world. In the west, there are the 2 palace masters, Luo Jia and Sha Luo. In the north, there are the 3 witch empresses, Anyu, Hong Shui and Bai Ji. The heavenly demonic imperial family also has peerless experts like Azura and Garuda. My strength is not small compared to these seniors. Ning Chen replied humbly, "You have cultivated for too short a time. It is already unprecedented for you to have today's achievements. Although there is still a gap between you and them, it is not too big. At least, you don't have to look up to them." Go Huang said seriously. Ning Chen smiled and did not talk about this topic. He changed the topic and said, "Senior Go Huang, how is the progress? Azura will not be in seclusion for too long. Once he takes action, the situation will change again." Hearing this, Go Huang's expression became serious and he said seriously, "There is some progress, but it still needs time. We can only rely on Your Highness to deal with the primordial demon region." Ning Chen nodded. The heavenly demonic 9 transformations had been perfected by generations of demon emperors. It was close to perfection. It was not easy to find the flaw. Only Go Huang, who was proficient in deduction, could do it. It could be said that the most important part of this plan was Go Huang. "Senior Go Huang, there is something that I would like to say." Ning Chen looked at the aging Go Huang and reminded him, "Although Miss Tian Xin is talented, she is still young. It will not be easy for her to bear the burden of the sorcerer tribe's rise and fall. Senior, you should plan ahead." Hearing this, Go Huang fell silent. The 13th prince was right. He had to plan ahead for the future of the sorcerer tribe. "It is getting late. I will take my leave." Seeing that Go Huang was deep in thought, Ning Chen did not stay any longer. He bowed respectfully and disappeared. In the 13th prince's palace, Ning Chen opened his eyes and his consciousness gradually returned. A helpless sigh echoed in the palace, and his tired heart became heavier. Why is it that everything in this world is always difficult? Ning Qin walked to the front of the palace and looked at the autumn rain that had not stopped. The fatigue in his eyes became harder to hide. Go Huang's lifespan was getting shorter and shorter. He might not be able to hold on for much longer. The person who had sacrificed the most in this plan was the Go Huang of the sorcerer tribe. However, Go Huang's sacrifice was unavoidable if he wanted to complete the plan. He did not want to hurt anyone, but he had sacrificed too many people time and time again. If possible, he hoped that there would be no more wars in this world.